Chapter 8. The Evidence of the Witnesses. The examination of the witnesses began. But we will not continue our story in such detail as before, and so we will not dwell on how Nikolai Parfenovitch impressed on every witness called that he must give his evidence in accordance with truth and conscience, and that he would afterwards have to repeat his evidence on oath. How every witness was called upon to sign the protocol of his evidence, and so on. We will only note that the point principally insisted upon in the examination was the question of the 3,000 rubles. That is, was the sum spent here at Mokroe by Mitya on the first occasion, a month before, 3,000 or 1,500, and again had he spent 3,000 or 1,500 yesterday. Alice, all the evidence given by every one turned out to be against Mitya. There was not one in his favor, and some witnesses introduced new, almost crushing facts in contradiction of his, Mitya's, story. The first witness examined was Trifon Borisovich. He was not in the least abashed as he stood before the lawyers. He had, on the contrary, an air of stern and severe indignation with the accused, which gave him an appearance of truthfulness and personal dignity. He spoke little, and with reserve, waited to be questioned, answered precisely and deliberately. Firmly and unhesitatingly he bore witness that the sum spent a month before could not have been less than 3,000, that all the peasants about here would testify that they had heard the sum of 3,000 been mentioned Dmitri Fyodorovitch himself. What a lot of money he flung away on the gypsy girls alone. He wasted 1,000, I dare say, on them alone. I don't believe I gave them 500, was Mitya's gloomy comment on this. 'Tis a pity I didn't count the money at the time, but I was drunk. Mitya was sitting sideways, his back to the curtains. He listened gloomily, with a melancholy and exhausted air, as though he would say, "Oh, say what you like. It makes no difference now." "More than 1,000 went on them, Dmitri Fyodorovitch," retorted Trifon Borisovich firmly. "You flung it about at random and they picked it up. They were a rascally, thievish lot, horse stealers. They've been driven away from here. Or maybe they bear witness themselves how much they got from you. I saw the sum in your hands, myself. Counted I didn't. You didn't let me. That's true enough. But by the look of it I should say it was far more than 1,500. 1,500. Indeed, we've seen money too. We can judge of amounts. As for the sum spent yesterday, he asserted that Dmitri Fyodorovitch had told him, as soon as he arrived, that he had brought 3,000 with him. Come now, is that so, Trifon Borisovich? Replied Mitya. Surely I didn't declare so positively that I'd brought 3,000. Did say so, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. You said it before Andrei. Andrei himself is still here. Send for him. And in the hall, when you were treating the chorus, you shouted straight out that you would leave your 6,000 here. That is with what you spent before. We must understand Stepan and Semyon heard it, and Pyotr Fomitch Kalganov, too, was standing beside you at the time. Maybe he'd remember it. The evidence as the 6,000 made an extraordinary impression on the two lawyers. They were delighted with this new mode of reckoning. 3 and 3 made 6. 3,000 then, and 3 now made 6. That was clear. They questioned all the peasants suggested by Trifon Borisovich, Stepan and Semyon, the driver Andrei and Kalganov. The peasants and the driver unhesitatingly confirmed Trifon Borisovich's evidence. They noted down, with particular care, Andrei's account of the conversation he had had with Mitya on the road. "Where," says he, "am I, Dmitri Fyodorovich, going? To heaven or to hell? And shall I be forgiven in the next world or not?" The psychological epaulet Kirilovich, this with a subtle smile, and ended by recommending that these remarks as to where Dmitri Fyodorovich would go should be included in the case. Kalganov, when called, came in reluctantly, frowning and ill-humored, and he spoke to the lawyers as though he had never met them before in his life, though they were acquaintances whom he had been meeting every day for a long time past. He began by saying that he knew nothing about it and didn't he want to, but it appeared that he had heard of the 6,000, and he admitted that he had been standing close by at the moment. As far as he could see, didn't he know how much money Mitya had in his hands. He affirmed that the Poles had cheated at cards. In reply to reiterated questions, he stated that after the Poles had been turned out, Mitya's position with Agrafena Alexandrovna had certainly improved, and that she had said that she loved him. He spoke of Agrafena Alexandrovna with reserve and respect, as though she had been a lady of the best society, and did not once allow himself to call her Grushenka, in spite of the young man's obvious repugnance at giving evidence. Ippolit Kirillovich examined him at great length, and only from him learnt all the details of what made up Mitya's romance, so to say, on that night. Mitya did not once pull Kalganov up. At last they let the young man go, and he left the room with unconcealed indignation. The Poles, too, were examined. Though they had gone to bed in their room, they had not slept all night, and on the arrival of the police officers they hastily dressed and got ready, realizing that they would certainly be sent for. They gave their evidence with dignity, though not without some uneasiness. The little Pole turned out to be a retired official of the 12th class, who had served in Siberia as a veterinary surgeon. His name was Masylovich. Pan Vrublevsky turned out to be an uncertificated dentist, although Nikolay Parfenovich questions on entering the room. They both addressed their answers to Mikhail Makarovich, who was standing on one side, taking him their ignorance for the most important person and in command, and addressed him at every word as Pan Colonel. Only after several reproofs from Mikhail Makarovich himself, they grasped that they had to answers to Nikolay Parfenovich only. It turned out that they could speak Russian quite correctly except for their accent in some words. Of his relations with Grushenka, past and present, Pan Masylovich spoke proudly and warmly, so that Mitya was roused at once and declared that he would not allow the scoundrel to speak like that in his presence. Pan Masylovich at once called attention to the word scoundrel and begged that it should be put down in the protocol. Mitya fumed with rage. "He's a scoundrel. A scoundrel? You can put that down, and put down, too, that in spite of the protocol I still declare that he's a scoundrel," he cried, though Nikolay Parfenovitch did insert this in the protocol. He showed the most praiseworthy tact and management. After sternly reprimanding Mitya, he cut short all further inquiry into the romantic aspect of the case and hastened to pass to what was essential. One piece of evidence given by the Poles roused special interest in the lawyers. That was how, in that very room, Mitya had tried to buy off Pan Masylovich and had offered him 3,000 rubles to resign his claims, 700 rubles down, and the remaining 2,300 to be paid next day in the town. He had sworn at the time that he had not the whole sum with at Mokroe, but that his money was in the town. Mitya observed hotly that he had not said that he would be sure to pay him the remainder next day in the town. But Pan Vrublevsky confirmed the statement, and Mitya, after thinking for a moment, admitted, frowning, that it must have been as the Poles stated, that he had been excited at the time, and might indeed have said so. The prosecutor positively pounced on this piece of evidence. It seemed to establish for the prosecution, and they did, in fact, base this deduction on it, that half or a part of the 3,000 that had into Mitya's hands might be left somewhere hidden in the town, or even, perhaps, somewhere here in Mokroe. This would explain the circumstance so baffling for the prosecution, that only 800 rubles were to be found in Mitya's hands. This circumstance had been the one piece of evidence which, insignificant as it was, had hitherto told, to some extent, in Mitya's favor. Now this one piece of evidence in his favor had broken down. In answer to the prosecutor's inquiry, where he would have got the remaining 2,300 rubles, since he himself had denied having more than 1,500, Mitya confidently replied that he had meant to offer the little chap not money, but a formal deed of conveyance of his rights to the village of Chemashnya, those rights which he had already offered to Samsonov and Madame Hohlakov. The prosecutor powerfully smiled. The innocence of this subterfuge, and you imagine he would have accepted such a deed as a subterfuge. He certainly accept it. He certainly would have substitute 300 warmly. Why, look here. He might have grabbed not 2,000, but 4 or 6 for it. He would have put his lawyers, Poles and Jews, onto the job, and might have got not 3,000, but the whole property out of the old man. The evidence of Pan Masyailovich was, of course, entered in the protocol in the fullest detail. Then they let the Poles go. The incident of the cheating at cards was hardly touched upon. Nikolay Parfenovitch was too well pleased with them, as it was, and did want to worry them with trifles. Moreover, it was nothing but a foolish, drunken quarrel over cards. There had been drinking and disorder enough that night, so the 200 rubles remained in the pockets of the Poles. Then old Maximov was summoned. He came in timidly, approached with little steps, looking very disheveled and depressed. He had, all this time, taken refuge below with Grushenka, sitting dumbly beside her, and now and then he'd begin blubbering over her and wiping his eyes with a blue check handkerchief, as Mikhail Makarovich described afterwards, so that she herself began trying to pacify and comfort him. The old man at once confessed that he had done wrong, that he had borrowed 10 rubles in my poverty from Dmitri Fyodorovich, and that he was ready to pay it back. To Nikolay Parfenovitch's direct question, had he noticed how much money Dmitri Fyodorovich held in his hand, as he must have been able to see the sum better than anyone when he took the note from him, Maximov, in the most positive manner, declared that there was 20,000. Have you ever seen so much as 20,000 before? Then inquired Nikolay Parfenovitch with a smile. To be sure I have, not 20, but 7. When my wife mortgaged my little property, she'd only let me look at it from a distance, boasting of it to me. It was a very thick bundle, all rainbow-colored notes, and Dmitri Fyodorovitch's were all rainbow-colored. He was not kept long. At last it was Grushenka's turn. Nikolay Parfenovitch was obviously apprehensive of the effect her appearance might have on Mitya, and he muttered a few words of admonition to him. But Mitya bowed his head in silence, giving him to understand that he would not make a scene. Mikhail Makarovich himself led Grushenka. She entered with a stern and gloomy face that looked almost composed, and sat down quietly on the chair offered her by Nikolay Parfenovitch. She was very pale. She seemed to be cold, and wrapped herself closely in her magnificent black shawl. She was suffering from a slight feverish chill, the first symptom of the long illness which followed that night. Her grave air, her direct earnest look and quiet manner made a very favorable impression on everyone. Nikolay Parfenovitch was even a little bit fascinated. He admitted himself, when talking about it afterwards, that only then had he seen how handsome the woman was. For, though he had seen her several times before, he had always looked upon her as something of a provincial hetaira. She has the manners of the best society, he said enthusiastically, gossiping about her in a circle of ladies. But this was received with positive indignation by the ladies, who immediately called him a naughty man. To his great satisfaction, as she entered the room, Grushenka only glanced for an instant at Mitya, who looked at her uneasily. But her face reassured him at once. After the first inevitable inquiries and warnings, Nikolay Parfenovitch asked her, hesitating a little, but preserving the most courteous manner, on what terms she was with the retired lieutenant, Dmitri Fyodorovich Karamazov. To this Grushenka firmly and quietly replied, he was an acquaintance. He came to see me as an acquaintance during the last month. To further inquisitive questions, she answered plainly and with complete frankness that though, at times, she had thought him attractive, she had not loved him, but had won his heart as well as his old father's. In my nasty spite, that she had seen that Mitya is very jealous of Fyodor Pavlovitch and everyone else, but that had only amused her. She had never meant to go to Fyodor Pavlovitch. She had simply been laughing at him. I had no thoughts for either of them all this last month. I was expecting another man who had wronged me, but I think, she said in conclusion, that there's no need for you to inquire about that, nor for me to answer you, for that's my own affair. Nikolay Parfenovitch immediately acted upon this hint. He again dismissed romantic aspect of the case and passed to the serious one, that is, to the question of most importance concerning the 3,000 rubles. Grushenka confirmed the statement that 3,000 rubles had certainly been spent on the first carousel at Mokroe, and though she had not counted the money herself, she had heard that it was 3,000 from Dmitri Fyodorovitch's own lips. Did he tell you that alone, or before someone else? Or did you only hear him speak of it to others in your presence? The prosecutor inquired immediately, to which Grushenka replied that she had heard him say so before other people, and had heard him say so when they were alone. Did he say it to you alone once, or several times? Inquired the prosecutor, and learned that he had told Grushenka so several times. Ippolit Kirillovich was very well satisfied with this piece of evidence. Further examination elicited that Grushenka knew, too, where that money had come from, and that Dmitri Fyodorovitch had got it from Katerina Ivanovna. And did you never once hear that the money spent a month ago was not 3,000 but less, and that Dmitri Fyodorovitch had saved half that sum for his own use? No, I never heard that, answered Grushenka. It was explained further that Mitya had, on the contrary, often told her that he hadn't a farthing. He was always expecting to get some from his father, said Grushenka in conclusion. Did he never say before you, casually or in a moment of irritation, Nikolay Parfenovitch put in suddenly, that he intended to make an attempt on his father's life? Ach, he did say so, sighed Grushenka, once or several times. He mentioned it several times, always in anger. And did you believe he would do it? No, I never believed it, she answered firmly. I had faith in his noble heart. Gentlemen, allow me, cried Mitya suddenly. Allow me to say one word, Agrafena Alexandrovna, in your presence. You can speak." Nikolay Parfenovitch assented. "Agrafena Alexandrovna." Mitya got up from his chair. "Have faith in God and in me. I am not guilty of my father's murder." Having uttered these words, Mitya sat down again on his chair. Grushenka stood up and crossed herself devoutly before the icon. "Thanks be to thee, O Lord," she said, in a voice thrilled with emotion, and still standing, she turned to Nikolay Parfenovitch and added, "As he has spoken now, believe it. I know him. He'll say anything as a jokey or from obstinacy, but he'll never deceive you against his conscience. He's telling the whole truth. You may believe it. Thanks, Agrafena Alexandrovna. You've given me fresh courage." Mitya responded in a quivering voice. As to the money spent the previous day, she declared that she did not know what sum it was, but had heard him tell several people that he had 3,000 with him, and to the question where he got the money, she said that he had told her that he had stolen it from Katerina Ivanovna, and that she had replied to that he hadn't stolen, and that he must pay the money back next day. On the prosecutor's asking her emphatically where the money he said he had stolen from Katerina Ivanovna was, what he had spent yesterday, or what he had squandered here a month ago, she declared that he meant the money spent a month ago, and that was how she understood him. Grushenka was at last released, and Nikolay Parfenovitch informed her impulsively that she might at once return to the town, and that if he could be of any assistance to her, with horses for example, or if she would care for an escort, he would be. "Thank you sincerely," said Grushenka, bowing to him. "I'm going with this old gentleman. I am driving him back to town with me, and meanwhile, if you'll allow I'll wait below to hear what you decide about Dmitri Fyodorovitch." She went out. Mitya was calm, and even looked more cheerful, but only for a moment. He felt more and more oppressed by a strange physical weakness. His eyes were closing with fatigue. The examination of the witnesses was, at last, over. They proceeded to a final revision of the protocol. Mitya got up, moved from his chair to the corner by the curtain, lay down on a large chest covered with a rug, and instantly fell asleep. He had a strange dream, utterly out of keeping with the place and the time. He was driving somewhere in the steppes, where he had been stationed long ago, and a peasant was driving him in a cart with a pair of horses through snow and sleet. He was cold. It was early in November, and the snow was falling in big wet flakes, melting as soon as it touched the earth, and the peasant drove him smartly. He had a fair, long beard. He was not an old man, somewhere about 50, and he had on a grey peasant's smock. Not far off was a village. He could see the black huts, and half the huts were burnt down. There were only the charred beams sticking up, and as they drove in, there were peasant women drawn up along the road, a lot of women, a whole row, all thin and wan, with their faces a sort of brownish color, especially one at the edge, a tall, bony woman, who looked 40 but might have been only 20, with a long, thin face, and in her arms was a little baby crying, and her breasts seemed so dried up that there was not a drop of milk in them. And the child cried and held out its little bare arms, with its little fists blue from cold. "Why are they crying? Why are they crying?" Mitya asked, as they dashed gaily by. "It's the babe," answered the driver, "the babe weeping." And Mitya was struck by his saying, in his peasant way, "the babe," and he liked the peasants calling it a bug. There seemed more pity in it being. "But why is it weeping?" Mitya persisted stupidly. "Why are its little arms bare? Why don't they wrap it up? The babe's cold. Its little clothes are frozen and don't warm it. But why is it? Why?" Foolish Mitya still persisted. "Why? They're poor people, burnt out. They've no bread. They're begging because they've been burnt out." No. Mitya, as it were, still did not understand. "Tell me why it is those poor mothers stand there. Why are people poor? Why is the babe poor? Why is the step barren? Why don't they hug each other and kiss? Why don't they sing songs of joy? Why are they so dark from black misery? Why don't they feed the babe?" And he felt that, though his questions were unreasonable and senseless, yet he wanted to ask just that, and he had to ask it just in that way. And he felt that a passion of pity, such as he had never known before, was rising in his heart, that he wanted to cry, that he wanted to do something for them all, so that the babe should weep no more, so that the dark-faced, dried-up mother should not weep, that no one should shed tears again from that moment. And he wanted to do it at once, regardless of all obstacles, with all the recklessness of the Karamazovs' arm. "And I'm coming with you. I won't leave you now for the rest of my life. I'm coming with you." He heard close beside him Grushenka's tender voice, thrilling with emotion, and his heart glowed, and he struggled forward towards the light, and he longed to live, to go on and on, towards the new, beckoning light, and to hasten not at once. What? Where? He exclaimed, opening his eyes, and sitting up on the chest, as though he had revived from a swoon, smiling brightly. Nikolay Parfenovitch was standing over him, suggesting that he should hear the protocol read aloud and sign it. Mitya guessed that he had been asleep an hour or more, but he did not hear Nikolay Parfenovitch. He was suddenly struck by the fact that there was a pillow under his head, which hadn't been there when he had leant back, exhausted, on the chest. "Who, that pillow under my head, who was so kind?" he cried, with a sort of ecstatic gratitude, and tears in his voice, as though some great kindness had been shown him. He never found out who this kind man was. Perhaps one of the peasant witnesses, or Nikolay Parfenovitch's little secretary, had compassionately thought to put a pillow under his head, but his whole soul was quivering with tears. He went to the table and said that he would sign whatever they liked. "I've had a good dream, gentlemen," he said in a strange voice, with a new light, as of joy in his face. Chapter 9. They carry Mitya away. When the protocol had been signed, Nikolay Parfenovitch turned solemnly to the prisoner and read him the committal, setting forth that in such a year, on such a day, in such a place, the investigating lawyer of such and such a district court, having examined so and so, sin to wit, Mitya accused of this and of that, all the charges were carefully written out, and having considered that the accused, not pleading guilty to the charges made against him, had brought forward nothing in his defense, while the witnesses, so and so, and the circumstances such and such testify against him, acting in accordance with such and such articles of the statute book, and so on, has ruled that, in order to preclude so and so sin Mitya from all means of evading pursuit and judgment, he be detained in such and such a prison, which he hereby notifies to the accused and communicates a plea of this same committal to the deputy prosecutor, and so on. And so, in brief, Mitya was informed that he was, from that moment, a prisoner, and that he would be driven at once to the town, and there shut up in a very unpleasant place. Mitya listened attentively, and only shrugged his shoulders. "Well, gentlemen, I don't blame you. I'm ready. I understand that there's nothing else for you do." Nikolay Parfenovitch informed him gently that he would be escorted at once by the rural police officer, Mavrikyevich, who happened to be on the spot. "Stay," Mitya interrupted, suddenly, and impelled by uncontrollable feeling he pronounced, addressing all in the room, "Gentlemen, we're all cruel, we're all monsters, we all make men weep, and mothers and babes at the breast. But of all, let it be settled here, now, of all I am the lowest reptile. I've sworn to amend, and every day I've done the same filthy things. I understand now that such men as I need a blow of destiny to catch them as with a noose, and bind them by a force from without. Never should I have risen of myself, but the thunderbolt has fallen. I accept the torture of accusation, and my public shame I want to suffer, and by suffering I shall be purified. Perhaps I shall be purified, gentlemen. But listen, for the last time, I am not guilty of my father's blood. I accept my punishment, not because I killed him, but because I meant to kill him, and perhaps I really might have killed him. Still, I mean to fight it out with you. I warn you of that. I'll fight it out with you to the end, and then God will decide. Goodbye, gentlemen. Don't be vexed with me for having shouted to you during the examination. Oh, I was still such a fool. Then, in another minute I shall be a prisoner. But now, for the last time, as a free man, Dmitri Karamazov offers you his hand. Saying goodbye to you, I say it to all men. His voice quivered, and he stretched out his hand, but Nikolay Parfenovitch, who happened to stand nearest to him, with a sudden, almost nervous movement, hid his hands behind his back, Mitya instantly noticed this and started. He let his outstretched hand fall at once. "The preliminary inquiry is not yet over," Nikolay Parfenovitch faltered, somewhat embarrassed. "We will continue it in the town, and I, for my part, of course, am ready to wish you all success in your defense. As a matter of fact, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, I've always been disposed to regard you as, so to speak, more unfortunate than guilty. All of us here, if I may make bold to speak for all, we are all ready to recognize that you are, at bottom, a young man of honor. But Alice, one who has been carried away by certain passions, a somewhat excessive degree. Nikolay Parfenovitch was little frivolly majestic. By positive the time he finished speaking. It struck Mitya that in another minute this boy would take his arm, led him to another corner, and renew their conversation about girls. But many quite irrelevant and inappropriate thoughts sometimes occur even to a prisoner when he is being led out to execution. "Gentlemen, you are good, you are humane. May I see heart to say goodbye for the last time?" asked Mitya. "Certainly, but considering, in fact, now it's impossible except in the presence of—" "Oh, well, if it must be so, it must." Grushenka was brought in, but the farewell was brief and of few words, and did not at all satisfy Nikolay Parfenovitch. Grushenka made a deep bow to Mitya. "I have told you I am yours, and I will be yours. I will follow you forever, wherever they may send you. Farewell, you are guiltless, though you've been your own undoing." Her lips quivered. Tears flowed from her eyes. "Forgive me, Grusha, for my love, for ruining you too, with my love." Mitya would have said something more, but he broke off and went out. He was at once surrounded by men who kept a constant watch on him. At the bottom of the steps to which he had driven up with such a dash the day before with Andrei's 3 horses, 2 carts stood in readiness. Mavriky Mavrievich, a sturdy, thick-set man with a wrinkled face, was annoyed about something, some sudden irregularity. He was shouting angrily. He asked Mitya to get into the cart with somewhat excessive surliness. When I stood him drinks in the tavern, the man had quite a different face, thought Mitya as he got in. At the gates there was a crowd of people, peasants, women and drivers. Trifon Borisovich came down the steps too. All stared at Mitya. "Forgive me at parting, good people," Mitya shouted suddenly from the cart. "Forgive us too." He heard 2 or 3 voices. "Goodbye to you, too, Trifon Borisovich." But Trifon Borisovich did not even turn round. He was, perhaps, too busy. He, too, was shouting and fussing about something. It appeared that everything was not yet ready in the second cart, in which 2 constables were to accompany Mavriky Mavrikovich. The peasant who had been ordered to drive the second cart was pulling on his smock, stoutly maintaining that it was not his turn to go, but Aki's. But Akim was not to be seen. They ran to look for him. The peasant persisted and besought them to wait. You see what our peasants are. Mavriki Mavrikyevich, they've no shame, exclaimed Trifon Borisovich. Akim gave you 25 kopecks the day before yesterday. You've drunk it all, and now you cry out. I'm simply surprised at your good nature. With our low peasants, Mavriki Mavrikyevich. That's all I can say. But what do we want a second cart for? Mitya put in. Let's start with the one. Mavriki Mavrikyevich. I won't be unruly. I won't run away from you, old fellow. What do we want an escort for? I'll trouble you, sir, to learn how to speak to me if you've never been taught. I'm not old fellow to you, and you can keep your advice for another time. Mavriki Mavrikyevich snapped out savagely, as though glad to vent his wrath. Mitya was reduced to silence. He flushed all over. A moment later he felt suddenly very cold. The rain had ceased, but the dull sky was still overcast with clouds, and a keen wind was blowing straight in his face. I've taken a chill, thought Mitya, twitching his shoulders too. At last Mavriki Mavrikyevich too got into the cart, sat down heavily, and, as though without noticing it, squeezed Mitya into the corner. It is true that he was out of humor and greatly disliked the task that had been laid upon him. Goodbye, Trifon Borisovich. Mitya shouted again and felt himself that he had not called out this time from good nature, but involuntarily from resentment. But Trifon Borisovich stood proudly, with both hands behind his back, and staring straight at Mitya with a stern and angry face. He made no reply. Goodbye, Dmitri Fyodorovich. Goodbye. He heard all at once the voice of Kalganov, who had suddenly darted out. Running up to the cart, he held out his hand to Mitya. He had no cap on. Mitya, time to seize and press his hand. Goodbye, dear fellow. I shan't forget your generosity, he cried warmly. But the cart moved and their hands parted. The bell began ringing and Mitya was driven off. Kalganov ran back, sat down in a corner, bent his head, hid his face in his hands, and burst out crying. For a long while he sat like that, crying as though he were a little boy instead of a young man of 20. Oh, he believed almost without doubt in Mitya's guilt. What are these people? What can men be after this? He exclaimed incoherently, in bitter despondency, almost despair. At that moment he had no desire to leave. Is it worth it? Exclaimed the boy in his grief. Part V, Book 10, The Boys. Chapter 1, Kolya Krassotkin. It was the beginning of November. There had been a hard frost, 11 degrees Ilyusha, without snow, but a little dry snow had fallen on the frozen ground during the night, and a keen dry wind was lifting and blowing it along the dreary streets of our town, especially about the market-place. It was a dull morning, but the snow had ceased. Not far from the market-place, close to Plotnikov's shop, there stood a small house, very clean both without and within. It belonged to Madame Krassotkin, the widow of a former provincial secretary, who had been dead for 14 years. His widow, still a nice, looking woman of 32, was living in her neat little house on her private means. She lived in respectable seclusion. She was of a soft but fairly cheerful disposition. She was about 18 at the time of her husband's death. She had been married only a year and had just borne him a son. From the day of his death, she had devoted herself heart and soul to the bringing up of her precious treasure, her boy Kolya. Though she had loved him passionately those 14 years, he had caused her far more suffering than happiness. She had been trembling and fainting with terror almost every day, afraid he would fall ill, would catch cold, do something naughty, climb on a chair and fall off it, and so on and so on. When Kolya began going to school, the mother devoted herself to studying all the sciences with him, so as to help him and go through his lessons with him. She hastened to make the acquaintance of the teachers and their wives, even made up to Kolya's schoolfellows and fawned upon them, in the hope of thus saving Kolya from being teased, laughed at, or beaten by them. She went so far that the boys actually began to mock at him on her account and taunt him with being a mother's darling. But the boy could take his own part. He was a resolute boy, tremendously strong, as was rumored in his class, and soon proved to be the fact. He was agile, strong-willed, and of an audacious and enterprising temper. He was good at lessons, and there was a rumor in the school that he could the teacher Dardanilov at arithmetic and universal history. Though he looked down upon every one, he was a good comrade and not supercilious. He accepted his schoolfellows' respect as his due, but was friendly with them. Above all, he knew where to draw the line. He could restrain himself on occasion, and in his relations with the teachers he never overstepped that last mystic limit beyond which a prank becomes an unpardonable breach of discipline. But he was as fond of mischief on every possible occasion as the smallest boy in the school, and not so much for the sake of mischief as for creating a sensation, inventing something effective and conspicuous. He was extremely vain. He knew how to make even his mother give way to him. He was almost despotic in his control of her. She gave way to him. Oh, she had given way to him for years. The one thought unendurable to her was that her boy had no great love for her. She was always fancying that Kolya was unfeeling to her and at times dissolving into hysterical tears. She used to reproach him with his coldness. The boy disliked this, and the more demonstrations of feeling were demanded of him, the more he seemed intentionally to avoid them. Yet it was not intentional on his part but instinctive. It was his character. His mother was mistaken. He was very fond of her. He only disliked sheepish sentimentality, as he expressed it in his schoolboy language. There was a bookcase in the house containing a few books father's that had been his father's. Kolya was fond of reading and had read several of them by himself. His mother did not mind that and only wondered sometimes at seeing the boy stand for hours by the bookcase poring over a book instead of going to play, and in that way Kolya read some things unsuitable for his age. The boy, as a rule, knew where to draw the line in his mischief. He had of late begun to play pranks that caused his mother serious alarm. It is true there was nothing vicious in what he did, but a wild, mad recklessness. It happened that July, during the summer holidays, that the mother and son went to another district, 45 miles away, to spend a week with a distant relation, whose husband was an official at the railway station, the very station, the nearest one to our town, from which a month later Ivan Fyodorovich Karamazov set off for Moscow. There Kolya began by carefully investigating every detail connected with the railways, knowing that he could impress his schoolfellows when he got home with his newly acquired knowledge. But there happened to be some other boys in the place with whom he soon made friends. Some of them were living at the station, others in the neighborhood. There were 6 or 7 of them, all between 12 and 15, and 2 of them came from our town. The boys played together, and on the 4th or 5th day of Kolya's stay at the station, a mad bet was made by the foolish boys. Kolya, who was almost the youngest of the party and rather looked down upon by the others in consequence, was moved by vanity or by reckless bravado to bet that lie down between the rails at night when the 11 o'clock train was due, and would lie there without moving while the train rolled over him at full speed. It is true they made a preliminary investigation, from which it appeared that it was possible to lie so flat between the rails that the train could pass over without touching. But to lie there was no joke. Kolya maintained stoutly that he would. At first they laughed at him, called him a Ilyusha, a braggart, but that only egged him on. What piqued him most was that these boys of 15 turned up their noses at him too superciliously, and were at first disposed to treat him as small boy, not fit to associate with them, and that was an unendurable insult. And so it was resolved to go in the evening, half a mile from the station, so that the train might have time to get up full speed after leaving the station. The boys assembled. It was a pitch-dark night without a moon. At the time fixed, Kolya lay down between the rails. The 5 others who had taken the bet waited among the bushes below the embankment, their hearts beating with suspense, which was followed by alarm and reverse. At last they heard in the distance the rumble of the train leaving the station. 2 red lights gleamed out of the darkness. The monster roared as it approached. "Run! Run away from the rails!" the boys cried to Kolya from the bushes, breathless with terror. But it was too late. The train darted up and flew past. The boys rushed to Kolya. He lay without moving. They began pulling at him, lifting him up. He suddenly got up and walked away, without a word. Then he explained that he had lain there as though he were insensible to frighten them. But the fact was that he really had lost consciousness, as he confessed long after to his mother. In this way his reputation as a desperate character was established forever. He returned home to the station as white as a sheet. Next day he had a slight attack of nervous fever, but he was in high spirits and well pleased with himself. The incident did not become known at once, but when they came back to the town it penetrated to the school and even reached the ears of the masters. But then Kolya's mother hastened to entreat the masters on her boy's behalf, and in the end Dardanelov, a respected and influential teacher, exerted himself in his favor, and the affair was ignored. Dardanelov was a middle-aged bachelor who had been passionately in love with Madame Krassotkin for many years past, and had once already, about a year previously, ventured, trembling with fear and the delicacy of his sentiments, to offer her most respectfully his hand in marriage. But she refused him resolutely, feeling that to accept him would be an act of treachery to her son, though Dardanelov had, to judge from certain mysterious symptoms, reason for believing that he was not an object of aversion to the charming but too chaste and tender-hearted widow. Kolya's mad prank seemed to have broken the ice, and Dardanelov was rewarded for his intercession by a suggestion of hope. The suggestion, it is true, was a faint one, but then Dardanelov was such a paragon of purity and delicacy that it was enough for the time being to make him perfectly happy. He was fond of the boy, though he would have felt it beneath him to try and win him over, and was severe and strict with him in class. Kolya, too, kept him at a respectful distance. He learned his lessons perfectly. He was second in his class, was reserved with Dardanelov, and the whole class firmly believed that Kolya was so good at universal history that he could beat even Dardanelov. Kolya did indeed ask him the question, who founded Troy, to which Dardanelov had made a very vague reply, referring to the movements and migrations of races, to the remoteness of the period, to the mythical legends. But the question, who had founded Troy, that is, what individuals, he could not answer, and even for some reason regarded the question as idle and frivolous. But the boys remained convinced that Dardanelov did not who founded Troy. Kolya had read of the founders of Troy in Smerdyakov, whose history was among the books in his father's bookcase. In the end, all the boys became interested in the question, who it was that had founded Troy. But Krassotkin would not tell his secret, and his reputation for knowledge remained unshaken. After the incident on the railway, a certain change came over Kolya's attitude to his mother. When Anna Fyodorovna, said Madame Krassotkin, heard of her son's exploit, she almost went out of her mind with horror. She had such terrible attacks of hysterics, lasting with intervals for several days, that Kolya, seriously alarmed at last, promised on his honor that such pranks should never be repeated. He swore on his knees before the holy image, and swore by the memory of his father. At Madame Krassotkin's instance, and manly, Kolya burst into tears like a boy of 6, and all that day the mother and son were constantly rushing to each other's arms, sobbing. Next day, Kolya woke up as unfeeling as before, but he had become more silent, more modest, sterner, and more thoughtful. 6 weeks later, it is true, he got into another scrape, which even brought his name to the ears of our justice of the peace. But it was a scrape of quite another kind, amusing, foolish, and he did not, as it turned out, take the leading part in it, but was only implicated in it. But of this later. His mother still fretted and trembled, but the more uneasy she became, the greater were the hopes of Dardanelov. It must be noted that Kolya understood and divined what was in Dardanelov's heart and, of course, despised him profoundly for his feelings. He had in the past been so tactless as to show this contempt before his mother, hinting vaguely that he knew what Dardanelov was after. But from the time of the railway incident, his behavior in this respect also was changed. He did not allow himself the remotest allusion to the subject, and began to speak more respectfully of Dardanelov before his mother, which the sensitive woman at once appreciated with boundless gratitude. But at the slightest mention of Dardanelov by a visitor in Kolya's presence, she would flush as pink as a rose. At such moments Kolya would either stare out of the window scowling, or would investigate the state of his boots, or would shout angrily, for Perizvan, the big, shaggy, mangy dog, which he had picked a month before, brought home, and kept for some reason secretly indoors, not showing him to any of his schoolfellows. He bullied him frightfully, teaching him all sorts of tricks, so that the poor dog howled for him whenever he was absent at school, and when he came in, whined with delight, rushed about as if he were crazy, begged, lay down on the ground pretending to be dead, and so on. In fact, showed all the tricks he had taught him, not at the word of command, but simply from the zeal of his excited and grateful heart. I have forgotten, by the way, to mention that Kolya Krassotkin was the boy's toy stabbed with a penknife by the boy already known to the reader as the son of Captain Smerdyakov. Ilyusha had been defending his father when the schoolboys jeered at shouting the nickname Wisp of Tau. Chapter 2. Children. And so on that frosty, snowy, and windy day in November, Kolya Krassotkin was sitting at home. It was Sunday, and there was no school. It had just struck 11, and he particularly wanted to go out on very urgent business. But he was left alone in charge of the house, for it so happened that all its elder inmates were absent owing to a sudden and singular event. Madame Krassotkin had let 2 little rooms, separated from the rest of the house by a passage, to a doctor's wife with her 2 small children. This lady was the same age as Anna Fyodorovna, and a great friend of hers. Her husband, the doctor, had taken his departure 12 months before, going first to Orenburg and then to Tashkent, and for the last 6 months she had not heard a word from him. Had it not been for her friendship with Madame Krassotkin, which was some consolation to the forsaken lady, she would certainly have completely dissolved away in tears. And now, to add to her misfortunes. Katerina, her only servant, was suddenly moved the evening before to announce, to her mistress' amazement, that she proposed to bring a child into the world before morning. It seemed almost miraculous to every one that no one had noticed the probability of it before. The astounded doctor's wife decided to move Katerina while there was still time to an establishment in the town kept by a midwife for such emergencies. As she'd set great store by her servant, she promptly carried out this plan and remained there looking after her. By the morning, all Madame Krassotkin's friendly sympathy and honor called upon to render assistance and appeal to someone for help in the case. So both the ladies were absent from home. The Krassotkin's servant, Agafia, had gone out to the market, and Kolya was thus left for a time to protect and look after the kids, that is, the son and daughter of the doctor's wife, who were left alone. Kolya was not afraid of taking care of the house. Besides, he had Perezvon, who had been told to lie flat without moving under the bench in the hall. Every time Kolya, walking to and fro through the rooms, came into the hall, the dog shook his head and gave two loud and insinuating taps on the floor with his tail. But alas, the whistle did not sound to release him. Kolya looked sternly at the luckless dog, who relapsed again into obedient rigidity. The one thing that troubled Kolya was the kids. He looked, of course, with the utmost scorn on Katerina's unexpected adventure, but he was very fond of the bereaved kiddies, and had already taken them a picture book. Nastya, the elder, a girl of 8, could read, and Kostya, the boy aged 7, was very fond of being read to by her. Krassotkin could, of course, have provided more diverting entertainment for them. He could have made them stand side by side and played soldiers with them, or sent them hiding all over the house. He had done so more than once before, and was not above doing it. So much so that a report once spread at school that Krassotkin played horses with the little lodgers at home, prancing with his head on one side like a trace horse. But Krassotkin heartily parried this thrust, pointing out that to play horses with boys of one's own age, boys of 13, would certainly be disgraceful at this date, but that he did it for the sake of the kids, because he liked them, and no one had a right to call him to account for his feelings. The two kids adored him, but on this occasion he was in no mood for games. He had very important business of his own before him, something almost mysterious. Meanwhile time was passing, and Agafia, with whom he could have left the children, would not come back from market. He had several times already crossed the passage, opened the door of the lodger's room, and looked anxiously at the kids, who were sitting over the book as he had bidden them. Every time he opened the door they grinned at him, hoping he would come in and will do something delightful and amusing. But Kolya was bothered and did not go in. At last it struck 11, and he made up his mind, once for all, that if that had demmed Agafya did not come back within 10 minutes. He should go out without waiting for her, making the kids promise, of course, to be brave when he was away, not to be naughty, not to cry from fright. With this idea, he put on his wadded winter overcoat with its catskin fur collar, slung his satchel round his shoulder, and, regardless of his mother's constantly reiterated entreaties that he would always put on goloshes in such cold weather, he looked at them contemptuously as he crossed the hall and went out with only his boots on. Perezvon, seeing him in his outdoor clothes, began tapping nervously, yet vigorously, on the floor with his tail twitching all over. He even uttered a plaintive whine. But Kolya, seeing his dog's passionate excitement, decided that it was a breach of discipline, kept him for another minute under the bench, and only when he had opened the door into the passage, whistled for him. The dog leapt up like a mad creature and rushed bounding before him rapturously. Kolya opened the door to peep at the kids. They were both sitting as before at the table, not reading but warmly disputing about something. The children often argued together about various exciting problems of life, and Nastya, being the elder, always got the best of it. If Kostya did not agree with her, he almost always appealed to Kolya Krassotkin, and his verdict was regarded as infallible by both of them. This time the kids' discussion rather interested Krassotkin, and he stood still in the passage to listen. The children saw he was listening, and that made them dispute with even greater energy. "I shall never believe," Nastya prattled, "that the old women find babies among the cabbages in the kitchen garden. It's winter now, and there are no cabbages, and so the old woman couldn't have taken Katerina a daughter." Kolya whistled to himself. "Or perhaps they do bring babies from somewhere, but only to those who are married." Kostya stared at Nastya and listened, pondering profoundly. "Nastya, how silly you are," he said at last, firmly and calmly. "How can Katerina have a baby when she isn't married?" Nastya was exasperated. "You know nothing about it," she snapped irritably. "Perhaps she has a husband, only he is in prison, so now she's got a baby. But is her husband in prison?" "The matter of fact," Kostya inquired gravely. "Or, I tell you what," Nastya interrupted impulsively, completely rejecting and forgetting her first hypothesis. "She hasn't a husband. You are right there. But she wants to be married. And so she's been thinking of getting married and thinking of it till now. She's got it. That is, not a husband, but a baby." "Well, perhaps so," Kostya agreed, entirely vanquished. "But you didn't say so before, so how could I tell?" "Come, kiddies," said Kolya, stepping into the room. "You're terrible people, I see. And Perezvon with you," grinned Kostya, and began snapping his fingers and calling Perezvon. "I am in a difficulty, kids," Krassotkin began solemnly, "and you must help me. Agafya must have broken her leg, since she has not turned up till now. That's certain. I must go out. Will you let me go?" The children looked anxiously at one another. Their smiling faces showed signs of uneasiness, but they did not yet fully grasp what was expected of them. "You one be naughty while I am gone. You want to climb on the cupboard and break your legs. You want to be frightened alone and cry." A look of profound despondency came into the children's faces. "And I could show you something as a reward. A little copper cannon, which can be fired real gunpowder." The children's faces instantly brightened. "Show us the cannon," said Kostya, beaming all over. Krassotkin put his hand in his satchel, and pulling out a little bronze cannon stood it on the table. "Ah, you are bound to ask that. Look, it's on wheels." He rolled the toy on along the table. "And it can be fired off, too. It can be loaded with shot and fired off. And it could kill anyone." "It can kill anyone? You've only got to aim at anybody." And Krassotkin explained where the powder had to be put, where the shot should be rolled in, showing a tiny hole, like a touch hole, and told them that it kicked when it was fired. The children listened with intense interest. What particularly struck their imagination was that the cannon kicked. "And have you got any powder?" Nastya inquired. "Wes shall use the powder, too," she drawled with a smile of entreaty. Krassotkin dived again into his satchel and pulled out a small flask containing a little real gunpowder. He had some shot, too, in a screw of paper. He even uncorked the flask and shook a little powder into the palm of his hand. "One has to be careful. There's no fire about, or it would blow up and kill us all," Krassotkin warned them sensationally. The children gazed at the powder with an awe-stricken alarm that only intensified their enjoyment. But Kostya liked the shot better. "And does the shot burn?" he inquired. "No, it doesn't. Give me a little shot," he asked in an imploring voice. "I'll give you a little shot. Here, take it. But don't show it to your mother till I come back, or she'll be sure to think it's gunpowder, and will die of fright and give you a thrashing. Mother never does whip us." Nastya observed at once. "I know. I only said it to finish the sentence. And don't you ever deceive your mother except just this once, until I come back. And so, kiddies, can I go out? You won't be frightened and cry when I'm gone." "We shall all try," drawled Kostya, on the verge of tears already. "We shall cry." "We shall be sure to cry," Nastya chimed in with timid haste. "Oh, children, children, how fraught with peril are your years. There's no help for it. Chickens, I shall have to stay with you, I don't know how long. And time is passing, time is passing. Oh, tell Perezvan to pretend to be dead." Kostya begged. "There's no help for it. We must have recourse to Perezvan. I see. Perezvan." And Kolya began giving orders to the dog, who performed all his tricks. He was a rough-haired dog of medium size, with a coat of a sort of lilac-gray color. He was blind in his right eye, and his left ear was torn. He whined and jumped, stood and walked on his hind legs, lay on his back with his paws in the air, rigid as though he were dead. While this last performance was going on, the door opened and Agafya, Madame Krassotkin's servant, a stout woman of 40, marked with small pox, appeared in the doorway. She had come back from market and had a bag full of provisions in her hand. Holding up the bag of provisions in her left hand, she stood still to watch the dog. Though Kolya had been so anxious for her return, he did not cut short the performance, and after keeping Perezvon dead for the usual time, at last he whistled to him. The dog jumped up and began bounding about in his joy at having done his duty. Only think, a dog, Agafya observed sententiously. "Why are you late, female?" asked Krassotkin sternly. "Female, indeed. Go on with you, you brat. Wes, a brat. What is it to you if I'm late? If I'm late, you may be sure I have good reason," muttered Agafya, busying herself about the stove, without a trace of anger or displeasure in her voice. She seemed quite pleased, in fact, to enjoy a skirmish with her merry young master. "Listen, you frivolous young woman," Krassotkin began, getting up from the sofa. "Can you swear by all you hold sacred in the world, and something else besides, that you will watch vigilantly over the kids in my absence? I am going out. And what am I going to swear for? Last Agafya, I shall look after them. Without that, no, you must swear on your eternal salvation. Else I shan't go. Well, don't he then? What does it matter to me? It's cold out. Stay at home, kids." Kolya turned to the children. "This woman will stay with you till I come back, or till your mother comes, for she ought to have been back long ago. She will give you some lunch, too. You'll give them something, Agafya, won't you? That I can do. Goodbye, chickens. I go with my heart at rest. And you, Granny," he added gravely, in an undertone, as he passed Agafya, "I hope you'll spare their tender years, and not tell any of your old woman nonsense about Katerina." "Perezvon, jet along with you," retorted Agafya, really angry this time. "Ridiculous boy. You want a whipping for saying such things. That's what you want." Chapter 3. The Schoolboy. But Kolya did not hear her. At last he could go out. As he went out at the gate he looked round him, shrugged up his shoulders, and saying, "It is freezing," went straight along the street and turned off to the right towards the market-place. When he reached the last house but one before the market-place, he stopped at the gate, pulled a whistle out of his pocket, and whistled with all his might as though giving a signal. He had not to wait more than a minute before a rosy-cheeked boy of about 11, wearing a warm, neat and even stylish coat, darted out to meet him. This was Smerdyakov, a boy in the preparatory class, had 2 classes below Kolya Krassotkin, son of a well-to-do official. Apparently he was forbidden by his parents to associate with Krassotkin, who was well known to be a desperately naughty boy. So Smerdyakov was obviously slipping out on the sly. He was, if the reader has not forgotten, one of the group of boys who 2 months before had thrown stones at Ilyusha. He was the one who told Ivan Karamazov about Ilusha. "I've been waiting for you for the last hour, Krassotkin," said Smerdyakov stolidly, and the boys strode towards the marketplace. "I am late," answered Krassotkin. "I was detained by circumstances. You won't be thrashed for coming with me. Come." "I say, I'm never thrashed, and you've got Perezvan with you." "Wes, you're taking him too?"
Yes.
"Ah, if it were only Zhachka." "That's impossible. Zhachka's non-existent. Zhachka is lost in the mists of obscurity."
Ah,
"Couldn't we do this?" Smerdyakov suddenly stood still. "You see, Ilusha says that Zhachka was a shaggy, grayish, smoky-looking dog like person. Couldn't you tell him this is Zhachka, and he might believe you? Boy, shun a lie. That's one thing. Even with a good object, that's another. Above all, I hope you've not told them anything about my coming. Heaven forbid. I know what I am about." "But you won't comfort him with Perezvan," said Smerdyakov with a sigh. "You know his father, the captain, the wisp of Tau, told us that he was going to bring him a real mastiff pup with a black nose today. He thinks that would comfort Ilusha, but I doubt it. And how is Ilusha?" "Ah, he is bad, very bad. I believe he's in consumption. He is quite conscious, but his breathing's gone wrong. The other day he asked to have his boots on to be led round the room. He tried to walk, but he couldn't stand. 'I told you before, father,' he said, 'that those boots were no good. I could never walk properly in them.' He fancied it was his boots that made him stagger, but it was simply weakness, really. He won't live another week. Her Zenstube is looking after him. Now they are rich again. They've got heaps of money. They are rogues." "Who are rogues?" "Doctors and the whole crew of quacks collectively, and also, of course, individually. I don't believe in medicine. It's a useless institution. I mean to go into all that. But what's that sentimentality you've got up there? The whole class seems to be there every day." "Not the whole class. It's only 10 of our fellows who go to see him every day. There's nothing in that. What I don't understand in all this is the part that Alexei Karamazov is taking in it. His brother's going to be tried tomorrow or next day for such a crime, and yet he has so much time to spend on sentimentality with boys. There's no sentimentality about it. You are going yourself now to make it up with Ilusha." "Make it up with him? What an absurd expression, but I allow no one to analyze my actions. How pleased Ilusha will be to see you. He has no idea that you are coming. Why was it you wouldn't come all this time?" Smurov cried with sudden warmth. My dear boy, that's my business, not yours. I am going of myself, because I choose to. But you've all been hauled there by Alexei Karamazov. There's a difference, you now. And how do you now? I may not be going to make it up at all. It's a stupid expression, but it's not Karamazov at all. It's not his doing. Our fellows began going there of themselves. Of course, they went with Karamazov at first. And there's been nothing of that sort. No silliness. First one went, and then another. His father was awfully pleased to see us. You know he will simply go out of his mind if Ilusha dies. He sees that Ilusha's dying, and he seems so glad we've made it up with Ilusha. Ilusha asked after you. That was all. He just asks and says no more. His father will go out of his mind or hang himself. He behaved like a madman before. You know he is a very decent man. We made a mistake then. It's all the fault of that murderer. Who beat him then? Karamazov's a riddle to me all the same. I might have made his acquaintance long ago, but I like to have a proper pride in some cases. Besides, I have a theory about him which I must work out and verify. Kolya subsided into dignified silence. Smurov, too, was silent. Smurov, of course, worshipped Krassotkin and never dreamed of putting himself on a level with him. Now he was tremendously interested at Kolya's saying that he was going of himself to see Ilyusha. He felt that there must be some mystery in Kolya's sudden it into his head to go to him that day. They crossed the market-place, in which at that hour were many loaded wagons from the country and a great number of live fowls. The market women were selling rolls, cottons, and threads, etc., in their booths. These Sunday markets were very called fairs in the town, and there were many such fairs in the year. Przvon ran about in the wildest spirits, sniffing about first one side, then the other. When he met other dogs, they zealously smelt each other over according to the rules of canine etiquette. I like to watch such realistic scenes. Smurov, said Kolya suddenly. Have you noticed how dogs sniff at one another when they meet? It seems to be a law of their nature. Yes, it's a funny habit. No, it's not funny. You are wrong there. There's nothing funny in nature, however funny it may seem to man with his prejudices. If dogs could reason and criticize us, they'd be sure to find just as much that would be funny to them, if not far more, in the social relations of men their masters. Far more, indeed. I repeat that, because I am convinced that there is far more foolishness among yours. That's Rakitin's idea. A remarkable idea. I am a socialist. Smurov. And what is a socialist? Asked Smurov. That's when all are equal and all have property in common. There are no marriages, and everyone has any religion and laws he likes best, and all the rest of it. You are not old enough to understand that yet. It's cold, though. Yes, 12 degrees of frost. Father looked at the thermometer just now. Have you noticed, Smurov, that in the middle of winter we don't tea feel so cold even when there are 15 or 18 degrees of frost as we do now, in the beginning of winter, when there is a sudden frost of 12 degrees, especially when there is not much snow. It's because people are not used to it. Everything is habit with men. Everything, even in their social and political relations. Habit is the great motive power. What a funny-looking peasant. Kolya pointed to a tall peasant with a good-natured countenance in a long sheepskin coat, who was standing by his wagon, clapping together his hands in their shapeless leather gloves to warm them. His long fair beard was all white with frost. "That peasant's beard's frozen," Kolya cried in a loud, provocative voice as he passed. Lots of people's replying. "The peasant beards are frozen," the replied, calmly and sententiously. "Don't provoke him," observed Smerdyakov. "It's all right. He won't be cross. He's a nice fellow. Goodbye, Matvey. Goodbye. Is your name Matvey? Wes, didn't you know?" "No, I didn't." "It was a guess. You don't say so. You are a schoolboy." "Yes." "You get whipped, I expect." "Nothing to speak of. Sometimes. Does it hurt?" "Well, yes, it does. Each." "What a life!" The peasant heaved a sigh from the bottom of his heart. "Goodbye, Matvey." "Goodbye. You are a nice chap," the boys went on. "That was a nice peasant." Kolya observed to Smerdyakov, "I like talking to the peasants, and I'm always glad to them justice." "Why did you tell a lie, pretending we are thrashed?" asked Smerdyakov. "I had to say that to please him." "How do you mean?" "You know, Smerdyakov, I don't like being asked the same thing twice. I like people to understand the first word. Some things can't be explained according to a peasant's notions. Schoolboys are whipped, and must be whipped. What would a schoolboy be if he were not whipped? And if I were to tell him we are not, he'd be disappointed. But you don't understand that. One has to know how to talk to the peasants. Only don't tease them, or you'll get into another scrape, as you did about that goose. So you're afraid." "Don't laugh, Kolya. Of course I'm afraid. My father would be awfully cross. I am strictly forbidden to go out with you." "Don't be uneasy. Nothing will happen this time." "Hallo, Natasha!" he shouted to a market woman in one of the booths. "Call me Natasha. What next?" "My name is Maria," the middle-aged market woman shouted at him. "I am so glad it's Maria. Bye." "Huh? You young rascal, a brat like you to carry on so?" "I'm in a hurry. I can't stay now. You shall tell me next Sunday." Kolya waved his hand at her, as though she had attacked him, and not he her. "I've nothing to tell you next Sunday. You set upon me, you impudent young monkey." "I didn't say anything," bawled Maria. "You want a whipping, that's what you want. You saucy jackanapes." There was a roar of laughter among the other market women round her. Suddenly a man in a violent rage darted from the arcade of shops close by. He was a young man, not a native of the town, with dark, curly hair and a long, pale face marked with smallpox. He wore a long blue coat and a peaked cap, and looked like a merchant's clerk. He was in a state of stupid excitement and brandished his fist at Kolya. "I know you," he cried angrily. "I know you." Kolya stared at him. He could not recall when he could have had a row with the man, but he had been in so many rows in the street that he could hardly remember them all. "Do you?" he asked sarcastically.
I know you.
"I know you," the man repeated idiotically. "So much the better for you. Well, it's time I was going. Goodbye." "You are at your saucy pranks again," cried the man. "You are at your saucy pranks again. I know you are at it again." "It's not your business, brother, if I am at my saucy pranks again," said Kolya, standing still and scanning him. "Not my business." "No, it's not your business." "Whose then?" "Whose then?" "It's Trifon Nikitch's business, not yours." "What Trifon Nikitich?" asked the youth, staring with loutish amazement at Kolya. But still as angry as ever, Kolya scanned him gravely. "Have you been to the Church of the Ascension?" he suddenly asked him, with stern emphasis. "What Church of Ascension? What for?" "No, I haven't," said the young man, somewhat taken aback. "Do you know Sabanev?" Kolya went on even more emphatically and even more severely. "What Sabanev?" "No, I don't know him." "Well, then you can go to the devil," said Kolya, cutting short the conversation, and turning sharply to the right he strode quickly on his way as though he disdained further conversation with Dolt, who did not even know Sabanev. "Stop! Hi! What's Sabanev?" The young man recovered from his momentary stupefaction and was as excited as before. "What did he say?" He turned to the market women with a silly stare. The women laughed. "You can never tell what he's after," said one of them. "What yumpet? Young man? Sabanev is it he talking about? The young? What's talking about?" Still furious and brandishing his right arm. "It must be a Sabanev, who worked for the Kosmichevs. That's who it must be," one of the women suggested. The young man stared at her wildly. "For the Kosmichevs," repeated another woman. "But his name wasn't Trifon. His name's Kozma, not Trifon." But the boy said Trifon Nikitich. "So it can't be the same? His name is not Trifon and not Sabanev. It's Chizov," put in suddenly a third woman, who had hitherto been silent, listening gravely. "Alexey Ivanitch is his name." "Chizov Alexey Ivanitch." "Not doubt it. It's Chizov." A fourth woman emphatically confirmed the statement. The bewildered youth gazed from one to another. "But what did he ask for? What did he ask for, good people?" he cried almost in desperation. "Do you know Sabanev?" says he. "And who the devils to know who is Sabanev? You, a senseless fellow, I tell you it's not Sabaneyev, but Chizov, Alexey Ivanitch Chizov. That's who it is. One of the women shouted at him impressively. What Chizov? Who is he? Tell me. That tall, sniveling fellow who used to sit in the market in the summer. And what's your Chizov to do with me, good people? How can I tell what he's to do with you? Put in another. You ought to know yourself what you want with him, if you make such a clamour about him. He spoke to you. He did not speak to us, you stupid. Don't you really know him? Now Tichizo, devil, take Chizov, and you with him. I'll give him a hiding, that I will. He was laughing at me. Will give Chizov a hiding. More likely he will give you one. You are a fool. That's what you are. Not Chizov, not Chizov. You spiteful, mischievous woman. I'll give the boy a hiding. Catch him, catch him. He was laughing at me. The woman guffawed. But Kolya was by now a long way off, marching along with a triumphant air. Smerdyakov walked beside him, looking round at shouting group far behind. He too was in high spirits, though he was still afraid of getting into some scrape in Kolya's company. What, Sabaneyev, did you mean? He asked Kolya, foreseeing what his answer would be. How do I know? Now there'll be a hubbub among them all day. I like to stir up fools in every class of society. There's another blockhead, that peasant there. You know, they say there's no one stupider than a stupid Frenchman. But a stupid Russian shows in his face just as much. Can't you see it all over his face, that he is a fool, that peasant, eh? Let him alone, Kolya. Let's go on. Nothing could stop me, now I am once off. Hey, good morning. Peasant. A sturdy-looking peasant, with a round, simple face and grizzled beard, who was walking by, raised his head and looked at the boy. He seemed not quite sober. Good morning. If you are not laughing at me, he said deliberately in reply. And if I am, laughed Kolya. Well, a joke is a joke. Laugh away, I don't mind. There's no harm in a joke. I beg your pardon, brother. It was a joke. Well, God forgive you. Do you forgive me, too? I quite forgive you. Go along. I say, you seem a clever peasant. Cleverer than you. The peasant answered unexpectedly, with the same gravity. I doubt it, said Kolya, somewhat taken aback. It's true. Perhaps it is. It is, brother. Goodbye, peasant. Goodbye. There are all sorts of peasants, Kolya observed to Smerdyakov after a brief silence. How could I tell I had hit on a clever one? I am always ready to recognize intelligence in the peasantry. In the distance, the cathedral clock struck 11:30. The boys made haste, and they walked as far Captain Smerdyakov's lodging, a considerable distance. Quickly and almost in silence, 20 paces from the house stopped and told Smerdyakov to go on ahead and ask Karamazov to come out to him bit first. One must sniff round, observe. Why, to come We ask him to Smurov protout. Smurov protested. You go in. They will be awfully glad to see you. What's the sense of making friends in the frost out here? I know why I want to see him out here in the frost. Kolya cut him short in the heel of Tony. Boys and Smov ran till with, and a spotic of adopting bidith. It was fond. The dismal frost. Chapter The Lost Dog. The Kolya leaned against the fence with an air of dignity, waiting for Ilyusha to appear. Yes, he had long wanted to meet him. He had heard a great deal about him from the boys, but hitherto he had always maintained an appearance of disdainful indifference when he was mentioned, and he had even criticized what he heard about Ilyusha, but secretly he had a great longing to make his acquaintance. There was something sympathetic and attractive in all he was told about Ilyusha. So the present moment was important. To begin with, he had to show himself at his best, to show his independence. Or he'll think of me as 13 and take me for a boy, like the rest of them. And what are these boys to him? I shall ask him when I get to know him. It's a pity I am so short, though. Tuzikov is younger than I am, yet he is half a head taller, but I have a clever face. I am not good looking. I know I'm hideous, but I've a clever face. I mustn't talk too freely if I fall into his arms all at once. He may think, Tifu, how horrible if he should think. Such were the thoughts that excited Kolya, while he was doing his utmost to assume the most independent air. What distressed him most was his being so short. He did not mind so much his hideous face as being so short. On the wall in a corner at home he had the before Mayday mark pencil to show his height, and every 2 months since he anxiously measured himself against it to see how much he had gained. But alas, he grew very slowly, and this sometimes reduced him almost to despair. His face was in reality by no means hideous. On the contrary, it was rather attractive, with a fair, pale skin, freckled. His small, lively grey eyes had a fearless look, and often glowed with feeling. He had rather high cheekbones, small, very red, but not very thick lips. His nose was small and unmistakably turned up. Very regular pug nose. A regular pug nose, Kolya used to mutter to himself when he looked in the looking-glass, and he always left it with indignation. But perhaps I haven't got a clever face, he sometimes thought, doubtful even of that. But it must not be supposed that his mind was preoccupied with his face and his height. On the contrary, however bitter the moments before the looking-glass were to him, he quickly forgot them, and forgot them for a long time, abandoning himself entirely to ideas and to real life, as he formulated it to himself. Ilyusha came out quickly and hastened up to Kolya. Before he reached him, Kolya could see that he looked delighted. Shan't he be so glad to see me? Kolya wondered, feeling pleased. We may note here, in passing, that Ilyusha's appearance had undergone a complete change since we saw him last. He had abandoned his cassock and was wearing now a well-cut coat, a soft, round hat, and his hair had been cropped short. All this was very becoming to him, and he looked quite handsome. His charming face always had a good, humored expression, but there was a gentleness and serenity in his good humor. To Kolya's surprise, Ilyusha came out to him just as he was, without an overcoat. He had evidently come in haste. He held out his hand to Kolya at once. "Here you are at last. How anxious we've been to see you. There were reasons, which you shall know directly. Anyway, I am glad to make your acquaintance. I've long been hoping for an opportunity, and have heard a great deal about you." Kolya muttered, a little breathless. We should have met anyway. "I've heard a great deal about you too, but you've been a long time coming. Here, tell me, how are things going? Ilusha is very ill. He is certainly dying." "How awful. You must admit that medicine is a fraud." "Karamazov," cried Leo warmly, "Ilusha has mentioned you often. Very often, even in his sleep, in delirium, you know. One can see that you used to be very, very dear to him before the incident with the knife. Then there's another reason. Tell me, is that your dog?"
Yes.
"Perezvan, not Chachka." Ilyusha looked at Kolya with eyes full of pity. "Is she lost forever?" "I know you would all like it to be Chachka. I've heard all about it." Kolya smiled mysteriously. "Listen, Karamazov, I'll tell you all about it. That's what I came for. That's what I asked you to come out here for. To explain the whole episode to you before we go in." He began with animation. "You see, Karamazov, Ilyusha came into the preparatory class last spring. Well, you know what our preparatory class is. A lot of small boys. They began teasing Ilyusha at once. I am 2 classes higher up, and of course, I only look on at them from a distance. I saw the boy was weak and small, but he wouldn't have given to them. He fought with them. I saw he was proud, and his eyes were full of fire. I like children like that. And they teased him all the more. The worst of it was he was horribly dressed at the time. His breeches were too small for him, and there were holes in his boots. They worried him about it. They jeered at him, that I can't stand. I stood up for him at once, and gave it to them hot. I beat them, but they adore me. Do you know, Karamazov?" Kolya boasted impulsively. "But I am always fond of children. I've 2 chickens in my hands at home now. That's what detained me today. So they left off beating Ilyusha, and I took him under my protection. I saw the boy was proud. I tell you that. The boy was proud. But in the end he became slavishly devoted to me. He did my slightest bidding. Obeyed me as though I were God. Tried to copy me. In the intervals between the classes he used to run to me at once, and I'd go about with him. On Sundays, too. They always laugh when an older boy makes friends with a younger one like that. But that's a prejudice. If it's my fancy, that's enough. I am teaching him, developing him. Why shouldn't I develop him, if I like him? Here you, Karamazov, have taken up with all these nestlings. I see you want to influence the younger generation, to develop them, to be of use to them. And I assure you this trait in your character, which I knew by hearsay, attracted me more than anything. Let us get to the point, though. I noticed that there was a sort of softness and sentimentality coming over the boy, and you know I have a positive hatred of this sheepish sentimentality, and I have had it from a baby. There were contradictions in him, too. He was proud, but he was slavishly devoted to me, and yet all at once his eyes would flash and he'd refuse to agree with me. He'd argue, fly into a rage. I used sometimes to propound certain ideas. I could see that it was not so much that he disagreed with the ideas, but that he was simply rebelling against me because I was cool in responding to his endearments. And so, in order to train him properly, the tenderer he was, the colder I became. I did it on purpose. That was my idea. My object was to form his character, to lick him into shape, to make a man of him. And besides, no doubt, you understand me at a word. Suddenly I noticed for 3 days in succession he was downcast and dejected, not because of my coldness, but for something else, something more important. I wondered what the tragedy was. I have pumped him and found out that he had somehow got to know Smerdyakov, who was footman to your late father. It was before his death, of course, and he taught the little fool a silly trick. That is, a brutal, nasty trick. He told him to take a piece of bread, to stick a pin in it, and throw it to one of those hungry dogs who snap up anything without biting it, and then to watch and see what would happen. So they prepared a piece of bread like that and threw it to Zhutchka, that shaggy dog there's been such a fuss about. The people of the house it belonged to never fed it at all, though it barked all day. Said, "Do you like that stupid barking, Karamazov? I can't stand it." So it rushed at the bread, swallowed it, and began to squeal. It turned round and ran away, squealing as it ran out of sight. That was Ilusha's own account of it. He confessed it to me and cried bitterly. He hugged me, shaking all over. He kept on repeating, "He ran away squealing." The sight of that haunted him. He was tormented by remorse. I could see that. I took it seriously. I determined to give him a lesson for other things as well. So I must confess I was quite straightforward, and pretended to be more indignant perhaps than I was. "You've done a nasty thing," I said. "You are a scoundrel. I won't tell of it, of course, but I shall have nothing more to do with you for a time. I'll think it over and let you know through Smurov. That's the boy who's just come with me. He's always ready to do anything for Mick. Whether I will have anything to do with you in the future or whether I give you up for good as a scoundrel." He was tremendously upset. I must own I felt I'd gone too far as I spoke, but there was no help for it. I did what I thought best at the time. A day or two after, I sent Smurov to tell him that I would not speak to him again. That's what we call it when two schoolfellows refuse to have anything more to do with one another. Secretly, I only meant to send him to Coventry for a few days, and then, if I saw signs of repentance, to hold out my hand to him again. That was my intention. But what do you think happened? He heard Smerov's message. His eyes flashed. "Tell Krassotkin from me," he cried, "that I will throw bread with pins to all the dogs, all of them. So he's going in for a little temper. We must smoke it out of him." And I began to treat him with contempt. Whenever I met him, I turned away or smiled sarcastically. And just then that affair with his father happened. You remember, you must realize that he was fearfully worked up by what had happened already. The boys, seeing I'd given him up, set on him and taunted him, shouting, "Wisp of Tau, wisp of Tau," and he had soon regular skirmishes with them, which I am very sorry for. They seem to have given him one bad beating. One day he flew at them all as they were coming out of school. I stood a few yards off, looking on, and I swear I don't remember that I laughed. It was quite the other way. I felt awfully sorry for him. In another minute I would have run up to take his part. But he suddenly met my eyes. I don't know what he fancied, but he pulled out a penknife, rushed at me, and struck at my thigh, here in my right leg. Didn't he move? I don't mind owning I am plucky sometimes, Karamazov. I simply looked at him contemptuously, as though say, "This is how you repay all my kindness. Do it again, if you like. I'm at your service." But he didn't. He stabbed me again. He broke down. He was frightened at what he had done. He threw away the knife, burst out crying, and ran away. I did not sneak on him, of course, and I made them all keep quiet, so it shouldn't come to ears of the masters. I didn't even tell my mother till it had healed up, and the wound was a mere scratch. And then I heard that the same day he'd been throwing stones and had bitten your finger. But you understand now what a state he was in. Well, it can't be helped. It was stupid of me not to come and forgive him. That is, to make it up with him when he was taken ill. I am sorry for it now, but I had a special reason. So now I've told you all about it. But I'm afraid it was stupid of me. "Oh, what a pity," exclaimed Ilyusha, with feeling, "that I didn't know before what terms you were on with him, or I'd have come to you long ago to beg you to go him with me. Would you believe it? When he was feverish, he talked about you in delirium. I didn't know how much you were to him, and you've really not succeeded in finding that dog. His father and the boys have been hunting all over the town for it. Would you believe it, since he's been ill? I've 3 times heard him repeat with tears, 'It's because I killed Jachka, Father, that I am ill now. God is punishing me for it.' He can't get that idea out of his head, and if the dog were found and proved to be alive, one might almost fancy the joy would cure him. We have all rested our hopes on you. Tell me, what made you hope that I should be the one to find him?" Kolya asked, with great curiosity. What did you reckon on me rather than anyone else? That was a report that you were looking for the dog, and that you would bring it when you'd found it. Smerdyakov said something of the sort. We've all been trying to persuade Ilyusha that the dog is alive, that it's been Shane. The boys brought him a live hare. He just looked at it with a faint smile and asked them to set it free in the fields. And so we did. His father has just this moment come back, bringing him Mastiff Pup, hoping to comfort him with that. But I think it only makes it worse. Tell me, Karamazov, what sort of man is the father? I know him, but what do you make of him? Mountebank? A buffoon? No, there are people of deep feeling who have been somehow crushed. Buffoonery in them is a form of resentful irony against those to whom they daren't speak the truth, from having been for years humiliated and intimidated by them. Believe me, Krassotkin, that sort of buffoonery is sometimes tragic in the extreme. His whole life now is centered in Ilusha, and if Ilusha dies, he will either go mad with grief or kill himself. I feel almost certain of that when I look at him now. I understand you, Karamazov. I see you understand human nature, Kolya added, with feeling. And as soon as I saw you with a dog, I thought it was Zhuchka you were bringing. Wait a bit, Karamazov. Perhaps we shall find it yet. But this is Perezvan. I'll let him go in now, and perhaps it will amuse Ilyusha more than the Mastiff Pup. Bit Karamazov, you will know something in a minute. But, I say, I am keeping you here. Kolya cried suddenly. You've no overcoat on in this bitter cold. You see what an egoist I am. Oh, we are all egoists, Karamazov. Don't trouble. It is cold, but I don't often catch cold. Let us go in, though, and, by the way, what is your name? I know you are called Kolya, but what else? Nikolai Ivanovich Krassotkin, or, as they say in official documents, Krassotkin's son. Kolya laughed for some reason, but added suddenly, Of course I hate name Nikolai. What so? So? It's so trivial, so ordinary. You are 13. Asked Ilyusha. No, 14. That is, I shall be 14 very soon, in a fortnight. I'll confess one weakness of mine, Karamazov, just to you, since it's our first meeting, so that you may understand my character at once. I hate being asked my age. More than that, and in fact, there's a libelous story going about me, that last week I played robbers with the preparatory boys. It's a fact that I did play with them, but it's a perfect libel. To say I did it for my own amusement. I have reasons for believing that you've heard the story, but I wasn't playing for my own amusement. It was for the sake of the children, because they couldn't think of anything do by themselves. But they've always got some silly tale. This is an awful town for gossip, I can tell you. But what if you had been playing for your own amusement? What's the harm? Come, I say, for my own amusement. You don't play horses, do you? But you must look at it like this. said Ilyusha, smiling. Grown-up people go to the theater, and there the adventures of all sorts of heroes are represented. Sometimes there are robbers and battles, too, and isn't that just the same thing in a different form, of course? And young people's games of soldiers or robbers in their playtime are also art in its first stage. You know, they spring from the growing artistic instincts of the young, and sometimes these games are much better than performances in the theater. The only difference is that people go there to look at the actors, while in these games the young people are the actors themselves. But that's only natural. You think so? Is that your idea? Kolya looked at him intently. Oh, you know, that's rather an interesting view. When I go home, I'll think it over. I'll admit I thought I might learn something from you. I've come to learn of you, Karamazov, Kolya concluded in a voice full of spontaneous feeling. And I of you, said Ilyusha, smiling and pressing his hand. Kolya was much with Ilyusha. What struck him most was that he treated him exactly like an equal and that he talked to him just as if he were quite grown up. I'll show you something directly, Karamazov. It's a theatrical performance, too, he said, laughing nervously. That's why I've come. Let's go first to the people of the house on the left. All the boys leave their coats in there because the room is small and hot. Oh, I'm only coming in for a minute. I'll keep on my overcoat. Perezvon will stay here in the passage and be dead. I'll ICC Perezvon lay down and be dead. You see how he's dead. I'll go in first and explore. Then I'll whistle to him when I think fit, and you will see he'll dash in like mad. Only Smurov must not forget to open the door at the moment. I'll arrange it all, and you'll see something. Chapter 5. By Ilusha's bedside. The room inhabited by the family of the retired Captain Smerdyakov is already familiar to the reader. It was close and crowded at that moment with a number of visitors. Several boys were sitting with Ilusha, and though all of them, like Smurov, were prepared to deny that it was Ilyusha who had brought them and reconciled them with Ilusha, it was really the fact. All the art he had used had been to take them, one by one, to Ilusha, without sheepish sentimentality, appearing to do so casually and without design. It was a great consolation to Ilusha in his suffering. He was greatly touched by seeing the almost tender affection and sympathy shown him by these boys, who had been his enemies. Krassotkin was the only one missing, and his absence was a heavy load on Ilusha's heart. Perhaps the bitterest of all his bitter memories was his stabbing Krassotkin, who had been his one friend and protector. Clever little Smurov, who was the first to make it up with Ilusha, thought it was so. But when Smurov hinted to Krassotkin that Ilyusha wanted to come and see him about something, the latter cut him short, bidding Smurov tell Karamazov at once that he knew best what to do, that he wanted no one's advice, and that if he went to see Ilusha, he would choose his own time, for he had his own reasons. That was a fortnight before this Sunday. That was why Ilyusha had not been to see him, as he had meant to. But though he waited, he sent Smerdyakov to him twice again. Both times Krassotkin met him with a curt, impatient refusal, sending Ilyusha a message not to bother him any more. That if he came himself, he, Krassotkin, would not go to Ilusha at all. Up to the very last day, Smerdyakov did not know that Kolya meant to go to Ilusha that morning, and only the evening before, as he parted from Smerdyakov, Kolya abruptly told him to wait home for him next morning, for he would go with him to the Smerdyakov, but warned him on no account to say he was coming, as he wanted to drop in casually. Smerdyakov obeyed. Smerdyakov's fancy that Kolya would bring back the lost dog was based on the words Kolya had dropped that they must be asses not to find the dog if it was alive. When Smerdyakov, waiting for an opportunity, timidly hinted at his guess about the dog, Krassotkin flew into a violent rage. "I'm not such an ass as to go hunting about the town for other people's dogs, when I've got dog of my own, and how can you imagine a dog be alive after swallowing a pin? Sheepish sentimentality, that's what it is. For the last fortnight, Ilusha had not left his little bed under the icons in the corner. He had not been to school since the day he met Ilyusha and bit his finger. He was taken ill the same day, though for a month afterwards he was sometimes able to get up and walk about the room and passage. But latterly he had become so weak that he could not move without help from his father. His father was terribly concerned about him. He even gave up drinking and was almost crazy with terror that his boy would die. And often, especially after leading him round the room on his arm and putting him back to bed, he would run to a dark corner in the passage and, leaning his head against the wall, he would break into paroxysms of violent weeping, stifling his sobs that they might not be heard by Ilusha. Returning to the room, he would usually begin doing something to amuse and comfort his precious boy. He would tell him stories, funny anecdotes, or would mimic comic people he had happened to meet, even imitate the howls and cries of animals. But Ilusha could not bear to see his father fooling and playing the buffoon. Though the boy tried not to show how he disliked it, he saw with an aching heart that his father was an object of contempt, and he was continually haunted by the memory of the VIII of Tau. And that terrible day, Nina, Ilusha's gentle, crippled sister, did not like her father's buffoonery either. Varvara had been gone for some time past to Petersburg to study at the university, but the half-imbecile mother was greatly diverted and laughed heartily when her husband began capering about or performing something. It was the only way she could be amused. All the rest of the time she was grumbling and complaining that now every one had forgotten her, that no one treated her with respect, that she was slighted, and so on. But during the last few days, she had completely changed. She began looking constantly at Ilusha's bed in the corner and seemed lost in thought. she was more silent, quieter, and if she cried quietly so as not to be heard. The captain noticed the change in her with mournful perplexity. The boys' visits at first only angered her, but later on their merry shouts and stories began to divert her, and at last she liked them so much that, if the boys had given up coming, she would have felt dreary without them. When the children told some story or played a game, she laughed and clapped her hands. She called some of them to her and kissed them. She was particularly fond of Smurov. As for the captain, the presence in his room of the children, who came to cheer up Ilusha, filled his heart from the first with ecstatic joy. He even hoped that Ilusha would now get over his depression, and that would hasten his recovery. In spite of his alarm about Ilusha, he had not, till lately, felt 1 minute doubt of his boy's ultimate recovery. He met his little visitors with homage, waited upon them hand and foot. He was ready to be their horse, and even began letting them ride on his back. But Ilusha did not like the game, and it was given up. He began buying little things for them, gingerbread and nuts, gave them tea and cut them sandwiches. It must be noted that all this time he had plenty of money. He had taken the 200 rubles from Katerina Ivanovna, just as Ilyusha had predicted he would. And afterwards Katerina Ivanovna, learning more about their circumstances and Ilusha's illness, visited them herself, made the acquaintance of the family, and succeeded in fascinating the half-imbecile mother. Since then, she had been lavish in helping them, and the captain, terror-stricken at the thought that his boy might be dying, forgot his pride and humbly accepted her assistance. All this time Dr. Herzenstube, who was called in by Katerina Ivanovna, came punctually every other day, but little was gained by his visits, and he dosed the invalid mercilessly. But on that Sunday morning a new doctor was expected, who had come from Moscow, where he had a great reputation. Katerina Ivanovna had sent for him from Moscow at great expense, not expressly for Ilusha, but for another object, which more will be said in its place hereafter. But as he had come, she had asked him to see Ilusha as well, and the captain being told to expect him. He hadn't the slightest idea that Kolya Krassotkin was coming, though he had long wished for a visit from the boy for whom Ilusha was fretting. At the moment when Krassotkin opened the door and came into the room, the captain and all the boys were round Ilusha's bed, looking at a teeny mastiff pup, which had only been born the day before, though the captain had bespoken it a week ago to comfort and amuse Ilusha, who was still fretting over the lost and probably dead Jachka. Ilusha, who had heard 3 days before that he was to be presented with a puppy, not an ordinary puppy, but a pedigree mastiff, a very important point, of course, tried from delicacy of feeling to pretend that he was pleased. But his father and the boys could not help seeing that the puppy only served to recall to his little heart the thought of the unhappy dog he had killed. The puppy lay beside him feebly moving, and he, smiling sadly, stroked it with his thin, pale, wasted hand. Clearly he liked the puppy, but it wasn't Zhachka. If he could have had Zhachka, and the puppy too, then he would have been completely happy. Krassotkin, cried one of the boys suddenly. He was the first to see him come in. Krassotkin's entrance made a general sensation. The boys moved away and stood on each side of the bed, so that he could get a full view of Ilyusha. The captain ran eagerly to meet Kolya. "Please come in." "You are welcome," he said hurriedly. "Ilyusha, Misha, Krassotkin has come to see you." But Krassotkin, shaking hands with him hurriedly, instantly showed his complete knowledge of the manners of good society. He turned first to the captain's wife sitting in her armchair, who was very ill, humoured at the moment, and was grumbling that the boys stood between her and Ilyusha as bed and did not let her see the new puppy. With the greatest courtesy he made her a bow, scraping his foot, and turning to Nina, he made her, as the only other lady present, a similar bow. This polite behavior made an extremely favorable impression on the deranged lady. "Thea, you can see at once he is a young that has been well brought up," she commented aloud, throwing up her hands. "But as for our other visitors, they come in one on the top of another." "How do you mean, Mama?" "One on the top of another. How is that?" muttered the captain affectionately, though a little anxious on her account. "That's how they ride in. They get on each other's shoulders in the passage and prance in like that on a respectable family. Strange sort of visitors. But who's come in like that, Mama?" "Why, that boy came in riding on that one's back and this one on that one's." Kolya was already by Ilusha's bedside. The sick boy turned visibly paler. He raised himself in the bed and looked intently at Kolya. Kolya had not seen his little friend for 2 months, and he was overwhelmed at the sight of him. He had never imagined that he would see such a wasted, yellow face, such enormous, feverishly glowing eyes, and such thin little hands. He saw, with grieved surprise, Ilusha's rapid, hard breathing and dry lips. He stepped close to him, held out his hand, and almost overwhelmed, he said, "Well, old man, how are you?" But his voice failed him. He couldn't achieve an appearance of ease. His face suddenly twitched and the corners of his mouth quivered. Ilusha smiled, a pitiful little smile, still unable to utter a word. Something moved Kolya to raise his hand and pass it over Ilusha's hair. "Never mind," he murmured softly to him to cheer him up, or perhaps not knowing why he said it. For a minute they were silent again. "Hello? So you've got a new puppy?" Kolya said suddenly, in a most callous voice. "What is?" answered Ilusha in a long whisper, gasping for breath. "A black nose. That means he'll be fierce, a good house dog," Kolya observed gravely and stolidly, as if the only thing he cared about was the puppy and its black nose. But in reality he still had to, he could most control his feelings not to burst out, crying like a child, and do what he would, he could not control it. When it grows up, you'll have to keep it on the chain, I'm sure. Be a huge dog, cried one of the boys. Of course he will. A mastiff, like this, big as, shouted Smerdyakov. Big as, shouted several voices. Arge, as a real calf, chimed in the captain. I got one like that on purpose, one of the fiercest breed, and his parents huge and very fierce. They stand as high as this, from the floor. Sit down here, on Ilusha's bed, or here on the bench. You are welcome. We've been hoping to see you a long time. You were so kind as to come with Alexey Fyodorovitch. Krassotkin sat on the edge of the bed, at Ilusha's feet. Though he had perhaps prepared a free and easy opening for the conversation on his way, now he completely lost the thread of it. No, I came with Perezvon. I've got a dog now, called Perezvon, a Slavonic name. He's out there. If I whistle, he'll run in. I've brought a dog, too, he said, addressing Ilyusha all at once. Do you remember Zhachka? Old man. He suddenly fired the question at him. Ilyusha's little face quivered. He looked with an agonized expression at Kolya. Ilyusha, standing at the door, frowned and signed to Kolya not to speak of Zhachka, but he did not or would not notice. Is Zhachka? Ilyusha asked in a broken voice. Well, my boy, your Zhachka's lost and done for. Ilyusha did not speak, but he fixed an intent gaze once more on Kolya. Ilyusha, catching Kolya's eye, signed to him vigorously again, but he turned away his eyes, pretending not to have noticed. It must have run away and died somewhere. It must have died after a meal like that, Kolya pronounced pitilessly, though he seemed a little breathless. But I've got a dog, Perezvon, a Slavonic name. I've brought him to show you. I don't want him, said Ilyusha suddenly. No, you really must see him. It will amuse you. I brought him on purpose. He's the same sort of shaggy dog. You allow me to call in my dog, madam. He suddenly addressed Madame Smerdyakov with inexplicable excitement in his manner. I don't want him. I don't want him, cried Ilyusha, with a mournful break in his voice. There was a reproachful light in his eyes. You'd better. The captain started up from the chest by the wall on which he had just sat down. You'd better. Another time, he muttered, but Kolya could not be restrained. He hurriedly shouted to Smurov, "Open the door," and as soon as it was open, he blew his whistle. Perezvon dashed headlong into the room. Jump, Perezvon, beg, shouted Kolya, jumping up, and the dog stood erect on its hinds by Ilusha's bedside. What followed was a surprise to everyone. Ilusha started, lurched violently forward, bent over Perezvon, and gazed at him, faint with suspense. It's Zhachka, he cried suddenly, in a voice breaking with joy and suffering. And who did you think it was? Krassotkin shouted with all his might, in a ringing, happy voice, and bending down he seized the dog and lifted him up to Ilusha. "Look, old man, you see blind of one eye, and the left ear is torn, just the marks you described to me. It was by that I found him. I found him directly. He did not belong to anyone," he explained, turning quickly to the captain, to his wife, to Ilyusha, and then again to Ilusha. "He used to live in the Fedotovs' backyard. Though he made his home there, they did not feed him. He was a stray dog that had run away from the village. I found him. You see, old man, he couldn't have swallowed what you gave him. If he had, he must have died. He must have, so he must have spat it out, since he is alive. You did not see him do it, but the pin pricked his tongue. That is why he squealed. He ran away squealing, and you thought he'd swallowed it. He might well squeal, because the skin of dogs' mouths is so tender, tenderer than in men, much tenderer." Kolya cried impetuously, his face glowing and radiant with delight. Ilusha could not speak. White as a sheet, he gazed open-mouthed at Kolya, with his great eyes almost starting out of his head. And if Krassotkin, who had no suspicion of it, had known what a disastrous and fatal effect such a moment might have on the sick child's health, nothing would have induced him to play such a trick on him. But Ilyusha was perhaps the only person in the room who realized it. As for the captain, he behaved like a small child. "Jachka! It's Jachka!" he cried in a blissful voice. "Ilusha, this is Jachka? Your Jachka? Mama, this is Jachka." He was almost weeping. "And I never guessed," cried Smerdyakov regretfully. "Bravo, Krassotkin. I said he'd find the dog, and here he's found him." He's found him," another boy repeated gleefully. "Krassotkin's a brick," cried a third voice. "He's a brick. He's a brick. He's a brick," cried the other boys, and they began clapping. Wait. Krassotkin did his utmost to shout above them all. "I'll tell you how it happened. That's the whole point. I found him. I took him home and hid him at once. I kept him locked up at home, and did not show him to anyone till today. Only Smerdyakov has known for the last fortnight, but I assured him this dog was called Perezvan, and he did not guess. And meanwhile I taught the dog all sorts of tricks. You should only see all the things he can do. I trained him so as to bring you a well-trained dog in good condition, old man, so as to be able to say to you, 'See, old man, what a fine dog your Jachka is now. Haven't you a bit of meat? He'll show you a trick that will make you die with laughing. A piece of meat. Haven't you got any?' The captain ran across the passage to the landlady, where their cooking was done. Not to lose precious time, Kolya, in desperate haste, shouted to Perezvan, 'Dead!' And the dog immediately turned round and lay on his back with its fore paws in the air. The boys laughed. Ilusha looked on with the same suffering smile. But the person most delighted with the dog's performance was Mama. She laughed at the dog and began snapping her fingers and calling it Perezvan, Perezvan. Nothing will make him get up. Nothing. Kolya cried triumphantly, proud of his success. He won't move for all the shouting in the world. But if I call to him, he'll jump up in a minute. I see, Perezvon. The dog leapt up and bounded about, whining with delight. The captain ran back with a piece of cooked beef. Is it hot? Kolya inquired hurriedly, with a business-like air, taking the meat. Dogs don't like hot things. No. It's all right. Look, everybody. Look, Ilusha. Look, old man. Why aren't you looking? He does not look at him. Now I brought him. The new trick consisted in making the dog stand motionless, with his nose out, and putting a tempting morsel of meat just on his nose. The luckless dog had to stand without moving, with the meat on his nose, as long as his master chose to keep him. Without a movement, perhaps for half an hour. But he kept Perezvon only for a brief moment. Paid for, cried Kolya, and the meat passed in a flash from the dog's nose to his mouth. The audience, of course, expressed enthusiasm and surprise. Can you really have put off coming all this time simply to train the dog? Exclaimed Ilyusha, with an involuntary note of reproach in his voice. Simply for that, answered Kolya, with perfect simplicity. I wanted to show him in all his glory. Perezvon, called Ilusha suddenly, snapping his thin fingers and beckoning to the dog. What is it? Let him jump up on the bed, I see. Perezvon. Kolya slapped the bed and Perezvon darted up by Ilusha. The boy threw both arms round his head and Perezvon instantly licked his cheek. Ilusha crept close to him, stretched himself out in bed and hid his face in the dog's shaggy coat. Dear, dear, kept exclaiming the captain. Kolya sat down again on the edge of the bed. Ilusha, I can show you another trick. I've brought you a little cannon. You remember, I told you about it before, and you said how much you'd like to see it. Well, here, I've brought it to you. And Kolya hurriedly pulled out of his satchel the little bronze cannon. He hurried because he was happy himself. Another time he would have waited till the sensation made by Perezvon had passed off. Now he hurried on regardless of all consideration. You are all happy now, he felt, so here's something to make you happier. He was perfectly enchanted himself. I've been coveting this thing for a long while. It's for you, old man, it's for you. It belonged to Morozov. It was no use to him. He had it from his brother. I swapped a book from father's bookcase for a kinsman of homage or salutary folly. A scandalous book published in Moscow 100 years ago, before they had any censorship. And Morozov has a taste for such things. He was grateful to me, too. Kolya held the cannon in his hand, then so all could see and admire it. Ilusha raised himself, and, with his right arm still round the dog, he gazed enchanted at the toy. The sensation was even greater when Kolya announced that he had gunpowder too, and that it could be fired off at once if it won't alarm the ladies. Mama immediately asked to look at the toy. closer and her request was granted. She was much pleased with the little bronze cannon on wheels and began rolling it to and fro on her lap. She readily gave permission for the cannon to be fired, without any idea of what she had been asked. Kolya showed the powder and the shot. The captain, as a military man, undertook to load it. Putting a minute quantity of powder, he asked that the shot might be put off till another time. The cannon was put on the floor, aiming towards an empty part of the room. 3 grains of powder were thrust into the touch hole, and a match was put to it. A magnificent explosion followed. Mama was startled, but at once laughed with delight. The boys gazed in speechless triumph. But the captain, looking at Ilyusha, was more enchanted than any of them. Kolya picked up the cannon and immediately presented it to Ilusha, together with the powder and the shot. "I got it for you. I've been keeping it for you a long time," he repeated once more in his delight. "Oh, give it to me." "No, give me the cannon," Mama began begging like a little child. Her face showed a piteous fear that she would not get it. Kolya was disconcerted. The captain fidgeted uneasily. "Mama, Mama!" He ran to her. "The cannon's yours, of course, but let Ilusha have it, because it's a present to him. But it's just good as yours. Ilusha will always let you play with it. It shall belong to both of you." "No, I don't want it to belong to both of us. I want it to be mine altogether, not Ilusha's," persisted Mama, on the point of tears. "Take it, hither, keep it," Ilusha cried. "Krassotkin, may I give it to my mother?" He turned to Krassotkin with an imploring face, as though he were afraid he might be offended at his giving his present to someone else. "Of course you may." Krassotkin assented heartily, and taking the cannon from Ilusha, he handed it himself to Mama with a polite bow. She was so touched that she cried, "Ilusha, darling, he's the one who loves his Mama," she said tenderly, and at once began wheeling the cannon to and fro on her lap again. "Mama, let me kiss your hand." The captain darted up to her at once and did so. "And I never saw such a charming fellow as this nice boy," said the grateful lady, pointing to Krassotkin. "And I'll bring you as much powder as you like, Ilyusha. We make the powder ourselves now. Borovikov found out how it's made. 24 parts of saltpeter, 10 of sulfur, and 6 of birchwood charcoal. It's all pounded together, mixed into a paste with water, and rubbed the tammy sieve. That's how it's done." "Smirov told me about your powder. Only father says it's not real gunpowder," responded Ilyusha. "Not real." Kolya flushed. "It burns." "I don't know, of course." "No, I didn't mean that," put in the captain with a guilty face. "I only said that real powder is not made like that. But that's nothing. It can be made soap. I don't know, you know best." We lighted some in a pomatum pot. It burned splendidly. It all burnt away, leaving only a tiny ash. But that was only the paste. and if you rub it through. But of course you know best. I don't know. And Bulkin's father thrashed him on account of our powder. Did you? He turned to Ilusha. Wes, answered Ilusha. He listened to Kolya with immense interest and enjoyment. We had prepared a whole bottle of it, and he used to keep it under his bed. His father saw it. He said it might explode, and thrashed him on the spot. He was going to make a complaint against me to the masters. He is not allowed to go about with me now. No one is allowed to go about with me now. Smurova is not allowed to either. I've got a bad name with everyone. They say I'm a desperate character. Kolya smiled scornfully. It all began from what happened on the railway. We've heard of that exploit of yours, too, cried the captain. How could you lie still on the line? Is it possible you weren't the least afraid, lying there under the train? Weren't you frightened? The captain was abject in his flattery of Kolya. Not particularly, answered Kolya carelessly. What's blasted my reputation more than anything here was that cursed goose, he said, turning again to Ilusha. But though he assumed an unconcerned air as he talked, he still could not control himself and was continually missing the note to keep up. I heard about the goose. Ilusha laughed, beaming all over. They told me, but I didn't understand. Did they really take you to the court? The most stupid, trivial affair. They made a mountain of a molehill as they always do. Kolya began carelessly. Was walking through the market place here one day, just when they'd driven in the geese. I stopped and looked at them. All at once a fellow, who is an errand boy at Plotnikov's now, looked at me and said, What are you looking at the geese for? I looked at him. He was a stupid, moon-faced fellow of 20. I am always on the side of the peasantry, you know. I like talking to the peasants. We've dropped behind the peasants. That's an axiom. I believe you are laughing, Karamazov. No. Heaven forbid I am listening, said Ilyusha with a most good-natured air, and the sensitive Kolya was immediately reassured. My theory, Karamazov, is clear and simple. He hurried on again, looking pleased. I believe in the people, and am always glad to give them their due. But I am not for spoiling them. That is a asso sine qua non. But I was telling you about the goose. So I turned to the fool and answered, I am wondering what the goose thinks about. He looked at me quite stupidly. And what does the goose think about? He asked. Do you see that cart full of oats? I said. The oats are dropping out of the sack, and the goose has put its neck right under the wheel to gobble them up. Do you see? I see that quite well, he said. Well, said I, if that cart were to move on a little, would it break the goose's neck or not? It'd be sure to break it. And he grinned all over his face, highly delighted. Come on then, said I. Let's try. Let's, he said. And it did not take us long to arrange. He stood at the bridle, without being noticed, and I stood on one side to direct the goose. And the owner wasn't he looking? He was talking to someone. So I had nothing to do. The goose thrust its head in after the arts of itself, under the cart, just under the wheel. I winked at the lad. He tugged at the bridle and crack. The goose's neck was broken in half, and, as luck would have it, all the peasants saw us at that moment, and they kicked up shindy at once. You did that on purpose. No, not on purpose. Yes, you did on purpose. Well, they shouted, take him to the justice of the peace. They took me too. You were there too, they said. You helped. You're known all over the market, and for some reason, I really am known all over the market. Kolya added conceitedly. We all went off to the justices. They brought the goose, too. The fellow was crying in a great funk, simply blubbering like a woman, and the farmer kept shouting that you could kill any number of geese like that. Well, of course, there were witnesses. The justice of the peace settled it in a minute that the farmer was to be paid a ruble for the goose, and the fellow to have the goose. And he was warned not to play such pranks again. And the fellow kept blubbering like a woman. It wasn't me, he said. It was he egged me on. And he pointed to we. I answered with the utmost composure that I hadn't egged him on, that I simply stated the general proposition, had spoken hypothetically. The justice of the peace smiled, and was vexed with himself at once for having smiled. I'll complain to your masters of you, so that for the future you mayn't waste your time on such general propositions, instead of sitting at your books and learning your lessons. Didn't he complain to the masters? That was a joke, but the matter was noised abroad and came to the ears of the masters. Their ears are long, you know. The classical master, Kolbasnikov, was particularly shocked about it. But Dardanilov got me off again. But Kolbasnikov is savage with every one now like a green ass. Did you now, Ilusha? He is just married. Got a dowry of 1,000 rubles, and his bride's a regular fright of the first rank and the last degree. The third-class fellows wrote an epigram on it. Astounding news has reached the class. Kolbasnikov has been an ass, and so on. Awfully funny. I'll bring it to you later on. I say nothing against Dardanilov. He is a learned man. There's no doubt about it. I respect men like that. And because is not he stood up for me. But you took him down about the founders of Troy, Smurov put in suddenly, unmistakably proud of Krassotkin at such a moment. He was particularly pleased with the story of the goose. Did you really take him down? The captain inquired, in a flattering way. On the question who founded Troy. We heard of it. Ilyusha told me about it at the time. He knows everything, father. He knows more than any of yous. Put in Ilusha. He only pretends to be like that. But really he is top in every subject. Ilyusha looked at Kolya with infinite happiness. Oh, that's all nonsense about Troy, a trivial matter. I consider this an unimportant question. said Kolya with hearty humility. He had by now completely recovered his dignity, though he was still a little uneasy. He felt that he was greatly excited, and that he had talked about the goose, for instance, with too little reserve, while Ilyusha had looked serious and had not said a word all the time. And the vain boy began by degrees to have a rankling fear that Ilyusha was silent because he despised him, and thought he was showing off before him if he dared to think anything like that Kolya would. I regard the question as quite a trivial one, he rapped out again, proudly, and I know who founded Troy. A boy who had not spoken before said suddenly, to the surprise of everyone. He was silent and seemed to be shy. He was a pretty boy of about 11, called Karamazov. He was sitting near the door. Kolya looked at him with dignified amazement. The fact was that the identity of the founders of Troy had become a secret for the whole school, a secret which could only be discovered by reading Smerdyakov, and no one had Smerdyakov but Kolya. One day, when Kolya's back was turned, Karamazov hastily opened Smerdyakov, which lay among Kolya's books, and immediately lighted on the passage relating to the foundation of Troy. This was a good time ago, but he felt uneasy and could not bring himself to announce publicly that he too knew who had founded Troy, afraid of what might happen and of Krassotkin's somehow putting him to shame over it. But now he couldn't resist saying it. For weeks he had been longing to. Well, who did found it? Asked Kolya, turning to him with hearty superciliousness. He saw from his face that he really did know and at once made up his mind how to take it. There was, so to speak, a discordant note in the general harmony. Troy was founded by Teucer, Dardanus, Ilias and Tros. The boy rapped out at once, and in the same instant he blushed so that it was painful to look at him. But the boys stared at him for a whole minute, and then all the staring eyes turned at once and were fastened upon Kolya, who was still scanning the audacious boy with disdainful composure. In what sense did they found it? He deigned to comment at last. And what is meant by founding a city or a state? What do they do? Did they go and each lay a brick, do you suppose? There was laughter. The offending boy turned from pink to crimson. He was silent and on the point of tears. Kolya held him so for a minute. Before you talk of a historical event, like the foundation of a nationality, you must first understand what you mean by it, he admonished him in stern, incisive tones. But I attach no consequence to these old wives' tales, and I don't think much of universal history in general, he added carelessly, addressing the company generally. Universal history? The captain inquired, looking almost scared.
Wes.
Universal history. It's the study of the successive follies of mankind and nothing more. The only subjects I respect are mathematics and natural science, said Kolya. He was showing off and he stole a glance at Ilyusha. His was the only opinion he was afraid of there. But Ilyusha was still silent and still serious as before. If Ilyusha had said a word, it would have stopped him. But Ilyusha was silent, might be the silence of contempt, and that finally irritated Kolya. The classical languages, too, they are simply madness, nothing more. You seem to disagree with me again. I don't agree, said Ilyusha with a faint smile. The study of the classics, if you ask my opinion, is simply a police measure. That's simply why it has been introduced into our schools. By degrees Kolya began to get breathless again. Latin and Greek were introduced because they are a bore, and because they stupefy the intellect. It was dull before, so what could they do to make things duller? It was senseless enough before, so what could they do to make it more senseless? So they thought of Greek and Latin. That's my opinion. I hope I shall never change it. Kolya finished abruptly. His cheeks were flushed. That's true, assented Smurov suddenly, in a ringing tone of conviction. He had listened attentively, and yet he is first in Latin himself, cried one of the group of boys suddenly.
Wes.
He says that, and yet he is first in Latin. Ilusha. What of it? Kolya thought fit to defend himself, though the praise was very sweet to him. I am fagging away at Latin, because I have to, because I promised my mother to pass my examination, and I think that whatever you do, it's worth doing it well. But in my soul I have a profound contempt for the classics and all that fraud. You don't agree, Karamazov? Fraud? Ilyusha smiled again. Well, all the classical authors have been translated into all languages, so it was not for the sake of studying the classics they introduced Latin, but solely as a police measure to stupefy the intelligence. So what can one call it but a fraud? Why, who taught you all this? Cried Ilyusha, surprised at last. In the first place, I am capable of thinking for myself, without being taught. Besides, what I said just now, about the classics being translated, our teacher Kolbasnikov has said, to the whole of the third class. The doctor has come, cried Nina, who had been silent till then. A carriage belonging to Madame Hoolakov drove up to the gate. The captain, who had been expecting the doctor all the morning, rushed headlong out to meet him. Mama pulled herself together and assumed a dignified air. Ilyusha went up to Ilusha and began setting his pillows straight. Nina, from her invalid chair, anxiously watched him putting the bed tidy. The boys hurriedly took leave. Some of them promised to come again in the evening. Kolya called Perezvan, and the dog jumped off the bed. "Want go away. I want go away," Kolya said hastily to Ilusha. "I'll wait in the passage and come back when the doctor's gone. I'll come back with Perezvan." But by now the doctor had entered, an important-looking person with long, dark whiskers and a shiny, shaven chin, wearing a bearskin coat. As he crossed the threshold he stopped, taken aback. He probably fancied he had come to the wrong place. "How is this? Where am I?" he muttered, not removing his coat nor his peaked sealskin cap. The crowd, the poverty of the room, the washing hanging on a line in the corner, puzzled him. The captain, bent double, was bowing low before him. "It's here, sir, here, sir," he muttered cringingly. "It's here. You've come right. You were coming. Tuz, E.G. Ryev," the doctor said loudly and pompously. "Mr. Snegiryov, that you?" "That's me, sir." The doctor looked round the room with a squeamish air once more, and threw off his coat, displaying to all eyes the grand decoration at his neck. The captain caught the fur coat in the air, and the doctor took off his cap. "Where is the patient?" he asked emphatically. Chapter 6. Precocity. What do you think the doctor will say to him? Kolya asked quickly. What a repulsive mug, though, hasn't he? I can't endure medicine. Ilusha is dying. I think that's certain, answered Ilyusha mournfully. They are rogues. Medicine's a fraud. I am glad to have made your acquaintance, though, Karamazov. I wanted to know you for a long time. I am only sorry we meet in such sad circumstances. Kolya had a great inclination to say something even warmer and more demonstrative, but he felt ill at ease. Ilyusha noticed this, smiled, and pressed his hand. I've long learned to respect you as a raw person. Kolya muttered again, faltering and uncertain. I have heard you are a mystic and have been in the monastery. I know you are a mystic, but that hasn't put me off. Contact with real life will cure you. It's always so with characters like yours. What do you mean by mystic? Cure me of what? Ilyusha was rather astonished. Oh God, and all the rest of it? What? Don't you believe in God? Oh, I've nothing against God. Of course, God is only a hypothesis, but I admit that he is needed for the order of the universe and all that, and that if there were no God he would have to be invented, added Kolya, beginning to blush. He suddenly fancied that Ilyusha might think he was show off his knowledge, and to prove he was grown up I haven't the sla to show off my knowledge to him. Kolya thoughtfully. Even the slightest desire indignantly, and all of a sudden he felt horribly annoyed. I must confess I can't endure entering on such discussions, he said with a final air. It's possible for one who doesn't believe in God to love mankind. Don't you think so? Voltaire didn't believe in God and loved mankind. I am at it again, he thought to himself. Voltaire believed in God, though not very much, I think, and I don't think he loved mankind very much either, said Ilyusha quietly, gently and quite naturally, as though he were talking to someone of his own age, or even older. Kolya was particularly struck by Ilyusha's apparent diffidence about his opinion of Voltaire. He seemed to be leaving the question for him, little Kolya, to settle. Have you read Voltaire? Ilyusha finished. No, not to say read, but I've read the Candide in the Russian translation, in an absurd, grotesque Old translation. That it again? And did you understand it? Oh yes, everything. That is, why do you suppose I shouldn't understand it? There's a lot of nastiness in it. Of course I can understand. It's a philosophical novel and written to advocate an idea. Kolya was getting mixed by now. I'm a socialist, Karamazov. I am an incurable socialist, he announced suddenly, apropos of nothing. A socialist, laughed Ilyusha. But when have you had time to become one? Why, I thought you were only 13. Kolya winced. In the first place, I am not 13, but 14. 14 in a fortnight. He flushed angrily. And in the second place, I am at a complete loss to understand what my age has to do with it. The question is, what are my convictions, not what is my age, isn't it? When you are older, you'll understand for yourself the influence of age on convictions. I fancied, too, that you were not expressing your own ideas. Ilyusha answered serenely and modestly. But Kolya interrupted him hotly. Come, you want obedience and mysticism. You must admit that the Christian religion, for instance, has only been of use to the rich and the powerful to keep the lower classes in slavery. That's so, isn't it? Ah, I know where you read that, and I am sure someone told you so, cried Ilyusha. I say, what makes you think I read it? And certainly no one told me so. I can think for myself. I am not opposed to Christ, if you like. He was a most human person, and if he were alive today, he would be found in the ranks of the revolutionists, and would perhaps play a conspicuous part. There's no doubt about that. Oh, where did you get that from? What fool have you made friends with? Exclaimed Ilyusha. Come, the truth will out. It has so chanced that I have often talked to Mr. Rakitin, of course. But old Byelinsky said that too, so they say. Byelinsky, I don't remember. He hasn't written that anywhere. If he didn't, he write it. They say he said it. I heard that from A. But never mind. And have you read Byelinsky? Well, no. I haven't read all of him, but I read the passage about Tatiana. Why she didn't go off with Onegin. Didn't he go off with Onegin? Surely you don't understand that already. Why, you seem to take me for little Smurov, said Kolya, with a grin of irritation. But please don't suppose I am such a revolutionist. I often disagree with Mr. Rakitin. Though I mention Tatiana, I am not at all for the emancipation of women. I acknowledge that women are a subject race and must obey. A les femmes tricotant, as Napoleon said. Kolya, for some reason, smiled. And on that question, at least I am quite of one mind with that pseudo-great man. I think, too, that to leave one's own country and fly to America is mean, worse than mean. Silly. Why go to America when one may be of great service to humanity here? Now especially, there's a perfect mass of fruitful activity open to us. That's what I answered. What do you mean? Answered whom? Has someone suggested you're going to America already? I must own, they've been at me to go, but I declined. That's between ourselves, of course, Karamazov. Do you hear? Not a word to anyone. I say this only to you. I am not at all anxious to fall into the clutches of the sacred policens at take lessons, the chain bridge. Long will you remember the house at the chain bridge. Do you remember? It's splendid. Why are you laughing? You don't so suppose I am fibbing. Do you, sir? What if he should find out that I've only that one number of the bell in father's bookcase and haven't really more of it? Kolya thought with a shudder. Oh no, I am not laughing, and don't suppose for a moment that you are lying. No, indeed, I can't suppose so, for all this, alas, is perfectly true. But tell me, have you read Pushkin? Onegyin, for instance. You spoke just now of Tatyana. No, I haven't read it yet, but I want to read it. I have no prejudices. Karamazov, I want to hear both sides. What makes you ask? Oh, nothing. Tell me, Karamazov, have you an awful contempt for me? Kolya rapped out suddenly and drew himself up before Ilyusha as though he were on drill. Be so kind as to tell me, without beating about the bush, I have a contempt for you? Ilyusha looked at him wondering. What for? I am only sad that a charming nature such as should be perverted by all this crude nonsense before you have begun life. Don't be anxious about my nature. Kolya interrupted, not without complacency. But it's true that I am stupidly sensitive, crudely sensitive. You smiled just now, and I fancied you seemed to. Oh, my smile meant something quite different. I'll tell you why I smiled. Not long ago I read the criticism made by a German who had lived in Russia on our students and schoolboys of today. Show a Russian schoolboy, he writes, a map of the stars, which he knows nothing about, and he will give you back the map next day with corrections on it. No knowledge and unbounded conceit. That's what the German meant to say about the Russian schoolboy. Yes, that's perfectly right. Kolya laughed suddenly. Exactly so. Bravo the German. But he did not see the good side. What do you think? Conceit may be. That comes from youth. That will be corrected if need be. But, on the other hand, there is an independent spirit, almost from childhood, boldness of thought and conviction, and not the spirit of these sausage makers, groveling before authority. But the German was right all the same. Bravo the German. But Germans want strangling all the same. Though they are so good at science and learning, they must be strangled. Strangled? What for? Smiled Ilyusha. Well, perhaps I am talking nonsense. I agree. I am awfully childish sometimes, and when I am pleased about anything I can't restrain myself and am ready to talk any stuff. But, I say, we are chattering away here about nothing, and that doctor has been a long time in there. But perhaps he's examining the mama, and that poor crippled Nina. I liked that Nina, you know. She whispered to me suddenly as I was coming away. Why didn't you come before? And in such a voice, so reproachfully. I think she is awfully nice and pathetic. Yes, yes. Well, you'll be coming often. You will see what she is like. It would do you a great deal of good to know people like that, to learn to value a great deal, which you will find out from knowing these people. Ilyusha observed warmly. That would have more effect on you than anything. Oh, how I regret and blame myself for not having come sooner, Kolya exclaimed with bitter feeling.
Yes.
It's a great pity. You saw for yourself how delighted the poor child was to see you, and how he fretted for you to come. Don't tell me. You make it worse, but it serves me right. What kept me from coming was my conceit, my egoistic vanity, and the beastly willfulness, which I never can get rid of, though I've been struggling with it all my life. I see that now. I am a beast in lots of ways, Karamazov. No, you have a charming nature, though it's been distorted, and I quite understand why you've had such an influence on this generous, morbidly sensitive boy. Ilyusha answered warmly. And you say that to me? Cried Kolya. And would you believe it, I thought. I've thought several times since I've been here that you despised me. If only you knew how I prize your opinion. But are you really so sensitive at your age? Would you believe it, just now, when you were telling your story, I thought, as I watched you, that you must be very sensitive. You thought so. What an eye you've got, I say. I bet that was when I was talking about the goose. That was just when I was fancying you had a great contempt for me for being in such a hurry to show off, and for a moment I quite hated you for it, and began talking like a fool. Then I fancied, just now, here, when I said that if there were no God, he would have to be invented, that I was in too great a hurry to display my knowledge, especially as I got that phrase out of a book. But I swear I wasn't showing off out of vanity, though I really don't know why. Because I was so pleased. Yes, I believe it was because I was so pleased. Though it's perfectly disgraceful for anyone to be gushing directly they are pleased. I know that. But I am convinced now that you don't despise me. It was all my imagination. Oh, Karamazov, I am profoundly unhappy. I sometimes fancy all sorts of things, that everyone is laughing at me, the whole world, and then I feel ready to overturn the whole order of things. And you worry everyone about you, smiled Ilyusha.
Yes.
I worry everyone about me, especially my mother. Karamazov, tell me, am I very ridiculous now? Don't think about that. Don't think of it at all, cried Ilyusha. And what does ridiculous mean? Isn't everyone constantly being or seeming ridiculous? Besides, nearly all clever people now are fearfully afraid of being ridiculous, and that makes them unhappy. All I am surprised at is that you should be feeling that so early, though I've observed it for some time past, and not only in you. Nowadays the very children have begun to suffer from it. It's almost a sort of insanity, The devil has taken the form of that vanity and entered into the whole generation. It's simply the devil, added Ilyusha, without a trace of the smile that Kolya, staring at him, expected to see. You are like everyone else, said Ilyusha in conclusion. That is, like very many others. Only you must not be like everybody else, that's all. Even if everyone is like that. Yes, even if everyone is like that, you be the only one not like it. You really are not like everyone else. Here you are not ashamed to confess to something bad and even ridiculous. And who will admit so much in these days? No one. And people have even ceased to feel the impulse to self-criticism. Don't ye like everyone else, even if you are the only one? Splendid. I was not mistaken in you. You know how to console one. Oh, how I have longed to know you, Karamazov. I've long been eager for this mating. Can you really have thought about me too? You'd said just now that you thought of me too. Yes, I'd heard of you and had thought of you too. And if it's partly vanity that makes you ask, it doesn't matter. Do you know, Karamazov, our talk has been like a declaration of love, said Kolya, in a bashful and melting voice. That's not ridiculous, is it? Not at all ridiculous, and if it were, it wouldn't matter, because it's been a good thing. Ilyusha smiled brightly. But do you know, Karamazov, you must admit that you are a little ashamed yourself. Now, I see it by your eyes. Kolya smiled with sort of sly happiness. Why ashamed? Well, why are you blushing? It was you made me blush, laughed Ilyusha, and he really did blush. Oh well, I am a little. Goodness knows why I don't know, he muttered, almost embarrassed. Oh, how I love you and admire you at this moment just 'cause you are rather ashamed, because you are just like me, cried Kolya in positive ecstasy. His cheeks glowed, his eyes beamed. You know, Kolya, you will be very unhappy in your life. Something made Ilyusha say suddenly. I can now. How you know it all beforehand? Kolya agreed at once. But you will bless life, on the whole, all the same. Just so. Hurrah, you are a prophet. Oh, we shall get on together, Karamazov. Do you know, what delights me most is that you treat me quite like an equal. But we are not equals. No, we are not. But we shall get on. Do you know, all this last month, I've been saying to myself, either we shall be friends at once forever, or we shall part enemies to the grave. And, saying that, of course, you loved me. Ilyusha laughed gaily. I did. I loved you awfully. I've been loving and dreaming of you. And how do you know it all beforehand? Ah, here's the doctor. Goodness, what will he tell us? Look at his face. Chapter 7. Ilusha. The doctor came out of the room again, muffled in his fur coat, and with his cap on his head. His face looked almost angry and disgusted, as though he were afraid of getting dirty. He cast a cursory glance round the passage, looking sternly at Ilyusha and Kolya as he did so. Ilyusha waved from the door to the coachman, and the carriage that had brought the doctor drove up. The captain darted out after the doctor, and bowing apologetically, stopped him to get the last word. The poor fellow looked utterly crushed. There was a scared look in his eyes. Your Excellency, is it possible?" he began, but could not go on, and clasped his hands in despair. Yet he still gazed imploringly at the doctor, as though a word from him might still change the poor boy's fate. "I can't help it. I am not God," the doctor answered offhand, though with the customary impressiveness. "Doctor, Your Excellency. And will it be soon?" "Soon. You must be prepared for anything," said the doctor in emphatic and incisive tones, and dropping his eyes, he was about to step out to the coach. "Your Excellency, for Christ's sake!" The terror-stricken captain stopped him again. "Your Excellency. But can nothing, absolutely nothing, save him now?" It's not in my hands now," said the doctor impatiently. He stopped suddenly. "If you could, for instance, send your patient at once, without delay," the words, "at once, without delay," the doctor uttered with an almost wrathful sternness that made the captain start. "To Syracuse." The change to the new beneficial climatic conditions might possibly affect. "To Syracuse," cried the captain, unable to grasp what was said. "Syracuse is in Sicily," Kolya jerked out suddenly in explanation. The doctor looked at him. "Sicily, Your Excellency," faltered the chaplain. "But you've seen." He spread out his hands, indicating his surroundings. "Mama and my family." "No, Sicily is not the place for the family. The family should go to Caucasus in the early spring. Your daughter must go to the Caucasus, and your wife, after a course of the waters in the Caucasus for her rheumatism, must be sent straight to Paris, to the mental specialist Lepelletier. I could give you a note to him, and then there might be a change." Doctor. "But you see," the captain flung wide his hands again despairingly, indicating the bare wooden walls of the passage. "Well, that's not my business," grinned the doctor. "I have only told you the answer of medical science to your question as to possible treatment. As for the rest, to my regret, don't be afraid, apothecary, my dog won't bite you." Kolya rapped out loudly, noticing the doctor's rather uneasy glance at Perezvan, who was standing in the doorway. There was a wrathful note in Kolya's voice. He used the word apothecary instead of doctor on purpose, and, as he explained afterwards, used it to insult him. "What's that?" The doctor flung up his head, staring with surprise at Kolya. "Who's this?" He addressed Ilyusha, as though asking him to explain. "It's Perezvan's master. Don't you worry about me," Kolya said incisively again. "Perezvan," repeated the doctor, perplexed. "He hears the bell, but where it is he cannot tell. Goodbye, we shall meet in Syracuse." Who's this? The doctor flew into a terrible rage. "He is a schoolboy, doctor. He is a mischievous boy. Take no notice of him," said Ilyusha, frowning and speaking quickly. "Kolya, hold your tongue," he cried to Krassotkin. "Take no notice of him, doctor," he repeated, rather impatiently. "He wants a thrashing, the good thrashing." The doctor stamped in a perfect fury. "And you now, apothecary, my Perezvan might bite," said Kolya, turning pale, with quivering voice and flashing eyes. "I see. Kolya, if you say another word, I'll have nothing more to do with you," Ilyusha cried peremptorily. "There is only one man in the world who can command Nikolai Krassotkin. This is the man." Kolya pointed to Ilyusha. "I obey him. Goodbye." He stepped forward, opened the door, and quickly went into the inner room. Perezvan flew after him. The doctor stood still for 5 seconds in amazement, looking at Ilyusha. Then, with a curse, he went out quickly to the carriage, repeating aloud, This is, I don't know what it is." The captain darted forward to help him into the carriage. Ilyusha followed Kolya into the room. He was already by Ilusha's bedside. The sick boy was holding his hand and calling for his father. A minute later, the captain, too, came back. "Father, father, come." "Oui." Ilusha faltered in violent excitement, but apparently unable to go on. He flung his wasted arms round his father and Kolya, uniting them in one embrace, and hugging them as tightly as he could. The captain suddenly began to shake with dumb sobs, and Kolya's lips and chin twitched. "Father, father, how sorry I am for you," Ilusha moaned bitterly. "Ilusha, darling," the doctor said, "you would be all right. We shall be happy." The doctor. The captain began. "Father, I know what the new doctor said to you about me, I saw," cried Ilusha, and again he hugged them both with all his strength, hiding his face on his father's shoulder. "Feather, don't cry, and when I get a good boy, another one. Choose one of them all, a good one. Call him Ilusha and love him instead of meek. Hush, old man, you'll get well." Krassotkin cried suddenly, in a voice that sounded angry. "But don't he ever forget me," Ilusha went on. "Come to my grave, and father, bury me by our big stone, where we used to go for our walk, and come to me there with Krassotkin in the evening. And Perezvan, I shall expect you, father, father." His voice broke. They were all three silent, still embracing. Nina was crying quietly in her chair, and at last, seeing them all crying, Mama, too, burst into tears. "Ilusha, Ilusha," she exclaimed. Krassotkin suddenly released himself from Ilusha's embrace. "Goodbye, old man. Mother expects me back to dinner," he said quickly. "What a pity I did not tell her. She will be dreadfully anxious. But after dinner, I'll come back to you for the whole day, for the whole evening, and I'll tell you all sorts of things, and I'll bring Perezvan. But now I will take him with me, because he will begin to howl when I am away and bother you. Goodbye." And he ran out into the passage. He didn't want to cry, but in the passage he burst into tears. Ilyusha found him crying. "Kolya, you must be sure to keep your word and calm, or he will be terribly disappointed." Ilyusha said emphatically, "Well, oh, how I curse myself for not having come before," muttered Kolya, crying, and no longer ashamed of it. At that moment, the captain flew out of the room, and at once closed the door behind him. His face looked frenzied, his lips were trembling. He stood before the two and flung up his arms. "I want a good boy. I don't want another boy," he muttered in a wild whisper, clenching his teeth. "If I forget thee, Jerusalem, may my tongue—" He broke off with a sob and sank on his knees before the wooden bench. Pressing his fists against his head, he began sobbing with absurd, whimpering cries, doing his utmost that his cries should not be heard in the room. Kolya ran out into the street. "Goodbye, Karamazov. Will you come yourself?" he cried sharply and angrily to Ilyusha. "I will certainly come in the evening." What was that he said about Jerusalem? What did he mean by that? It's from the Bible. "If I forget thee, Jerusalem," that is, if I forget all that is most precious to me, if I let anything take its place, then maid, I understand. That's enough? Mind you come. "How I see, Peresvan," he cried with positive ferocity to the dog, and with rapid strides he went home. Book Len. Ivan, Chapter 1. At Grushenka's, Ilyusha went towards the cathedral square, to the widow Morozov's house, to see Grushenka, who had sent Fenya to him early in the morning with an urgent message begging him to come. Questioning Fenya, Ilyusha learned that her mistress had been particularly distressed since the previous day. During the 2 months that had passed since Mitya's arrest, Ilyusha had called frequently at the widow Morozov's house, both from his own inclination and to take messages for Mitya. 3 days after Mitya's arrest, Grushenka was taken very ill, and was ill for nearly 5 weeks. For 1 whole week, she was unconscious. She was very much changed, thinnered and a little sallow, though she had, for the past fortnight, been well enough to go out. But to Ilyusha her face was even more attractive than before, and he liked to meet her eyes when he went into her. A look of firmness and intelligent purpose had developed in her face. There were signs of a spiritual transformation in her, and a steadfast, fine and humble determination that nothing could shake could be disarmed in her. There was a small vertical line between her brows, which gave her charming face a look of concentrated thought, almost austere at the first glance. There was scarcely a trace of her former frivolity. It seemed strange to Ilyusha, too, that in spite of the calamity that had overtaken the poor girl, betrothed to a man who had been arrested for a terrible crime, almost at the instant of their betrothal, in spite of her illness and the almost inevitable sentence hanging over Mitya, Grushenka had not yet lost her youthful cheerfulness. There was a soft light in the once proud eyes, though at times they gleamed with the old vindictive fire. When she was visited by one disturbing thought stronger than ever in her heart, the object of that uneasiness was the same as ever, Katerina Ivanovna, of whom Grushenka had even raved when she lay in delirium. Ilyusha knew that she was fearfully jealous of her. Yet Katerina Ivanovna had not once visited Mitya in his prison, though she might have done it whenever she liked. All this made a difficult problem for Ilyusha, for he was the only person to whom Grushenka opened her heart and from whom she was continually asking advice. Sometimes he was unable to say anything. Full of anxiety, he entered her lodging. She was at home. She had returned from seeing Mitya half an hour before, and from the rapid movement with which she leapt up from her chair to meet him, he saw that she had been expecting him with great impatience. A pack of cards dealt for a game of fools lay on the table. A bed had been made up on the leather sofa on the other side, and Maximov lay, half reclining, on it. He wore a dressing gown and a cotton nightcap, and was evidently ill and weak, though he was smiling blissfully when the homeless old man returned with Grushenka from Mokrow 2 months before. He had simply stayed on and was still staying with her. He arrived with her in rain and sleet, sat down on the sofa, drenched and scared, and gazed mutely at her with a timid, appealing smile. Grushenka, who was in terrible grief and in the first stage of fever, almost forgot his existence in all she had to do the first half hour after her arrival. Suddenly she chanced to look at him intently. He laughed a pitiful, helpless little laugh. She called Fenya and told her to give him something to eat. All that day he sat in the same place, almost without stirring. When it got dark and the shutters were closed, Fenya asked her mistress, "Is the gentleman going to stay the night, mistress?" "Yes." "Make him a bed on the sofa," answered Grushenka, questioning him more in detail. Grushenka learned from him that he had literally nowhere to go, and that Mr. Kalganov, my benefactor, told me straight that he wouldn't receive me again and gave me 5 rubles. "Well, God bless you. You'd better stay." Then Grushenka decided in her grief, smiling compassionately at him. Her smile wrung the old man's heart, and his lips twitched with grateful tears. And so the destitute wanderer had stayed with her ever since. He did not leave the house even when she was ill. Fenya and her grandmother, the cook, did not turn him out, but went on serving him meals and making up his bed on the sofa. Grushenka had grown used to him, and coming back from seeing Mitya, whom she had begun to visit in prison before she was really well, she would sit down and begin talking to Maximishka about trifling matters, to keep her from thinking of her sorrow. The old man turned out to be a good story-teller on occasions, so that at last he became necessary to her. Grushenka saw scarcely anyone else beside Ilyusha, who did not come every day and never stayed long. Her old merchant lay seriously ill at this time, at his last gasp, as they said in the town, and he did, in fact, die a week after Mitya's trial. 3 weeks before his death, feeling the end approaching, he made his sons, their wives and children, come upstairs to him at last, and bade them not leave him again. From that moment he gave strict orders to his servants not to admit Grushenka, and to tell her if she came, "The master wishes you long life and happiness and tells you to forget him." But Grushenka sent almost every day to inquire after him. "You've come at last," she cried, flinging down the cards and joyfully greeting Ilyusha. "And Maximushka's been scaring me that perhaps you wouldn't come. Ah, how I need you. Sit down to the table. What will you have?" "Coffee, yes, please," said Ilyusha, sitting down at the table. "I am very hungry." "That's right. Fenya, coffee," cried Grushenka. "It's been made a long time ready for you. And bring some little pies, and mind, they are hot. Do you know, we've had a storm over those pies today. I took them to the prison for him, and would you believe it? He threw them back to Mech. He would not eat them. He flung one of them on the floor and stamped on it. So I said to him, 'I shall leave the warder, the Dong Ying, if you don't, before evening. It will be that your venomous spite is enough for you.' With that I went away. We quarreled again. Would you believe it? Whenever I go we quarrel." But Grushenka said all this in one breath in her agitation. Maximov, feeling nervous, at once smiled and looked on the floor. "What did you quarrel about this time?" asked Ilyusha. "I didn't expect it in the least. Only fancy, he is jealous of the Pole." "Why are you keeping him?" he said. "So you've begun keeping him. He is jealous of me all the time, jealous eating and sleeping. He even took it into his head to be jealous of Kozma last week. But he knew about the Pole before. Yes, but there it is. He has known about him from the very beginning. But today he suddenly got up and began scolding about him. I am ashamed to repeat what he said. Silly fellow. Rakitin went in as I came out. Perhaps Rakitin is egging him on. What do you think?" She added carelessly, "He loves you. That's what it is, he loves you so much. And now he is particularly worried. I should think he might be, with the trial tomorrow. And I went to him to say something about tomorrow, for I dread to think what's going to happen then. You say that he is worried, but how worried I am. And he talks about the Pole. He's too silly. He is not jealous of Maximushka yet, anyway. My wife was dreadfully jealous over me, too. Maximov put in his word, jealous of you." Grushenka laughed in spite of herself. Of whom could she have been jealous? Of the servant girls. Hold your tongue, Maximushka. I am in no laughing mood now. I feel angry. Don't ogle the pies. I shan't give you any. They are not good for you, and I won't give you any vodka either. I have to look after him, too, just as though I kept an almshouse. She laughed. I don't deserve your kindness. I am worthless creature, said Maximov, with tears in his voice. You would do better to spend your kindness on people of more use than me. Every one is of use, Maximishka, and how can we tell who's of most use? If only that Pole didn't exist, Ilyusha. He's taken it into his head to fall ill, too, today. I've been to see him also, and I shall send him some pies, too, on purpose. I hadn't sent him any, but Mitya accused me of it. So now I shall send some. Here's Fenya with a letter.
Yes.
It's from the Poles, begging again. Pan Masylovich had indeed sent an extremely long and characteristically eloquent letter in which he begged her to lend him 3 rubles. In the letter was enclosed a receipt for the sum, with a promise to repay it within 3 months, signed by Pan Vrublevsky as well. Grushenka had received many such letters, accompanied by such receipts, from her former lover during the fortnight of her convalescence. But she knew that the 2 Poles had been to ask after health during her illness. The first letter Chaka got them was a long one, written on large notepaper and with a big family crest on the seal. It was so obscure and rhetorical that Grushenka put down it before she had read half. Unable to make head or tail of it, she could not attend to letters then. The first letter was followed next day by another, in which Pan Masylovich begged her for a loan of 2,000 rubles for a very short period. Grushenka left that letter too, unanswered. A whole series of letters had followed, one every day, all as pompous and rhetorical. But the loan asked for, gradually diminishing, dropped to 100 rubles, then to 25, to 10, and finally Grushenka received a letter in which both the Poles begged her for only 1 ruble and included a receipt signed by both. Then Grushenka suddenly felt sorry for them, and at dusk she went round herself to their lodging. She found the 2 Poles in great poverty, almost destitution, without food or fuel, without cigarettes, in debt to their landlady. The 200 rubles they had carried off from Mitya at Mokroe had soon disappeared. But Grushenka was surprised at their meeting her with arrogant dignity and self-assertion, with the greatest punctilio and pompous speeches. Grushenka simply laughed and gave her former admirer 10 rubles. Then, laughing, she told Mitya of it, and he was not in the least jealous. But ever since, the Poles had attached themselves to Grushenka and bombarded her daily with requests for money, and she had always sent them small sums. And now that day Mitya had taken it into his head to be fearfully jealous. Like a fool, I went round to him just for a minute, on the way to see Mitya, for he is ill too, my Pole. Grushenka began again with nervous haste. I was laughing, telling Mitya about it. Fancy, I said, my Pole had the happy thought to sing his ogs to me, the Tatar. He thought I would be touched and marry him. Mitya leapt up swearing. So, there, I'll send them the pies. Fenya, is it that little girl they've sent? Here, give her 3 rubles and pack a dozen pies up in a paper and tell her to take them. And you, Ilyusha, be sure to tell Mitya that I did send them the pies. I wouldn't tell him for anything, said Ilyusha. Eek, you think he is unhappy about it. Why, he's jealous on purpose. He doesn't care, said Grushenka bitterly. On purpose? Queried Ilyusha. I tell you, you are silly. Ilyusha, you know nothing about it, with all your cleverness. I am not offended that he is jealous of a girl like me. I would be offended if he were not jealous. I am like that. I am not offended at jealousy. I have a fierce heart. 2. I can be jealous myself. Only what offends me is that he doesn't love me at all. I tell you, he is jealous now, on purpose. Am I blind? I see. He began talking to me just now of that woman, of Katerina, saying she was this and that, how she had ordered a doctor from Moscow for him to try and save him, how she had ordered the best counsel, the most learned one, too. So he loves her, if he'll praise her to my face. More shame to him. He's treated me badly himself, so he attacked me, to make out I am in fault first, and to throw it all on me. You were with your Pole before me, so I can't be blamed for Terina. That's what it amounts to. He wants to throw the whole blame on me. He attacked me on purpose. On purpose, I tell you. But I'll... Grushenka could not finish saying what she would do. She hid her eyes in her handkerchief and sobbed violently. He doesn't love Katerina Ivanovna, said Ilyusha firmly. Well, whether he loves her or not, I'll soon find out for myself, said Grushenka, with a menacing note in her voice, taking the handkerchief from her eyes. Her face was distorted. Ilyusha saw sorrowfully that from being mild and serene, it had become sullen and spiteful. Enough of this foolishness, she said suddenly. It's not for that I sent for you. Ilyusha, darling, tomorrow. What will happen tomorrow? That's what worries me, and it's only me it worries. I look everyone and no one is thinking of it. No one cares about it. Are you thinking about it even? Tomorrow he'll be tried, you know. Tell me, how will he be tried? You know it's the valet. The valet killed him. Good heavens! Can they condemn in place of the valet, and will no one stand up for him? They haven't troubled the valet at all, have they? He's been severely cross-examined, observed Ilyusha thoughtfully, but everyone came to the conclusion it was not he. Now he is lying very ill. He has been ill ever since that attack. Really ill, added Ilyusha. Oh dear! Couldn't you go to that council yourself and tell him the whole thing by yourself? He's been brought from Petersburg for 3,000 rubles, they say. We gave these 3,000 together, Ivan, Katerina Ivanovna and I. But she paid 2,000 for the doctor from Moscow herself. The counsel Fetyukovitch would have charged more, but the case has become known all over Russia. It's talked of in all the papers and journals. Fetyukovitch agreed to come more, for the glory of the thing, because the case has become so notorious. I saw him yesterday. Well, did you talk to him? Grushenka put in eagerly. He listened and said nothing. He told me that he had already formed his opinion, but he promised to give my words consideration. Consideration. Ah, they are swindlers. They'll ruin him. And why did she send for the doctor? As an expert. They want to prove that Mitya's mad and committed the murder, when he didn't know what he was doing. Ilyusha smiled gently, but Mitya wouldn't agree to that. Yes, but that would be the truth if he had killed him, cried Grushenka. He was mad then, perfectly mad, and that was my fault, wretch that I am. But, of course, he didn't do it. He didn't do it, and they are all against him, the whole town. Even Fenia's evidence went to prove he had done it, and the people at the shop, and that official, and at the tavern too, before people had heard him say so. They are all against him, all crying out against him. Yes, there's a fearful accumulation of evidence, Ilyusha observed grimly, and Grigory Vassilovich sticks to his story that the door was open, persists that he saw it. There's no shaking him. I went and talked to him myself. He's rude about it. Yes, that's perhaps the strongest evidence against him, said Ilyusha. And as for Mitya's being mad, he certainly seems like it now. Grushenka began with a peculiarly anxious and mysterious air. Do you know, Ilyusha, I've been wanting to talk to you about it for a long time. I go to him every day and simply wonder at him. Tell me now, what do you suppose he's always talking about? He talks, and I can make nothing of it. I fancied he was talking of something intellectual that I couldn't understand in my foolishness. Only he suddenly began talking to me about a babe. That is, about some child. Why is the babe poor? He said. It's for that babe I am going to Siberia now. I am not a murderer, but I must go to Siberia. What that meant? What babe? I couldn't tell for the life of me. Only I cried when he said it, because he said it so nicely. He cried himself, and I cried too. He suddenly kissed me and made the sign of the cross over me. What did it mean? Ilyusha, tell me, what is this babe? It must be Rakitin. Who's been going to see him lately? Smiled Ilyusha. Thought. That's not Rakitin's doing. I didn't see Mitya yesterday. I'll see him today. No, it's not Rakitin. It's his brother Ivan Fyodorovich upsetting him. It's his going to see him. That's what it is. Grushenka began, and suddenly broke off. Ilyusha gazed at her in amazement. Van's going. Has he been to see him? Mitya told me himself that Ivan hasn't been once. There? What a girl I am, blurting things out, exclaimed Grushenka, confused and suddenly blushing. Stay, Ilyusha, hush! Since I've said so much, I'll tell the whole truth. He's been to see him twice. The first directly he arrived. He galloped here from Moscow at once, of course, before I was taken ill. And the second time was a week ago. He told Mitya not to tell you about it, under any circumstances, and not to tell anyone. In fact, he came secretly. Ilyusha sat plunged in thought, considering something. The news evidently impressed him. "Ivan doesn't talk to me of Mitya's case," he said slowly. "He's said very little to me these last 2 months, and whenever I go to see him, he seems vexed at my coming. So I've not been to him for the last 3 weeks. If he was there a week ago, there certainly has been a change in Mitya this week." "There has been a change," Grushenka assented quickly. "They have a secret, they have a secret. Mitya told me himself. There was a secret, and such a secret that Mitya can't rest. Before then, he was cheerful, and, indeed, he is cheerful now. But when he shakes his head like that, and strides about the room, and keeps pulling at the hair on his right temple with his right hand, I know there is something on his mind worrying him. I know. He was cheerful before, though indeed, he is cheerful today. But you said he was worried." "Yes, he is worried and yet cheerful. He keeps on being irritable for a minute, then cheerful, and then irritable again. And you know, Ilyusha, I am constantly wondering at him. With this awful thing hanging over him, he sometimes laughs at such trifles as though he were a baby himself." "Did he really tell you not to tell me about Ivan? Did he say, 'Don't tell him'?" "Yes, he told me. 'Don't tell him. It's you that Mitya's most afraid of. Because it's a secret.' He said himself it was a secret. Ilyusha, darling, go to him and find out what their secret is and come and tell me." Grushenka besought him with sudden eagerness. "Set my mind at rest, that I may know the worst that's in store for me. That's why I sent for you. You think it's something to do with you. If it were, wouldn't he have told you there was a secret? I don't now. Perhaps he wants to tell me, but doesn't he dare to? He warns me. There is a secret, he tells me, but he won't tell me what it is. What do you think yourself?" "What do I think?" "It's the end for me, that's what I think. They all 3 have been plotting my end, for Katerina's in it. It's all Katerina, it all comes from her. She is this and that means that I am not. He tells me that beforehand, warns me he is planning to throw me over. That's the whole secret. They've planned it together, the 3 of them, Mitya, Katerina, and Ivan Fyodorovich. Ilyusha, I've been wanting to ask you a long time. A week ago he suddenly told me that Ivan was in love with Katerina, because he often goes to see her. Did he tell me the truth or not? Tell me on your conscience. Tell me the worst. I want to tell you a lie. Ivan is not in love with Katerina Ivanovna, I think." "Oh, that's what I thought." "He is lying to me, shameless deceiver. That's what it is. And he was jealous of me just now, so as to put blame on me afterwards. He is stupid. He can't disguise what he is doing. He is so open, you know. But I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him. You believe I did it," he said. "He said that to me. He reproached me with that. God forgive him. You wait. I'll make it hot for Katerina at the trial. I'll just say a word. Then, I'll tell everything then. And again she cried bitterly. This I can tell you for certain, Ilyusha said, getting up. First, that he loves you more than anyone in the world. And you only, believe me, I know. I do now. The second thing is that I don't want to worm his secret out of him. But if he'll tell me of himself today, I shall tell him straight out that I have promised to tell you. Then I'll come to you today and tell you. Only, I fancy, Katerina Ivanovna has nothing to do with it, and that the secret is about something else. That's certain. It isn't likely it's about Katerina Ivanovna, it seems to me. Goodbye for now. Ilyusha shook hands with her. Grushenka was still crying. He saw that she put little faith in his consolation, but she was better for having had her sorrow out, for having spoken of it. He was sorry to leave her in such a state of mind, but he was in haste. He had a great many things to do still. Chapter 2. The Injured Foot. The first of these things was at the house of Madame Hohlakov, and he hurried there to get it over as quickly as possible, and not be too late for Mitya. Madame Hohlakov had been slightly ailing for the last 3 weeks. Her foot had, for some reason, swollen up, and though she was not in bed, she lay all day half reclining on the couch in her boudoir, in a fascinating but decorous disbelief. Ilyusha had once noted with innocent amusement that, in spite of her illness, Madame Hohlakov had to be rather dressy. Top knots, ribbons, loose wrappers had made their appearance, and he had an inkling of the reason, though he dismissed such ideas from his mind as frivolous. During the last 2 months, the young official, Precocity, had become a regular visitor at the house. Ilyusha had not called for 4 days, and he was in haste to go straight to Liz, as it was with her he had to speak, for Liz had sent a maid to him the previous day, specially asking him to come to her about something very important, a request which, for certain reasons, had interest for Ilyusha. But while the maid went to take his name into Liz, Madame Hohlakov heard of his arrival from someone, and immediately sent to beg him to come to her, just for 1 minute. Ilyusha reflected that it was better to accede to the mamma's request, or else she would be sending down to Liz's room every minute that he was there. Madame Hohlakov was lying on a couch. She was particularly smartly dressed, and was evidently in a state of extreme nervous excitement. She greeted Ilyusha with cries of rapture. "It's ages, perfect ages, since I've seen you. It's a whole week. Only think of it. But you were here only 4 days ago, on Wednesday. You have come to see Liz. I'm sure you meant to slip into her room on tiptoe, without my hearing you. My dear Alexey Fyodorovitch, if you only knew how worried I am about her. But of that later, though that's the most important thing. Of that later. Dear Alexey Fyodorovitch, I trust you implicitly with my lies. Since the death of Father Zosima, God rest his soul, she crossed herself. I look upon you as a monk, though you look charming in your new suit. Where did you find such a tailor in these parts? No, no, that's not the chief thing. Of that later. Forgive me for sometimes calling you Ilyusha. An old woman like me may take liberties. She smiled coquettishly. But that will do later too. The important things that I shouldn't forget. What is important? Please remind me of it yourself. As soon as my tongue runs away with me, you just say the important thing. Ash, how do I know now what is of most importance? Ever since Liz took back her promise, her childish promise, Alexei Fyodorovich, to marry you, you've realized, of course, that it was only the playful fancy of a sick child who had been so long confined to her chair. Thank God, she can walk now. That new Dr. Katya sent for, from Moscow, for your unhappy brother, who will tomorrow. But why speak of tomorrow? I am ready to die at the very thought of tomorrow. Ready to die of curiosity. That doctor was with yesterday and saw Liz. I paid him 50 rubles for the visit. But that's not the point. That's not the point again. You see, I'm mixing everything up. I am in such a hurry. Why am I in a hurry? I don't understand. It's awful how I seem growing unable to understand anything. Everything seems mixed up a sort of tangle. I am afraid you are so bored jump and run away, and that will be all I shall see of you. Goodness, why are we sitting here and no coffee? Yulia, Glafira coffee. Ilyusha made haste to thank her and said that he had only just had coffee. We're at Agrafena Alexandrovna's? At that woman's. Ah, it's she has brought ruin on everyone. I know nothing about it though. They say she has become a saint, though it's rather late in the day. She had better have done it before. What use is it now? Hush, hush, Alexei Fyodorovich, for I have so much to say to you that I am afraid I shall tell you nothing. This awful trial. I shall certainly go. I am making arrangements. I shall be carried there in my chair. Besides, I can sit up. I shall have people with me. And you know I am a witness. How shall I speak? How shall I speak? I don't know what I shall say. One has to take an oath, hasn't one? Yes, but I don't think you will be able to go. I can sit up. Ah, you put me out. Ah, this trial. This savage act, and then they are all going to Siberia, some are getting married and all. This so quickly, everything's changing, and at last, nothing. All grow old and have death to look forward to. Well, so be it. I am weary. This Katya Secharmanta persona has disappointed all my hopes. Now she is going to follow one of your brothers to Siberia, and your other brother is going to follow her, and will live in the nearest town, and they will all torment one another. It drives me out of my mind. Worst of all, the publicity. The story has been told a million times over in all the papers in Moscow and Petersburg. Ah, yes. Would you believe it? There's a paragraph that I was a dear friend of your brother's. I can't repeat the horrid word. Just fancy, just fancy. Impossible. Where was the paragraph? What did it say? I'll show you directly. I got the paper and read it yesterday. Here, in the Petersburg paper, a gossip car. The paper began coming out this year. I am awfully fond of gossip, and I take it in, and now it pays me out. This is what gossip comes to. Here it is, here, this passage. Read it. And she handed Ilyusha a sheet of newspaper which had been under her pillow. It was not exactly that she was upset. She seemed overwhelmed, and perhaps everything really was mixed up in a tangle in her head. The paragraph was very typical and must have been a great shock to her, but fortunately, perhaps, she was unable to keep her mind fixed on any one subject at that moment, and so might race off in a minute to something else and forget the newspaper. Ilyusha was well aware that the story of the terrible case had spread all over Russia, and good heavens, what wild rumors about his brother, about the Karamazovs, and about himself he had read in the course of those 2 months, among other equally credible items. One paper had even stated that he had gone into a monastery and become a monk in horror at his brother's crime. Another contradicted this and stated that he and his elder, Father Zoseva, had broken into the monastery chest and made tracts from the monastery. The present paragraph in the paper Gossiper was under the heading, "The Karamazov Case at Skotoprigonievsk." That, Alice, was the name of our little town. I had hitherto kept it concealed. It was brief, and Madame Hohlakov was not directly mentioned in it. No names appeared, in fact. It was merely stated that the criminal, whose approaching trial was making such a sensation, retired army captain, an idle swaggerer, and reactionary bully, was continually involved in amorous intrigues, and particularly popular with certain ladies who were pining in solitude. One such lady, a pining widow, who tried to seem young though she had a grown-up daughter, was so fascinated by him that only 2 hours before she offered the crime 3,000 rubles, on condition that he would elope with to the gold mines. But the criminal, counting on escaping punishment, had preferred to murder his father to get the 3,000 rather than go off to Siberia with the middle-aged charms of his pining lady. This playful paragraph finished, of course, with an outburst of generous indignation at the wickedness of parricide and at the lately abolished institution of serfdom. Reading it with curiosity, Ilyusha folded up the paper and handed it back to Madame Hohlakov. "Well, that must be me," she hurried on again. "Of course I am meant. Scarcely more than an hour before, I suggested gold mines to him, and here they talk of middle-aged charms as that were my motive. He writes that out of spite. God Almighty forgive him for the middle-aged charms, as I forgive him. You know it's... Do you know who it is? It's your friend Rakitin." "Perhaps," said Ilyusha, "though I've heard nothing about it." It's he. "No perhaps about it. You know I turned him out of the house. You know all that story, don't you?" I know that you asked him not to visit you for the future, but why it was. I haven't heard. From you, at least. Ah, then you've heard it from him. He abuses me. I suppose, abuses me dreadfully. Yes, he does. But then he abuses everyone. But why you've given him up, I had heard from him either. I meet him very seldom now. Indeed, we are not friends. Well, then I'll tell you all about it. There's no help for it, I'll confess, for there is one point in which I was perhaps to blame. Only a little point, so little that perhaps it doesn't count. You see, my dear boy, Madame Hohlakov suddenly looked arch and a charming, though enigmatic, smile played about her lips. You see, I suspect you must forgive me, Ilyusha. I am like a mother to you. No, quite the contrary. I speak to you now as though you were my father. Mother's quite out of place. Well, it's as though I were confessing to Father's Osima. That's just it. I called you a monk just now. Well, that poor young man, your friend Rakitin's on Mercia's, I can't be angry with him. I feel cross, but not very. That frivolous young man, would you believe it, seems to have taken it into his head to fall in love with me. I only noticed it later. At first, a month ago, he only began to come oftener to see me, almost every day though. Of course, we were acquainted before. I knew nothing about it. And suddenly, it dawned upon me, and I began to notice things with surprise. You know, 2 months ago, that modest, charming, excellent young man, Pyotr Ilyich Pahotin, who's in the service here, began to be a regular visitor at the house. You met him here ever so many times yourself, and he is an excellent, earnest young man, isn't he? He comes once every 3 days. Not every day, though I should be glad to see him every day, and always so well dressed. Altogether, I love young people, talented, modest, like you, and he has almost the mind of a statesman. He talks so charmingly, and I shall certainly try and get promotion for him. He is a future diplomat. On that awful day he almost saved me from death by coming in the night. And your friend Rakitin comes in such boots, and always stretches them out on the carpet. He began hinting at his feelings, in fact, and one day, as he was going, he squeezed my hand terribly hard. My foot began to swell directly after he pressed my hand like that. He had met Pyotr Ilyich here before, and would you believe it? He is always jibing at him, growling at him, for some reason. I simply looked at the way went on together and laughed inwardly. So I was sitting here alone? No, I was laid up then. Well, I was lying here alone, and suddenly Rakitin comes in, and only fancy, brought me some verses of his own composition, a short poem on my bad foot, that is. He described my foot in a poem. Wait a minute, how did it go? A captivating little foot. It began somehow like that. I can never remember poetry. I've got it here. I'll show it to you later. But it's a charming thing. Charming. And, you know, it's not only about the foot. It had a good moral, too, a charming idea. Only I've forgotten it. In fact, It was just the thing for an album. So, of course, I thanked him, and he was evidently flattered. I'd hardly had time to thank him when in comes Pyotr Ilyich, and Rakitin suddenly looked as black as night. I could see that Pyotr Ilyich was in the way, for Rakitin certainly wanted to say something after giving me the verses. I had a presentiment of it, but Pyotr Ilyich came in. I showed Pyotr Ilyich the verses and didn't he say who was the author? But I am convinced that he guessed, though he won't own it this day, and declares he had no idea, but he says that on purpose. Pyotr Ilyich began to laugh at once and fell to criticizing it. Wretched doggerel, he said they were. Some divinity student must have written them. And with such vehemence. Then, instead of laughing, your friend flew into a rage. Good gracious, I thought. They'll fly at each other. It was I who wrote them, said he. I wrote them as a joke, he said, for I think it degrading to write verses. But they are good poetry. They want to put a monument to your Pushkin for writing about women's feet, while I wrote with a moral purpose. And you, said he, are an advocate of serfdom. You've no human ideas, said he. You have no modern enlightened feelings. You are uninfluenced by progress. You are a mere official, he said, and you take bribes. Then I began screaming and imploring them. And, you know, Pyotr Ilyich is anything but a coward. He at once took up the most gentlemanly tone, looked at him sarcastically, listened, and apologized. I'd no idea, said he. I shouldn't have said it. If I had known, I should have praised it. Poets are all so irritable, he said. In short, he laughed at him under cover of the most gentlemanly tone. He explained to me afterwards that it was all sarcastic. I thought he was in earnest. Only as I lay there, just as before you now, I thought, would it, or would it not, be the proper thing for me to turn Rakitin out for shouting so rudely at a visitor in my house? And, would you believe it, I lay here, shut my eyes, and wondered, would it be the proper thing or not? I kept worrying and worrying, and my heart began to beat, and I couldn't make up my mind whether to make an outcry or not. One voice seemed to be telling me, speak, and the other, no, don't speak. And no sooner had the second voice said that than I cried out and fainted. Of course there was a fuss. I got up suddenly and said to Rakitin, "It's painful for me to say it, but I don't wish to see you in my house again." So I turned him out. Ah, Alexey Fyodorovitch, I know myself I did wrong. I was putting it on. I wasn't angry with him at all, really, but I suddenly fancied, that was what did it, that it would be such a fine scene. And yet, believe me, it was quite natural, for I really shed tears and cried for several days afterwards. And then suddenly, one afternoon, I forgot all about it. So it's a fortnight since he's been here, and I kept wondering whether he would come again. I wondered even yesterday. Then suddenly last night came this, a gossip. I read it and gasped. Who could have written it? He must have written it. He went home, sat down, wrote it on the spot, sent it, and they put it in. It was a fortnight ago, you see. But, Ilyusha, it's awful how I keep talking and don't say what I want to say. The words come of themselves. It's very important for to me be in time to see my brother today. Ilyusha faltered. To be sure, you bring it all back to me. Listen, what is an aberration? What aberration? Asked Ilyusha, wondering. In the legal sense, an aberration in which everything is pardonable. Whatever you do, you will be acquitted at once. What do you mean? I'll tell you. This Katya, she is a charming creature. Only I never can make out who it is she is in love with. She was with me some time ago, and I couldn't get anything out of her, especially as she walked to me except on the surface now. She is always talking about my health and nothing else, and she takes up such a tone with me, too. I simply said to myself, so be it. I don't care. Oh, yes, I was talking of aberration. This doctor has come. You know a doctor has come. Of course you know it. The one who discovers madmen. It wasn't you, but Katya. It's all Katya's doing. Well, you see, a man may be sitting perfectly sane and suddenly have an aberration. He may be conscious and know what he is doing and yet be in a state of aberration. And there's no doubt that Dmitri Fyodorovich was suffering from aberration. They found out about aberration as soon as the law courts were reformed. It's all the good effect of the reformed law courts. The doctor has been here and questioned me about that evening, about the gold mines. How did he seem then? He asked me. He must have been in a state of aberration. He came in shouting, money, money, 3,000. Give me 3,000. And then went away and immediately did the murder. I don't want to murder him, he said, and he suddenly went and murdered him. That's why they'll acquit him, because he struggled against it. Yet he murdered him. But he didn't murder him. Ilyusha interrupted rather sharply. He felt more and more sick with anxiety and impatience. Yes, I know it was that old man Grigory murdered him. Grigory, cried Ilyusha. Yes, it was Grigory. He lay as Dmitri Fyodorovich struck him down, and then got up, saw the door open, went in and killed Fyodor Pavlovich. But why? Suffering from aberration. When he recovered from the blow Dmitri Fyodorovich gave him on the head, he was suffering from aberration. He went and committed the murder. As for his saying he didn't, he very likely doesn't remember. Only, you know, it'll be better, ever so much better, if Dmitri Fyodorovich murdered him. And that's how it must have been. Though I say it was Grigory, it certainly was Dmitri Fyodorovich, and that's better, ever so much better. Oh, not better, that a son should have killed his father. I don't defend that. Children ought to honor their parents, and yet it would be better if it were he, as you have nothing to cry over then, for he did it when he was unconscious, or rather, when he was conscious, but did not know what he was doing. Let them acquit him. That's so humane, and would show what a blessing reformed law courts are. I knew nothing about it, but they say they have been so a long time. And when I heard it yesterday, I was so struck by it that I wanted to send for you at once. And if he is acquitted, make him come straight from the law courts to dinner with me, and I'll have a party of friends, and we'll drink to the reformed law courts. I don't believe he'd be dangerous. Besides, I'll invite a great many friends, so that he could always be let out if he did anything, and then he might be made a justice of the peace or something in another town. For those who have been in trouble themselves make the best judges. And, besides, who isn't he suffering from aberration nowadays? All of us are in a state of aberration, and there are ever so many examples of it. A man sits singing a song, suddenly something annoys him. He takes a pistol and shoots the first person he comes across, and no one blames him for it. I read that lately, and all the doctors confirm it. The doctors are always confirming. They confirm anything. Why? My Lies is in a state of aberration. She made me cry again yesterday, and the day before, too. And today I suddenly realized that it's all due to aberration. Oh, Lies grieves me so. I believe she's quite mad. Why did she send for you? Did she send for you, or did you come of yourself? Wes, she sent for me, and I am just going to her. Ilyusha got up resolutely. Oh, my dear Alexey Fyodorovitch, perhaps that's what's most important, Madame Hohlakov cried, suddenly bursting into tears. God knows I trust Lies to you with all my heart, and it's no matter her sending for you on the sly, without telling her mother. But forgive me, I can't trust my daughter so easily to your brother Ivan Fyodorovitch, though I still consider him the most chivalrous young man. But only fancy, he's been to see Lies and I knew nothing about how, what, when. Ilyusha was exceedingly surprised. He had not sat down again and listened standing. I will tell you, that's perhaps why I asked you to come. For I don't know now why I did ask you to come. Well, Ivan Fyodorovitch has been to see me twice since he came back from Moscow. First time he came as a friend to call on me, and the second time Katya was here, and he came because he heard she was here. I didn't, of course, expect him to come often, knowing what a lot he has to do as it is. I was comprenez. Cette affaire est more terrible de votre papa. But I suddenly heard he'd been here again. Not to see me, but to see Lies. That's 6 days ago now. He came, stayed 5 minutes, and went away. And I didn't hear of it till 3 days afterwards from Glafira. So it was a great shock to me. I sent for Lies directly. She laughed. He thought you were asleep, she said, and came in to me to ask after your health. Of course, that's how it happened. But Lies, mercy on news, how she distresses me. Would you believe it? One night 4 days ago, just after you saw her last time, and had gone away, she suddenly had a fit, shrieking Hysterics? Why is it I never have hysterics? Then, next day another fit, and the same thing on the third, and yesterday too. And then yesterday, that aberration. She suddenly screamed out, "I hate Ivan Fyodorovitch. I insist on your never letting come to the house again." I was struck dumb at these amazing words, and answered, on what grounds could I refuse to see such an excellent young man? A young man of such learning too, and so unfortunate. For all this business is a misfortune, isn't it? She suddenly burst out laughing at my words, and so rudely, you know. Well, I was pleased. I thought I had amused her, and the fits would pass off, especially as I wanted to refuse to see Ivan Fyodorovitch anyway, on account of his strange visits, without my knowledge, and meant to ask him for an explanation. But early this morning Liz waked up and flew into a passion with Yulia and, would you believe it, slapped her in the face. That's monstrous. I am always polite to my servants. And an hour later she was hugging Yulia's feet and kissing them. She sent a message to me that she wasn't coming to me at all, and would never come and see me again. And when I dragged myself down to her, she rushed to kiss me, crying, and as she kissed me, she pushed me out of the room without saying a word, so I couldn't find out what was the matter. Now, dear Alexey Fyodorovitch, I rest all my hopes on you, and, of course, my whole life is in your hands. I simply beg you to go to Liz and find out everything from her, as you alone can, and come back and tell me, her mother, for you understand, it will be death of me, simply the death of me if this goes on, or else I shall run away. I can stand no more. I have patience, but I may lose patience, and then something awful will happen. Ah, dear me! At last, Pyotr Ilyich, cried Madame Hohlakov, beaming all over as she saw Perhotin enter the room. You are late, you are late. Well, sit down, speak, put us out of suspense. What does the council say? Where are you off to? Alexey Fyodorovitch. To Les. Oh, yes. You won't forget what I asked you. It's a question of life and death? Of course I won't forget, if I can. But I am so late, muttered Ilyusha, beating a hasty retreat. No. Be sure to come in. Don't say, if you can. I shall die if you don't. Madame Lakov called after him, but Ilyusha had already left the room. Chapter 3. A Little Demon. Going into Liz, he found her half reclined in the invalid chair, in which she had been wheeled when she was unable to walk. She did not move to meet him, but her sharp, keen eyes were simply riveted on his face. There was a feverish look in her eyes. Her face was pale and yellow. Ilyusha was amazed at the change that had taken place in her in 3 days. She was positively thinner. She did not hold out her hand to him. He touched the thin, long fingers which lay motionless on her dress. Then he sat down facing her, without a word. I know you are in a hurry to get to the prison, Liz said curtly. And Mamma's kept you there for hours. She's just been telling you about me and Yulia. How do you know? Asked Ilyusha, I've been listening. Why do you stare at me? I want to listen and I do listen. There's no harm in that. I don't apologize. You are upset about something. On the contrary, I am very happy. I've only just been reflecting, for the 30th time. What a good thing, as I refused you, and shall not be your wife. You are not fit to be a husband. If I were to marry you and give you a note to take to the man I loved after you, you take it and be sure to give it to him and bring an answer back too. If you were 40, you would still go on taking my love letters for me. She suddenly laughed. There is something spiteful and yet unhearted about you. Ilyusha smiled to her. Being ashamed of myself. The open-heartedness consists in not about you. Yet open you. What's more, I don't want to feel ashamed with you, just with you. Ilyusha, why is it I don't respect you? I am very fond of you, but I don't respect you. If I respected you, I shouldn't talk to you without shame, should I? No. But do you believe that I am not ashamed with you? No, I don't believe it. Liz laughed nervously again. She spoke rapidly. I sent your brother, Dmitry Fyodorovich, some sweets in prison. Ilyusha, you are quite pretty. I shall love you awfully for having so quickly allowed me not to love you. What did you send for me today? Liz, I wanted to tell you of a longing I have. I should like someone to torture me, marry me and then torture me, deceive me and go away. I don't want to be happy. You are in love with disorder. Yes, I want disorder. I keep wanting to set fire to the house. I keep imagining how I'll creep up and set fire to the house on the sly. It must be on the sly. They'll try to put it out, but it'll go on burning. And I shall now and say nothing. Ah, what silliness! And how bored I am! She waved her hand with a look of repulsion. It's your luxurious life, said Ilyusha softly. Is it better, then, to be poor? Yes, it is better. That's what your monk taught you. That's not true. Let me be rich and all the rest poor. I'll eat sweets and drink cream, and not give any to anyone else. Ach, don't speak. Don't say anything. She shook her hand at him, though Ilyusha had not opened his mouth. You've told me all that before. I know it all by heart. It bores me. If I am ever poor, I shall murder somebody. And even if I am rich, I may murder someone, perhaps. Why do nothing? But do you now? I should like to reap. Cut the rye. I'll marry you, and you shall become a peasant. A real peasant. We'll keep a colt. Shall we? Do you know Kalganov? Yes. He is always wandering about dreaming. He says, why live in real life? It's better to dream. One can dream the most delightful things. But real life is a bore. But he'll be married soon for all that. He's been making love to me already. Can you spin tops? Yes. Well, he's just like a top. He wants to be wound up and set spinning, and then to be lashed with a whip. If I marry him, I'll keep him spinning all his life. You are not ashamed to be with me? No. You are awfully cross, because I don't talk about holy things. I don't want to be holy. What will they do to one in the next world for the greatest sin? You must know all about that. God will censure you. Ilyusha was watching her steadily. That's just what I should like. I would go up, and they would censure me, and I would burst out laughing in their faces. I should dreadfully like to set fire to Ilyusha, to our house. You still don't believe me. Why? There are children of 12 years old who have a longing to set fire to something, and they do set things on fire, too. It's a sort of disease. That's not true. That's not true. There may be children, but that's not what I mean. You take evil for good. It's a passing crisis. It's the result of your illness, perhaps. You do despise me, though. It is simply that I don't want to do good, I want to do evil. And it has nothing to do with illness. What do evil? So that everything might be destroyed. Ah, how nice it would be if everything were destroyed. You know, Ilyusha, I sometimes think of doing a fearful lot of harm and everything bad. And I should do it for a long while on the sly, and suddenly everyone would find it out. Everyone will stand round and point their fingers at me, and I would look at them all. That would be awfully nice. Why would it be so nice, Ilyusha? I don't know. It's a craving to destroy something good, or, as you say, to set fire to something. It happens sometimes. I not only say it, I shall do it. I believe you. Huh? How I love you for saying you believe me. And you are not lying one little bit. But perhaps you think that I am saying all this on purpose to annoy you. No, I don't think that. Though perhaps there is a little desire to do that in it, too. There is a little. I never can tell lies to you, she declared, with a strange fire in her eyes. What struck Ilyusha above everything was her earnestness. There was not a trace of humor or jesting in her face now, though in old days fun and gaiety never deserted her even at her most moments. There are moments when people love crime, said Ilyusha thoughtfully.
What?
Yes, you have uttered my thought. They love crime. Everyone loves crime. They love it always. Not at some moments. You know, it's as though people have made an agreement to lie about it, and have lied about it ever since. They all declare that they hate evil, but secretly they all love it. And are you still reading nasty books? Yes, I am. Mama reads them and hides them under her pillow, and I steal them. Aaron, are you ashamed to destroy yourself? I want to destroy myself. There's a boy here who lay down between the railway lines when the train was passing. Lucky fellow. Listen. Your brother is being tried now for murdering his father, and everyone loves his having killed his father. Loathes his having killed his father. Yes. Loves it. Everyone loves it. Everybody says it's so awful. but sacredly they simply love it. I for one love it. There is some truth in what you say about everyone, said Ilyusha softly. Oh, what ideas you have, Lies shrieked in delight. And you, a Monto. You wouldn't believe how I respect you, Ilyusha, for never telling lies. Oh, I must tell you a funny dream of mine. I sometimes dream of devils. It's night. I am in my room with a candle, and suddenly there are devils all over the place, in all the corners, under the table, and they open the doors. There's a crowd of them behind the doors, and they want to come and seize me. And they are just coming, just seizing me. But I suddenly cross myself, and they all draw back, though they don't go away altogether. They stand at the doors and in the corners, waiting. And suddenly I have a frightful longing to revile God aloud. And so I begin, and then they come crowding back to me, delighted, and seize me again, and I cross myself again, and they all draw back. It's awful fun. It takes one's breath away. I've had the same dream, too, said Ilyusha suddenly, cried Lies, surprised. I say, Ilyusha, don't laugh. That's awfully important. Could two different people have the same dream? It seems they can. Ilyusha, I tell you, it's awfully important. Lies went on, with really excessive amazement. It's not the dream that's important, but you're having the same dream as me. You never lie to me. Don't lie now, is it true? You are not laughing. It's true. Lies seemed extraordinarily impressed, and for half a minute she was silent. Ilyusha, come and see me more often, she said suddenly, in a supplicating voice. I'll always come to see you, all my life, answered Ilyusha firmly. You are the only person I can talk to, you know? Lies began again. I talk to no one but myself and you. Only you in the whole world, and to you more readily than to myself. And I am not a bit ashamed with you, not a bit. Ilyusha, why am I not ashamed with you, not a bit? Ilyusha, is it true that at Easter the Jews steal a child and kill it? I don't know. There's a book here, which I read about the trial of a Jew, who took a child of 4 years old, and cut off the fingers from both hands, and then crucified him on the wall, hammered nails into him and crucified him, and afterwards, when he was tried, he said that the child died soon, within 4 hours. That was soon. He said the child moaned, kept on moaning, and he stood admiring it. That's nice. 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 I sometimes imagine that it was I who crucified him. He would hang there moaning, and I would sit opposite him, eating pineapple. Compota. I am awfully fond of pineapple compotant. Do you like it? Ilyusha looked at her in silence. Her pale, sallow face was suddenly contorted. Her eyes burned. You're now. When I read about that Jew, I shook with sobs all night. I kept fancying how the little thing cried and moaned. A child of 4 years old understands, you know. And all the while the thought of pineapple compote haunted me. In the morning I wrote a letter to a certain person. begging him particularly to come and see me. He came and I suddenly told him all about the child and the pineapple compote. About it, and said that it was nice. He laughed and said it really was nice. Then he got up and went away. He was only here 5 minutes. Did he despise me? Did he despise me? Tell me, Ilyusha. Did he despise me or not? She sat up on the couch with flashing eyes. Tell me, Ilyusha asked anxiously. Did you send for that person? Yes, I did. You send him a letter? Yes. Simply to ask about that child? No, not about that at all. But when he came, I asked him about that at once. He answered, laughed, got up and went away. That person behaved honorably. Ilyusha murmured. And did he despise me? Did he laugh at me? No, for perhaps he believes in the pineapple compote himself. He is very ill now, too. Yes, he does believe in it, said Lies, with flashing eyes. He doesn't despise anyone, Ilyusha went on. Only he does not believe anyone. If he doesn't believe in people, of course he does despise them. Then he despises me. You, too, good. Lies seemed to grind her teeth. When he went out laughing, I felt that it was nice to be despised. The child with fingers cut off is nice, and to be despised is nice. And she laughed in Ilyusha's face, a feverish, malicious laugh. Do you know, Ilyusha, do you know, I should like. Ilyusha, save me. She suddenly jumped from the couch, rushed him and seized him with both hands. Save me, she almost groaned. Is there anyone in the world I could tell what I've told you? I've told you the truth, the truth. I shall kill myself because I loathe everything. I don't want to live because I loathe everything. I loathe everything. Ilyusha, why don't you love me in the least? She finished in a frenzy. But I do love you, answered Ilyusha warmly. And will you weep over me? Will you? Yes. Not because I want your wife, but simply weep for me. Yes. Thank you. It's only your tears I want. Everyone else may punish me and trample me underfoot. Everyone, not excepting anyone. For I don't love anyone. Do you hear, not anyone? On the contrary, I hate him. Go, Ilyusha. It's time you went to your brother. She tore herself away from him suddenly. How can I leave you like this? Said Ilyusha, almost in alarm. Go to your brother. The prison will be shut. Go. Here's your hat. Give my love to Mitya. Go. And she almost forcibly pushed Ilyusha out of the door. He looked at her with pained surprise, when he was suddenly aware of a letter in his right hand, a tiny letter folded up tight and sealed. He glanced at and instantly read the address. To Ivan Fyodorovich Karamazov. He looked quickly at Lies. Her face had become almost menacing. Give it to him. You must give it to him, she ordered him, trembling and beside herself. Today, at once, or I'll poison myself. That's why I sent for you. and she slammed the door quickly. The bolt clicked. Alyosha put the note in his pocket and went straight downstairs, without going back to Madame Hohlakov, forgetting her. In fact, as soon as Alyosha had gone, Liza unbolted the door, opened it a little, put her finger in the crack and slammed the door with all her might, pinching her finger. 10 seconds after, releasing her finger, she walked softly, slowly to her chair, sat up straight in it, and looked intently at her blackened finger and the blood that oozed from under the nail. Her lips were quivering and she kept whispering rapidly to herself, "I am a wretch, 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 wretch." Chapter 4. A Hymn and a Secret. It was quite late, days are short in November, when Alyosha rang at the prison gate. It was beginning to get dusk, but Alyosha knew that he would be admitted without difficulty. Things were managed in our little town, as everywhere else. At first, of course, on the conclusion of the preliminary inquiry, relations and a few other persons could only obtain interviews with Mitya by going through certain inevitable formalities. But later, though the formalities were not relaxed, exceptions were made for some, at least, of Mitya's visitors. So much so that sometimes the interviews with the prisoner in the room set aside for the purpose were practically ter. These exceptions, however, were few in number. Only Grushenka, Ilyusha, and Krassotkin were treated like this. But the captain of the police, Mikhail Mihailovich, was very favorably disposed to Grushenka. His abuse of her at Mokro weighed on the old man's conscience, and when he learned the whole story, he completely changed his view of her. And strange to say, though he was firmly persuaded of his guilt, yet after Mitya was once in prison, the old man came to take a more and more lenient view of him. He was a man of good heart, perhaps, he thought, who had come to grief from drinking and dissipation. His first horror had been succeeded by pity. As for Ilyusha, the police captain was very fond of him and had known him for a long time. Krassotkin, who had of late taken to coming very often to see the prisoner, was one of the most intimate acquaintances of the police captain's young ladies, as he called them, and was always hanging about their house. He gave lessons in the house of the prison superintendent too, who, though scrupulous in the performance of his duties, was a kind-hearted old man. Ilyusha, again, had an intimate acquaintance of long standing with the superintendent, who was fond of talking to him, generally on sacred subjects. He respected Ivan Fyodorovitch and stood in awe of his opinion, though he was a great philosopher himself, self-taught, of course. But Alyosha had an irresistible attraction for him. During the last year the old man had taken to studying the apocryphal Gospels, and constantly talked over his impressions with his young friend. He used to come and see him in the monastery and discussed for hours together with him and with the monks. So even if Ilyusha were late at the prison, he had only to go to the superintendent, and everything was made easy. Besides, everyone in the prison, down to the humblest warder, had ground used to Ilyusha. The sentry, of course, did not trouble him so long as the authorities were satisfied. When Mitya was summoned from his cell, he always went downstairs to the place set aside for interviews. As Ilyusha entered the room, he came upon Rakitin, who was just taking leave of Mitya. They were both talking loudly. Mitya was laughing heartily as he saw him out, while Rakitin seemed grumbling. Rakitin did not like meeting Ilyusha, especially of late. He scarcely spoke to him and bowed to him stiffly. Seeing Ilyusha enter now, he frowned and looked away, as though he were entirely absorbed in buttoning his big, warm, fur-trimmed overcoat. Then he began looking at once for his umbrella. "Must mind not to forget my belongings," he muttered, simply to say something. "Mind you don't forget other people's belongings," said Mitya as a joke, and laughed at once at his own wit. Rakitin fired up instantly. "You'd better give that advice to your own family, who've always been a slave-driving lot, and not to Rakitin," he cried, suddenly trembling with anger. "What's the matter?" "I was joking," cried Mitya. "Damn it all, they are all like that." He turned to Ilyusha, nodding towards Rakitin's hurriedly retreating figure. He was sitting here, laughing and cheerful, and all at once he boils up like that. He didn't even nod to you. Have you broken with him completely? Why are you so late? I've not been simply waiting, but thirsting for you the whole morning. But never mind, we'll make up for it now. Why does he come here so often? Surely you are not such great friends?" asked Ilyusha. He too nodded at the door, through which Rakitin had disappeared. "Great friends with Rakitin? No, not as much as that. Is it likely a pig like that? He considers I am a blackguard. They can't understand a joke either. That's the worst of such people. They never understand a joke, and their souls are dry and flat. They remind me of prison walls when I was first brought here. But he is a clever fellow, very clever. Well, Alexei, it's all over with me now." He sat down on the bench and made Ilyusha sit down beside him. "Yes, the trial's tomorrow. Are you so hopeless, brother?" Ilyusha said, with an apprehensive feeling. "What are you talking about?" said Mitya, looking at him rather uncertainly. "Oh, you mean the trial. Damn it all. Till now we've been talking of things that don't matter about this trial. But I haven't said a word to you about the chief thing. Yes, the trial is tomorrow, but it wasn't the trial I meant when I said it was all over with me. Why do you look at me so critically? What do you mean, Mitya?"
Ideas, that's all. Ethics."
"Ethics?" asked Ilyusha, wondering. "Wes, is it a science?" "Wes, there is such a science. But I confess I can't explain to you what sort of science it is. Rakitin knows. Rakitin knows a lot. Damn him. He's not going to be a monk. He means to go to Petersburg. There he'll go in for criticism of an elevating tendency. Who knows, he may of use and make his own career, too. Oaf, then, first-rate, these people, at making a career. Damn ethics, I am done for. Alexei, I am. You man of God, I love you more than anyone. It makes my heart yearn to look at you. Who was Karl burned? Karl Bernard. Ilyusha was surprised again. No, not Karl. Stay, I made a mistake. Claude Bernard. What was he? Chemist or what? He must be a savant, answered Ilyusha, but I confess I can't tell you much about him either. I've heard of him as a savant, but what sorta don't he know well? Damn him, then, I don't he know either. Saw Mitya, a scoundrel of some sort, most likely. They are all scoundrels, and Rakitin will make his way. Rakitin will get on anywhere. He is another Bernard. These Bernards. They are all over the place. But what is the matter? Ilyusha asked insistently. He wants to write an article about me, about my case, and so begin his literary career. That's what he comes for. He said so himself. He wants to prove some theory. He wants to say he couldn't help murdering his father. He was corrupted by his environment, and so on. He explained it all to Wei. He is going to put in a tinge of socialism, he says. But there, damn the fellow, he can put in a tinge if he likes. I don't care. He can't bear Ivan. He hates him. He's not fond of you either. But I don't turn him out, for he is a clever fellow. Awfully conceited, though, I said to him just now. The Karamazovs are not blackguards, but philosophers, for all true Russians are philosophers. And though you've studied, you are not a philosopher. You are a low fellow. He laughed so maliciously. And I said to him, Diidibus non est disputandum. Isn't that rather good? I can set up for being a classic. You see. Mitya laughed suddenly. Is it all over with you? You said so just now. Ilyusha interposed. Why is it all over with me? The fact of it is, if you take it as a whole, I am sorry to lose God. That's why it is. What do you mean by sorry to lose God? Imagine, inside, in the nerves, in the head. That is, these nerves are there, in the brain, said damn them. There are sort of little tails, the little tails of those nerves, and as soon as they begin quivering, that is, you see, I look at something with my eyes and then they begin quivering, those little tails. And when they quiver, then an image appears. It doesn't appear at once, but an instant, a second, passes. And then something like a moment appears. That is, not a moment. Devil take the moment. But an image, that is, an object, or an action, damn it. That's why I see and then think, because of those tails. Not at all because I've got a soul, and that I am some sort of image and likeness. All that is nonsense. Rakitin explained it all to me yesterday, brother, and it simply bowled me over. It's magnificent, Ilyusha. This science, a new man's arising, that I understand. And yet, I am sorry to lose God. Well, that's a good thing, anyway, said Ilyusha. That I am sorry to lose God. It's chemistry, brother. Chemistry. There's no help for it, your reverence. You must make way for chemistry. And Rakitin does dislike God. Oh, doesn't he dislike him? That's the sore point with all of them. But they conceal it. They tell lies. They pretend. Will you preach this in your reviews? I asked him. Well, if I did it openly, they won't let it through, he said. He laughed. But what will become of men then? I asked him. Without God and immortal life, all things are lawful then. They can do what they like? Didn't you know? He said, laughing. A clever man can do what he likes, he said. A clever man knows his way about, but you've put your foot in it, committing a murder, and now you are rotting in prison. He says that to my face. A regular pig. I used to kick such people out, but now I listen to them. He talks a lot of sense too. Writes well. He began reading me an article last week. I copied out 3 lines of it. Wait a minute. Here it is. Mitya hurriedly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and read. In order to determine this question, it is above all essential to put one's personality in contradiction to one's reality. Do you understand that? No, I don't, said Ilyusha. He looked at Mitya and listened to him with curiosity. I don't understand either. It's dark and obscure, but intellectual. Everyone writes like that now. He says, it's the effect of their environment. They are afraid of the environment. He writes poetry, too, the rascal. He's written in honor of Madame Holaka's foot. Ha! I've heard about it, said Ilyusha. Have you? And have you heard the poem? No. I've got it. Here it is. I'll read it to you. You don't know. I haven't told you. There's quite a story about it. He's I rascal. 3 weeks ago he began to tease me. You've got yourself into a mess, like a fool, for the sake of 3,000. But I'm going to collar 150,000. I am going to marry a widow and buy a house in Petersburg. And he told me he was courting Madame Holakov. She hadn't much brains in her youth, and now at 40 she has lost what she had. But she's awfully sentimental. He says, that's how I shall get hold of her. When I marry her, I shall take her to Petersburg, and there I shall start a newspaper. And his mouth was simply watering. The beast, not for the widow, but for the 150,000. And he made me believe it. He came to see me every day. She is coming round, he declared. He was beaming with delight, and then, all of a sudden, he was turned out of the house. Pahotin's carrying everything before him. Bravo! I could kiss the silly old noodle for turning him out of the house. And he had written this doggerel. It's the first time I've soiled my hands with writing poetry, he said. It's to win her heart, so it's in a good cause. When I get hold of the silly woman's fortune, I can be of great social utility. They have this social justification for every nasty thing they do. Anyway, it's better than your Pushkin's poetry, he said, for I've managed to advocate enlightenment even in that. I understand. what he means about Pushkin. I quite see that. If he really was a man of talent and only wrote about women's feet, but wasn't Rakitin stuck up about his doggerel? The vanity of these fellows, on the convalescence of the swollen foot, the object of my affections. He thought of that for a title. He's a waggish fellow, a captivating little foot, though swollen and red and tender. The doctors come and plasters put, but still they cannot mend her. Yet, 'tis not for her foot I dread, a theme for Pushkin's muse more fit. It's not her foot, it is her head. I tremble for her loss of wit. For as her foot swells, strange to say, her intellect is on the wane. Oh, for some remedy, I pray, that may restore both foot and brain. He is a pig, a regular pig, but he's very arch, the rascal. And he really has put in a progressive idea. And wasn't he angry when she kicked him out? He was gnashing his teeth. He's taken his revenge already, said Ilyusha. He's written a paragraph about Madame Holikov. And Ilyusha told him briefly about the paragraph into Ossip, Gosseth. That's his doing. That's his doing, Mitya assented, frowning. That's him. These paragraphs, I know. The insulting things that have been written about Grushenka, for instance. And about Katya, too. He walked across the room with a harassed air. Brother, I cannot stay long, Ilyusha said, after a pause. Tomorrow will be a great and awful day for you. The judgment of God will be accomplished. I am amazed at you. You walk about here, talking of identity now. What? No, don't be amazed at me, Mitya broke in warmly. Am I talk of that stinking dog, of the murderer? We've talked enough of him. I don't want to say more of the stinking son of stinking Lizaveta. God will kill him. Hush. He went up to Ilyusha excitedly and kissed him. His eyes glowed. Rakitin wouldn't he understand it. He began in a sort of exaltation. But you'll understand it all. That's why I was thirsting for you. You see, there's so much I've been wanting to tell you for ever so long, here, within these peeling walls. But I haven't said a word about what matters most. The moment never seems to have come. Now I can wait no longer. I must pour out my heart to you. Brother, these last 2 months I've found in myself a new man. A new man has risen up in me. He was hidden in me, but would never have come to the surface if it hadn't been for this blow from heaven. I am afraid. And what do I care if I spend 20 years in the mines, breaking ore with a hammer? I am not a bit afraid of that. It is something else I am afraid of now, that new man may leave me, even there, in the mines, underground. I may find a human heart in another convict and murderer by my side, and I may make friends with him, for even there one may live and love and suffer. One may thaw and revive a frozen heart in that convict. One may wait upon him for years, and at last bring from the dark depths a lofty soul, a feeling, suffering creature. One may bring forth an angel, create a hero. There are so many of them, hundreds of them, and we are all to blame for them. Why was it I dreamed of that baby at such a moment? Why is the babe so poor? That was a sign to me at that moment. It's for the babe I'm going, because we are all responsible for all the babes. For there are big children as well as little children. All are babes. I go for all, because someone must go for all. I didn't kill father, but I've got to go. I accept it. It's all come to me here, within these peeling walls. There are numbers of them there, hundreds of them underground, with hammers in their hands. Oh yes, we shall be in chains, and there will be no freedom. But then, in our great sorrow, we shall rise again to joy, without which man cannot live nor God exist, for God gives joy. It's his privilege, a grand one. Man should be dissolved in prayer. What should I be underground there without God? Rakitin's laughing. If they drive God from the earth, we shall shelter him underground. One cannot exist in prison without God. It's even more impossible than out of prison. And then we men underground will sing from the bowels, the earth, a glorious hymn to God, with whom is joy. Hail to God and his joy, I love him. Mitya was almost gasping for breath as he uttered his wild speech. He turned pale, his lips quivered, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Yes, life is full. There is life even underground. He began again. You wouldn't believe, Alexei, how I want to live now. What a thirst for existence and consciousness has sprung up in me within these peeling walls. Rakitin doesn't understand that. All he cares about is building a house and letting flats. But I've been longing for you. And what is suffering? I am not afraid of it, even if it were beyond reckoning. I am not afraid of it now. I was afraid of it before. Do you now? Perhaps I won't answer at the trial at all. And I seem to have such strength in me now, that I think I could stand anything, any suffering, only to be able to say and to repeat to myself every moment I exist. In thousands of agonies, I exist. I'm tormented on the rack, but I exist. Though I sit alone on a pillar, I exist. I see the sun, and if I don't see the sun, I know it's there. And there's a whole life in that, in knowing that the sun is there. Ilyusha, my angel, all these philosophies are the death of me. Damn them. Brother Ivan. What of Brother Ivan? Interrupted Ilyusha, but Mitya did not hear. You see, I never had any of these doubts before, but it was all hidden away in me. It was perhaps just because ideas I did not understand were surging up in me, that I used to drink and fight and rage. It was to stifle them in myself, to still them, to smother them. Ivan is not Rakitin. There is an idea in him. Ivan is a sphinx and is silent. He is always silent. It's God that's worrying me. That's the only thing that's worrying me. What if he doesn't exist? What if Rakitin's right, that it's an idea made up by men? Then if he doesn't exist, man is the chief of the earth, the universe, magnificent. Only how is he going to be good without God? That's the question. I always come back to that. For whom is man going to love then? To whom will he be thankful? To whom will he sing the hymn? Rakitin laughs. Rakitin says that one can love humanity without God. Well, only a sniveling idiot can maintain that. I can't understand it. Life's easy for Rakitin. You'd better think about the extension of civic rights, or even of keeping down the price of meat. You will show your love for humanity more simply and directly by that than by philosophy. I answered him, well, but you, without a God, are more likely to raise the price of meat if it suits you and make a ruble on every kopeck. He lost his temper. But after all, what is goodness? Answer me that, Alexei. Goodness is one thing with me and another with a Chinaman, so it's a relative thing. Or isn't it? Is it not relative? A treacherous question. You won't laugh if I tell you it's kept me awake 2 nights. I only wonder now how people can live and think nothing about it. Vanity. Ivan has no God. He has an idea. It's beyond me. But he is silent. I believe he is a Freemason. I asked him, but he is silent. I wanted to drink from the springs of his soul. He was silent. But once he did drop a word. What did he say? Ilyusha took it up quickly. Said to him, then everything is lawful, if it is so. He frowned. Fyodor Pavlovitch, our papa, he said, was a pig, but his ideas were right enough. That was what he dropped. That was all he said. That was going one better than Rakitin. Yes, Ilyusha assented bitterly. One was he with you. Of that later. Now I must speak of something else. I have said nothing about Ivan to you before. I put it off to the last. When my business here is over, and the verdict has been given, then I'll tell you something. I'll tell you everything. We've something tremendous on hand, and you shall be my judge in it. But don't begin about that now. Be silent. You talk of tomorrow, of the trial. But would you believe it? I know nothing about it. Have you talked to the council? What's the use of the council? I told him all about it. He's a soft, city-bred rogue. A Bernard. But he doesn't believe me. Not a bit. Only imagine he believes I did it. I see it. In that case, I ask him, why have you come to defend me? Hang them all. They've got a doctor down. 2 want to prove I'm mad. I won't have that. Katerina Ivanovna wants to do her duty. To the end, whatever the strain. Mitya smiled bitterly. The cat. Hard-hearted creature. She knows that I said of her at Mokroe that she was a woman of great wrath. They repeated it. Yes, the facts against me have grown numerous as the sands of the sea. Grigory sticks to his point. Grigory's honest, but a fool. Many people are honest because they are fools. That's Rakitin's idea. Grigory's my enemy, and there are some people who are better as foes than friends. I mean Katerina Ivanovna. I am afraid. Oh, I am afraid she will tell how she bowed to the ground after that 4,000. She'll pay it back to the last farthing. I don't want her sacrifice. They'll put me to shame at the trial. I wonder how I can stand it. Go to her. Ilyusha, ask her not to speak of that in the court. Can't you? But damn it all, it doesn't matter. I shall get through somehow. I don't pity her. It's her own doing. She deserves what she gets. I shall have my own story to tell Alexei. He smiled bitterly again. Only Grusha. Good Lord, why should she have such suffering to bear? He exclaimed suddenly with tears. Grusha's killing me. The thought of hers killing me. She was with me just now. She told me she was very much grieved by you today. I know. Confound my temper. It was jealousy. I was sorry I kissed her as she was going. I didn't ask her forgiveness. Why didn't you? Exclaimed Ilyusha. Suddenly Mitya laughed almost mirthfully. God preserve you, my dear boy, from ever asking forgiveness for a fault from a woman you love. From one you love especially, however greatly you may have been in fault. For a woman, devil only knows what to make of a woman. I know something about them anyway, but try acknowledging you are in fault to a woman. Say, I am sorry, forgive me, and a shower of reproaches will follow. Nothing will make her forgive you simply and directly. She'll humble you to the dust, bring forward things that have never happened, recall everything, forget nothing, add something of her own, and only then forgive you. And even the best of them do it. She'll scrape up all the scrapings and load them on your head. They are ready to flay you alive, I tell you, every one of them, all these angels, without whom we cannot live. I tell you plainly and openly, dear boy, every decent man ought to be under some woman's thumb. That's my conviction. Not conviction, but feeling. A man ought to be magnanimous, and it's no disgrace to a man, no disgrace to a hero, not even a Siki Tsar. But don't ever beg her pardon, all the same for anything. Remember that rule given you by your brother Mitya, who's come to ruin through women. No, I'd better make it up to Grusha somehow, without begging pardon. I worship her. Alexei worship her. Only she doesn't see it. No, she still thinks I don't love her enough. And she tortures me with her love. The past was nothing. In the past it was only those infernal curves of hers that tortured me. But now I've taken all her soul into my soul, and through her I've become a man myself. Will they marry you? If they don't, I shall die of jealousy. I imagine something every day. What did she say to you about me? Ilyusha repeated all Grushenka had said to him that day. Mitya listened, made him repeat things, and seemed pleased. Then she is not angry at my being jealous, he exclaimed. She is a regular woman. I've a fierce heart myself. I love such fierce hearts. Though I can't bear any one's being jealous of me. I can endure it. We shall fight. But I shall love her. I shall love her infinitely. Will they marry you? Do they let convicts marry? That's the question. And without her I can't exist. Mitya walked frowning across the room. It was almost dark. He suddenly seemed terribly worried. So there's a secret, she says. are sacred. We have got up a plot against her, and Katya is mixed up in it, she thinks. No, my good Grushenka, that's not it. You are very wide of the mark in your foolish feminine way.
Ilyusha, darling, well, here goes.
I'll tell you our secret. He looked round, went close up quickly to Ilyusha, who was standing before him, and whispered to him with an air of mystery, though in reality no one could hear them. The old warder was dozing in the corner, and not a word could reach the ears of the soldiers on guard. I will tell you all our secret, Mitya whispered hurriedly. I meant to tell you later, for how could I decide on anything without you? You are everything to me. Though I say that Ivan is superior to us, you are my angel. It's your decision. We'll decide it. Perhaps it's you that is superior and not Ivan. You see, it's a question of conscience. Question of the higher conscience. The secret is so important that I can't settle it myself, and I've put it off till I could speak to you. But anyway, it's too early to decide now, for we must wait for the verdict. As soon as the verdict is given, you shall decide my fate. Don't decide it now. I'll tell you now. You listen, but don't decide. Stand and keep quiet. I won't tell you everything. I'll only tell you the idea, without details, and you keep quiet. Not a question, not a movement. You agree. But, goodness, what shall I do with your eyes? I'm afraid your eyes will tell me your decision, even if you don't speak.
Oh, I'm afraid. Ilyusha, listen.
Ivan suggests my escaping. I won't tell you the details. It's all been thought out. It can all be arranged. Hush, don't decide. I should go to America with Grusha. You know I can't live without Grusha. What if they won't let her follow me to Siberia? Do they let convicts get married? Ivan thinks not. And without Grusha, what should I do there underground? With a hammer. I should only smash my skull with the hammer. But, on the other hand, my conscience. I should have run away from suffering. A sign has come. I reject the sign. I have a way of salvation, and I turn my back on it. Ivan says that in America, with the goodwill, I can be of more use than underground. But what becomes of our hymn from underground? What's America? America is vanity again, and there's a lot of swindling in America, too, I expect. I should have run away from crucifixion. I tell you, you know, Alexei, because you are the only person who can understand this. There's no one else. It's folly, madness to others. All I've told you of the hymn. They'll say I'm out of my mind or a fool. I am not out of my mind, and I am not a fool. Ivan understands about the hymn too. He understands, only he doesn't answer. He doesn't speak. He doesn't believe in the hymn. Don't speak. Don't speak. I see how you look. You have already decided. Don't decide. Spare me. I can't leave without Grusha. Wait till after the trial. Mitya ended beside himself. He held Ilyusha with both hands on his shoulders, and his yearning, feverish eyes were fixed on his brothers. They don't let convicts marry, do they? He repeated the third time in a supplicating voice. Alyosha listened with extreme surprise and was deeply moved. "Tell me one thing," he said. "Is Ivan very keen on it? And whose idea was it?" "His is. And he is very keen on it. Didn't he come to see me at first? Then he suddenly came a week ago, and he began about it straight away. He is awfully keen on it. He doesn't ask me, but orders me to escape. He doesn't doubt my obeying him, though I showed him all my heart as I have to you, and told him about the Hun too. He told me he'd arrange it. He's found out about everything, but of that later. He's simply set on it. It's all a matter of money. He'll pay 10,000 for escape and give me 20,000 for America. And he says we can arrange a magnificent escapee for 10,000. And he told you on no account to tell me?" Alyosha asked again. "To tell no one, and especially not you, on no account to tell you? He is afraid, no doubt, that you'll stand before me as my conscience. Don't tell him I told you. Don't tell him for anything." "You are right," Alyosha pronounced. "It is impossible to decide anything before the trial is over. After the trial you'll decide of yourself. Then you will find that new man in yourself, and he will decide. A new man, or a Bernard. Who will decide, Lord Bernard? For I believe I am a contemptible Bernard myself," said Mitya, with a bitter grin. "But, brother, have you no hope, then, of being acquitted?" Mitya shrugged his shoulders nervously and shook his head. "Ilyusha, darling, it's time you were going," he said, with a sudden haste. "There's the superintendent shouting in the yard. He'll be here directly. We are late. It's irregular. Embrace me quickly. Kiss me. Sign me with the cross, darling, for the cross I have to bear tomorrow." They embraced and kissed. "Ivan," said Mitya suddenly, "suggests my escaping, but, of course, he believes I did it." A mournful smile came on to his lips. "Have you asked him whether he believes it?" asked Alyosha. "No, I haven't. I wanted to, but I couldn't. I hadn't the courage. But I saw it from his eyes. Well, goodbye." Once more they kissed hurriedly, and Ilyusha was just going out when Mitya suddenly called him back. "Stand facing me, that's right." And again he seized Alyosha, putting both hands on his shoulders. His face became suddenly quite pale, so that it was dreadfully apparent. Even through the gathering darkness, his lips twitched, his eyes fastened upon Ilyusha. "Ilyusha, tell me the whole truth, as you would before God. Do you believe I did it? Do you in yourself believe it? The whole truth, don't lie," he cried desperately. Everything seemed having before Ilyusha, and he felt something like a stab at his heart. "Hush, what do you mean?" he faltered helplessly. "The whole truth, the whole." "Don't lie," repeated Mitya. "I've never for one instant believed that you were the murderer," broke in a shaking voice from Alyosha's breast, and he raised his right hand in the air, as though calling God to witness his words. Mitya's whole face was lighted up with bliss. Thank you, he articulated slowly, as though letting a sigh escape him after fainting. Now you have given me new life. Would you believe it? Till this moment I've been afraid to ask you, even you. Well, go. You've given me strength for tomorrow. Come, go along, love Ivan, was Mitya's last word. Ilyusha went out in tears. Such distrustfulness in Mitya, such lack of confidence even to him, to Ilyusha. All this suddenly opened before Ilyusha an unsuspected depth of hopeless grief and despair in the soul of his unhappy brother. Intense, infinite compassion overwhelmed him instantly. There was a poignant ache in his torn heart. Love Ivan. He suddenly recalled Mitya's words, and he was going to Ivan. He badly wanted to see Ivan all day. He was as much worried about Ivan as about Mitya, and more than ever now. Chapter 5. Not you, not you. On the way to Ivan he had to pass the house where Katerina Ivanovna was living. There was light in the windows. He suddenly stopped and resolved to go in. He had not seen Katerina Ivanovna for more than a week. But now it struck him that Ivan might be with her, especially on the eve of the terrible day. Ringing and mounting the staircase, which was dimly lighted by a Chinese lantern, he saw a man coming down, and as they met, he recognized him as his brother. So he was just coming from Katerina Ivanovna. "Ah, it's only you," said Ivan dryly. "Well, goodbye. You are going to her?" "Yes." "I don't advise you to. She's upset, and you'll upset her more." A door was instantly flung open above, and a voice cried suddenly, "No, no, Alexey Fyodorovitch, have you come from him?" "Yes." "I have been with him." "Has he sent me any message?" "Come up, Ilyusha. And you, Ivan Fyodorovitch, you must come back, you must. Do you hear?" There was such a peremptory note in Katya's voice that Ivan, after a moment's hesitation, made up his mind to go back with Ilyusha. She was listening. He murmured angrily to himself, but Ilyusha heard it. "Excuse my keeping my greatcoat on," said Ivan, going into the drawing room. "I want to sit down. I want to stay more than a minute." "Sit down, Alexey Fyodorovitch," said Katerina Ivanovna. Though she remained standing, she had changed very little during this time, but there was an ominous gleam in her dark eyes. Ilyusha remembered afterwards that she had struck him as particularly handsome at that moment. "What did he ask you to tell me?" "Only one thing," said Ilyusha, looking her straight in the face. "That you would spare yourself and say nothing at the trial of what?" So he was a little confused. "Passed between you at the time of your first acquaintance in that town." "Ah!" "That I bowed down to the ground for that money." She broke into a bitter laugh. "Why? Is he afraid for me or for himself? He asks me to spare. Him or myself? Tell me." "Alexey Fyodorovitch." Ilyusha watched her intently, trying to understand her. "Oh, both yourself and him," he answered softly. "I am glad to hear it," she snapped out maliciously, and she suddenly blushed. Don't you know me yet, Alexey Fyodorovitch? She said menacingly. And I don't know myself yet. Perhaps you'll want to trample me underfoot after my examination tomorrow. You will give your evidence honorably, said Ilyusha. That's all that's wanted. Women are often dishonorable, she snarled. Only an hour ago I was thinking I felt afraid to touch that monster, as though he were a reptile. But no, he is still a human being to me. But did he do it? Is he the murderer? She cried all of a sudden, hysterically, turning quickly to Ivan. Ilyusha saw at once that she had asked Ivan that question before, perhaps only a moment before he came in, and not for the first time, but for the 100th, and that they had ended by quarreling. I've been to see Smerdyakov. It was you who persuaded me that he murdered his father. It is only you I believed, she continued, still addressing Ivan. He gave her a sort of strained smile. Ilyusha started at her tone. He had not suspected such familiar intimacy between them. Well, that's enough. Anyway, Ivan cut short the conversation. I am going. I'll come tomorrow. And turning at once, he walked out of the room and went straight downstairs. With an imperious gesture, Katerina Ivanovna seized Ilyusha by both hands. Follow him. Overtake him. Don't leave him alone for a minute, she said, in a hurried whisper. He's mad. Don't you know that he's mad? He is in a fever, nervous fever. The doctor told me so. Go, run after him. Ilyusha jumped up and ran after Ivan, who was not 50 paces ahead of him. What do you want? He turned quickly on Ilyusha, seeing that he was running after him. She told you to catch me up, because I'm mad. I know it all by heart, he added irritably. She is mistaken, of course, but she is right that you are ill, said Ilyusha. I was looking at your face just now. You look very ill. Ivan walked on without stopping. Ilyusha followed him. And do you know, Alexey Fyodorovitch, how people do go out of their mind? Ivan asked in a voice suddenly quiet, without a trace of irritation, with a note of the simplest curiosity. No, I don't. I suppose there are all kinds of insanity. And can one observe that one's drawing mad oneself? I'm upon myself clearly in such circumstances. I have forgotten it. Path aid with surprise. An imagine limmerkant. Tc Wanchin oneself. Please change the subject, he said suddenly. Oh, while I think of it, I have a letter for you, said Ilyusha timidly, and he took Liza's note from his pocket and held it out to Ivan. They were just under a lamp post. Ivan recognized the handwriting at once. Ah, from that little demon. He laughed maliciously and, without opening the envelope, he tore it into bits and threw it in the air. The bits were scattered by the wind. She's not 16 yet, I believe, and already offering herself, he said contemptuously, striding along the street again. How do you mean, offering herself? Exclaimed Ilyusha, as wanton women offer themselves, to be sure. How can you? Ivan, how can you? Ilyusha cried warmly in a grieved voice. She is a child. You are insulting a child. She is ill. She is very ill too. She is on the verge of insanity. Too, perhaps. I had hoped to hear something from you. That would save Gar. You'll hear nothing from me. If she is a child, I am not her nurse. Be quiet, Alexei. Don't go on about her. I am not even thinking about. They were silent again for a moment. She will be praying all night now to the Mother of God to show moral. And angrily again, he said sharply. Oh, how at the trial? You mean Katerina Ivanovna? Yes. Whether she's to save Mitya or ruin him, she'll pray for light from above. She can't make up her mind for herself. You see, she has not had time to decide yet. She takes me for her nurse too. She wants me to sing lullabies to her. Katerina Ivanovna loves you, brother, said Ilyusha sadly. Perhaps, but I am not very keen on her. She is suffering. Why do you sometimes say things to her that give her hope? Ilyusha went on with timid reproach. I know that you've given her hope. Forgive me for speaking to you like this, he added. I can't behave to her as I ought. Break off altogether and tell her so straight out, said Ivan irritably. I must wait till sentence is passed on the murderer. If I break off with her now, she will avenge herself on me by ruining that scoundrel tomorrow at the trial, for she hates him and knows she hates him. It's all a lie, lie upon lie. As long as I don't break off with her, she goes on hoping, and she won't ruin that monster, knowing how I want to get him out of trouble. If only that damned verdict would come. The words, murderer and monster, echoed painfully in Ilyusha's heart. But how can she ruin Mitya? He asked, pondering on Ivan's words. What evidence can she give that would ruin Mitya? You don't know that yet. She's got a document in her hands, in Mitya's own writing, that proves conclusively that he did murder Fyodor Pavlovich. Ah, that's impossible, cried Ilyusha. Why is it impossible? I've read it myself. There can't be such a document, Ilyusha repeated warmly. There can't be, because he's not the murderer. It's not he murdered father, not he. Ivan suddenly stopped. Who is the murderer then, according to you? He asked, with apparent coldness. There was even a supercilious note in his voice. You know, ooh, Ilyusha pronounced in a low, penetrating voice. Who? You mean the myth about that crazy idiot, the epileptic, Smerdyakov. Ilyusha suddenly felt himself trembling all over. You know, ooh, broke helplessly from him. He could scarcely breathe. Who? Ivan cried, almost fiercely. All his restraint suddenly vanished. I only know one thing, Ilyusha went on, still almost in a whisper. It wasn't you killed father. Not you. What do you mean by not you? Ivan was thunderstruck. It was not you killed father, Ilyusha repeated firmly. The silence lasted for half a minute. I didn't he? Are you raving? Said Ivan with a pale, distorted smile. His eyes were riveted on Ilyusha. They were standing again under a lamp post. No, Ivan, you've told yourself several times that you are the murderer. When did I say so? I was in Moscow. When have I said so? Ivan faltered helplessly. You've said so to yourself many times, when you've been alone during these 2 dreadful months. Ilyusha went on softly and distinctly as before, yet he was speaking now, as it were, not of himself, not of his own will, but obeying some irresistible command. You have accused yourself, and have confessed to yourself, that you are a murderer, and no one else. But you didn't do it. You are mistaken. You are not the murderer. Do you hear? It was not you. God has sent me to tell you. So, they were both silent. The silence lasted a whole long minute. They were both standing still, gazing into each other's eyes. They were both pale. Suddenly Ivan began trembling all over, and clutched Ilyusha's shoulder. You've been in my room, he whispered hoarsely. You've been there at night, when he came. Confess. Have you seen him? Have you seen him? Whom do you mean, Mitya? Ilyusha asked, bewildered. Not him. Damn the monster! Ivan shouted in a frenzy. Do you know that he visits me? How did you find out? Speak. Who is he? I don't know whom you are talking about. Ilyusha faltered, beginning to be alarmed. Yes, you do know. Or how could you? It's impossible that you don't know. Suddenly he seemed to check himself. He stood still and seemed to reflect. A strange grin contorted his lips. Brother, Ilyusha began again, in a shaking voice. I have said this to you, because you'll believe my word. I know that. I tell you once and for all, it's not you. You hear, once for all. God has put it into my heart to say this to you, even though it may make you hate me from this hour. But by now Ivan had apparently regained his self-control. Alexey Fyodorovitch, he said, with a cold smile, I can't endure prophets and epileptics, messengers from God especially, and you know that only too well. I break off all relations with you from this moment and probably forever. I beg you to leave me at this turning. It's the way to your lodgings, too. You'd better be particularly careful not to come to me today. Do you hear? He turned and walked on with a firm step, not looking back. Brother, Ilyusha called after him, if anything happens to you today, turn to me before anyone. But Ivan made no reply. Ilyusha stood under the lamp post at the crossroads, till Ivan had vanished into the darkness. Then he turned and walked slowly homewards. Both Ilyusha and Ivan were living in lodgings. Neither of them was willing to live in Fyodor Pavlovitch's empty house. Ilyusha had a furnished room in the house of some working people. Ivan lived some distance from him. He had taken a roomy and fairly comfortable lodge attached to a fine house that belonged to a well-to-do lady, the widow of an official. But his only attendant was a deaf and rheumatic old crone who went to bed at 6 o'clock every evening and got up at 6 in the morning. Ivan had become remarkably indifferent to his comforts of late, and very fond of being alone. He did everything for himself in the one room he lived in, and rarely entered any of the other rooms in his abode. He reached the gate of the house and had his hand on the bell when he suddenly stopped. He felt that he was trembling all over with anger. Suddenly he let go of the bell, turned back with a curse, and walked with rapid steps in the opposite direction. He walked 1.5 miles to a tiny, slanting wooden house, almost a hut, where Maria Kondratyevna, the neighbor who used to come to Fyodor Pavlovitch's kitchen for soap, and to whom Smerdyakov had once sung his songs and played on the guitar, was now lodging. She had sold their little house and was now living here with her mother. Smerdyakov, who was ill, almost dying, had been with them ever since Fyodor Pavlovitch's death. It was to him Ivan was going now, drawn by a sudden and irresistible prompting. Chapter 6. The first interview with Smerdyakov. This the third time that Ivan had been to see Smerdyakov since his return from Moscow. The first time he had seen him and talked to him was on the first day of his arrival. Then he had visited him once more a fortnight later, but his visits had ended with that second one, so that it was now over a month since he had seen him, and he had scarcely heard anything of him. Ivan had only returned 5 days after his father's death, so that he was not present at the funeral, which took place the day before he came back. The cause of his delay was that Ilyusha, not knowing his Moscow address, had to apply to Katerina Ivanovna to telegraph to him, and she, not knowing his address either, telegraphed to her sister and aunt, reckoning on Ivan's going to see them as soon as he arrived in Moscow. But he did not go to them till 4 days after his arrival. When he got the telegram, he had, of course, set off post-haste to our town. The first to meet him was Ilyusha, and Ivan was greatly surprised to find that, in opposition to the general opinion of the town, he refused to entertain a suspicion against Mitya, and spoke openly of Smerdyakov as the murderer. Later on, after seeing the police captain and the prosecutor, and hearing the details of the charge and the arrest, he was still more surprised at Ilyusha, and ascribed his opinion only to his exaggerated brotherly feeling and sympathy with Mitya, of whom Ilyusha, as Ivan knew, was very fond. By the way, let us say a word or two of Ivan's feeling to his brother Dmitri. He positively disliked him, at most, felt sometimes a compassion for him, and even that was mixed with great contempt, almost repugnance. Mitya's whole personality, even his appearance, was extremely unattractive to him. Ivan looked with indignation on Katerina Ivanovna's love for his brother, yet he went to see Mitya on the first day of his arrival, and that interview, far from shaking Ivan's belief in his guilt, positively strengthened. He found his brother agitated, nervously excited. Mitya had been talkative, but very absent-minded and incoherent. He used violent language, accused Smerdyakov, and was fearfully muddled. He talked principally about the 3,000 rubles, which he said had been stolen from him by his father. "The money was mine. It was my money," Mitya kept repeating. "Even if I had stolen it, I should have had the right." He hardly contested the evidence against him, and if he tried to turn a fact to his advantage, it was in an absurd and incoherent way. He hardly seemed to wish to defend himself to Ivan or any one else. Quite the contrary. He was angry and proudly scornful of the charges against him. He was continually firing up and abusing everyone. He only laughed contemptuously at Grigory's evidence about the open door, and declared that it was the devil that opened it. But he could not bring forward any coherent explanation of the fact. He even succeeded in insulting Ivan during their first interview, telling him sharply that it was not people who declared that everything was lawful to suspect and question him. Altogether he was anything but friendly with Ivan on that occasion. Immediately after that interview with Mitya, Ivan went for the first time to see Smerdyakov. In the railway train on his way from Moscow, he kept thinking of Smerdyakov and of his last conversation with him on the evening before he went away. Many things seemed to him puzzling and suspicious, but when he gave his evidence to the investigating lawyer, Ivan said nothing for the time of that conversation. He put that off till he had seen Smerdyakov, who was at that time in the hospital. Dr. Herzenstube and Varvinsky, the doctor he met in the hospital, confidently asserted in reply to Ivan's persistent questions that Smerdyakov's epileptic attack was unmistakably genuine, and were surprised indeed at Ivan asking whether he might not have been shamming on the day of the catastrophe. They gave him to understand that the attack was an exceptional one, the fits persisting and recurring several times, so that the patient's life was positively in danger, and it was only now, after they had applied remedies, that they could assert with confidence that the patient would survive. Though it might well be, added Dr. Herzenstube, that his reason would be impaired for a considerable period, if not permanently. On Ivan's asking impatiently whether it meant that he was now mad, they told him that this was not yet the case, in the full sense of the word, but that certain abnormalities were perceptible. Ivan decided to find out for himself what those abnormalities were. At the hospital he was at once allowed to see the patient. Smerdyakov was lying on a truckle bed in a separate ward. There was only one other bed in the room, and in it lay a tradesman of the town, swollen with dropsy, who was obviously almost dying. He could be no hindrance to their conversation. Smerdyakov grinned uncertainly on seeing Ivan, and for the first instant seemed nervous. So at least Ivan fancied, but that was only momentary. For the rest of the time he was struck, on the contrary, by Smerdyakov's composure. From the first glance Ivan had no doubt that he was very ill. He was very weak. He spoke slowly, seeming to move his tongue with difficulty. He was much thinner and sallower. Throughout the interview, which lasted 20 minutes, he kept complaining of headache and of pain in all his limbs. His thin, emasculate face seemed to have become so tiny. His hair was ruffled, and his crest of curls in front stood up in a thin tuft. But in the left eye, which was screwed up and seemed to be insinuating something, Smerdyakov showed himself unchanged. It is always worth while speaking to a clever man. Ivan was reminded that at once. He sat down on the stool at his feet. Smerdyakov, with painful effort, shifted his position in bed, but he was not the first to speak. He remained dumb and did not even look much interested. "Can you talk to me?" asked Ivan. "I won't tire you much." "Certainly I can," mumbled Smerdyakov in a faint voice. "Has your honor been back long?" He added patronizingly, as though encouraging a nervous visitor. "I only arrived today. To see the mess you are in here." Smerdyakov sighed. "Why do you sigh? You knew of it all along," Ivan blurted out. Smerdyakov was stolidly silent for a while. "How could I help knowing? It was clear beforehand. But how could I tell it would turn out like that?" "What would turn out? Don't prevaricate. You foretold you'd have a fit on the way down to the cellar. You know, you mentioned the very spot, but have you said so at the examination yet?" Smerdyakov queried with composure. Ivan felt suddenly angry. "No, I haven't yet, but I certainly shall. You must explain a great deal to me, my man, and let me tell you, I am not going to let you play with. Why should I play with you, when I put my whole trust in you, as in God Almighty?" said Smerdyakov with the same composure, only for a moment closing his eyes. "In the first place," began Ivan, "I know that epileptic fits can't be told beforehand. I've inquired. Don't try and take me in. You can't foretell the day and the hour. How was it you told me the day and the hour beforehand, and about the cellar, too? How could you tell that you would fall down the cellar stairs in a fit, if you didn't sham a fit on purpose?" "I had to go to the cellar anyway, several times a day, indeed," Smerdyakov drawled deliberately. "I fell from the garret just in the same way a year ago. It's quite true you can't tell the day and hour of a fit beforehand, but you can always have a presentiment of it. But you did foretell the day and the hour." "In regard to my epilepsy, sir, you had much better inquire of the doctors here. You can ask them whether it was a real fit or a sham. It's no use my saying any more about. And the cellar. How could you know beforehand of the cellar? You don't seem able to get over that cellar. As I was going down to the cellar, I was in terrible dread and doubt. What frightened me most was losing you and being left without defense in all the world. So I went down into the cellar thinking, here it'll come on directly. It'll strike me down directly. Shall I fall? And it was through this fear that I suddenly felt the spasm that always comes, and so I went flying. All that and all my previous conversation with you at the gate, the evening before, when I told you how frightened I was and spoke of the cellar. I told all that to Dr. Herzenstube and Nikolay Parfenovitch, the investigating lawyer, and it's all been written down in the protocol. And the doctor here, Mr. Varvinsky, maintained to all of them that it was just the thought of it brought it on. The apprehension that I might fall. It was just then that the fit seized me. And so they've written it down, that it's just how it must have happened, simply from my fear. As he finished, Smerdyakov drew a deep breath, as though exhausted. "Then you have said all that in your evidence," said Ivan, somewhat taken aback. He had meant to frighten him with the threat of repeating their conversation, and it appeared that Smerdyakov had already reported it all himself. "What have I to be afraid of? Let them write down the whole truth," Smerdyakov pronounced firmly. "And have you told them every word of our conversation at the gate?" "No, not to say every word." "And did you tell them that you can sham fits, as you boasted then?" "No, I didn't tell them that either." "Tell me now, why did you send me then to Tchermashnya?" "Was afraid you'd go away to Moscow. Tchermashnya is nearer." "Anyway, you are lying. You suggested my going away yourself. You told me to get out of the way of trouble. That was simply out of affection and my sincere devotion to you, foreseeing trouble in the house to spare you. Only I wanted to spare myself even more. That's why I told you to get out of harm's way, that you might understand that there would be trouble in the house, and would remain at home to protect your father. You might have said it more directly, you blockhead." Ivan suddenly fired a pea. "How could I have said it more directly then? It was simply my fear that made me speak, and you might have been angry, too. I might well have been apprehensive that Dmitri Fyodorovitch would make a scene and carry away that money, for he considered it as good as his own. But who could tell that it would end in a murder like this? I thought that he would only carry off the 3,000 that lay under the master's mattress in the envelope, and you see he's murdered him. How could you guess it either, sir? But if you say yourself that it couldn't be guessed, how could I have guessed and stayed at home?" "You contradict yourself," said Ivan, pondering. "You might have guessed from my sending you to Tchermashnya and not to Moscow." "How could I guess it from that?" Smerdyakov seemed much exhausted, and again he was silent for a minute. "You might have guessed from the fact of my asking you not to go to Moscow, but to Tchermashnya, that I wanted to have you nearer, for Moscow's a long way off, and Dmitri Fyodorovitch, knowing you are not far off, would not be so bold, and if anything had happened, you might have come to protect me, too, for I warned you of Grigory Vasilievitch's illness, and that I was afraid of having a fit, And when I explained those knocks to you, by means of which one go in to the deceased, and that Dmitri Fyodorovich knew them all through me, I thought that you would guess yourself, that he would be sure, do something, and so wouldn't go to teacher Mitya even, but would stay. He talks very coherently, thought Ivan, though he does mumble. What's the derangement of his faculties that Herzenstube talked of? You are cunning with me, damn you, he exclaimed, getting angry. But I thought at the time that you quite guessed. Smerdyakov parried with the simplest air. If I'd guessed, I should have stayed, cried Ivan. Why? I thought that it was because you guessed, that you went away in such a hurry, only to get out of trouble, only to run away and save yourself in your fright. You think that everyone is as great a coward as yourself. Forgive me, I thought you were like me. Of course, I ought to have guessed, Ivan said in agitation, and I did guess there was some mischief brewing on your part. Only you are lying. You are lying again, he cried, suddenly recollecting. Do you remember how you went up to the carriage and said to me, "It's always worthwhile speaking to a clever man." So you were glad I went away, since you praised me. Smerdyakov sighed again and again. A trace of color came into his face. If I was pleased, he articulated rather breathlessly, it was simply because you agreed not to go to Moscow, but to Charmashnia. For it was nearer, anyway. Only when I said these words to you, it was not by way of praise, but of reproach. You did understand. What reproach? Why, that foreseeing such a calamity, you deserted your own father, and would not protect us, for I might have been taken up any time for stealing that 3,000. Damn you! Ivan swore again. Stay. Did you tell the prosecutor and the investigating lawyer about those knocks? I told them everything just as it was. Ivan wondered inwardly again. If I thought of anything then, he began. It was solely of some wickedness on your part. Dmitri might kill him, but that he would steal. I did not believe that then. But I was prepared for any wickedness from you. You told me yourself you could sham a fit. What did you say that for? It was just through my simplicity, and I never have shammed a fit on purpose in my life. And I only said so then to boast to you. It was just foolishness. I liked you so much then, and was open-hearted with you. My brother directly accuses you of the murder and theft. What else is left for him to do? Said Smerdyakov, with a bitter grin. And who will believe him withal? The proofs against him. Grigory Vassilievich saw the door open. What can he say after that? But never mind him. He is trembling to save himself. He slowly ceased speaking. Then suddenly, as though on reflection, added, "Look here again. He wants to throw it on me, and make out that it is the work of my hands. I've heard that already. But as to my being clever at shamming a fit, should I have told you beforehand that I could sham one, if I really had had such a design against your father. If I had been planning such a murder, could I have been such a fool as to give such evidence against myself beforehand? And to his son, too, upon my word, is that likely? As if that could be, such a thing has never happened. No one hears this talk of ours now, except Providence itself. And if you were to tell of it to the prosecutor and Nikolay Parfenovitch, you might defend completely by doing so. For who would be likely to be such a criminal if he is so open-hearted beforehand? Anyone can see that. Well, and Ivan got up to cut short the conversation, struck by Smerdyakov's last argument. I don't suspect you at all, and I think it's absurd, indeed, to suspect you. On the contrary, I am grateful to you for setting my mind at rest. Now I am going, but I'll come again. Meanwhile, goodbye. Get well. Is there anything you want? I am very thankful for everything. Marfa Ignatievna does not forget me, and provides me anything I want, according to her kindness. Good people visit me every day. Good-bye. But I shan't say anything of your being able to sham a fit, and I don't advise you to either. Something made Ivan say suddenly, I quite understand, and if you don't speak of that, I shall say nothing of that conversation of ours at the gate. Then it happened that Ivan went out, and only when he had gone a dozen steps along the corridor, he suddenly felt that there was an insulting significance in Smerdyakov's last words. He was almost on the point of turning back, but it was only a passing impulse, and muttering nonsense, he went out of the hospital. His chief feeling was one of relief at the fact that it was not Smerdyakov, but Mitya, who had committed the murder, though he might have been expected to feel the opposite. He did not want to analyze the reason for this feeling, and even felt a positive repugnance at prying into his sensations. He felt as though he wanted to make haste to forget something. In the following days, he became convinced of Mitya's guilt, as he got to know all the weight of evidence against him. There was evidence of people of no importance, Fenya and her mother, for instance, but the effect of it was almost overpowering. As to Prohotin, the people at the tavern, and at Plotnikov's shop, as well as the witnesses at Mokrow, their evidence seemed conclusive. It was the details that were so damning. The secret of the knocks impressed the lawyers almost as much as Grigory's evidence. As to the open door, Grigory's wife, Marfa, in answer to Ivan's questions, declared that Smerdyakov had been lying all night the other side of the partition wall. He was not 3 paces from our bed, and that although she was a sound sleeper, she waked several times and heard him moaning. He was moaning the whole time, moaning continually, talking to her Zenzjib, and giving it as his opinion that Smerdyakov was not mad, but only rather wake. Ivan only evoked from the old man a subtle smile. Do you know how he spends his time now? He asked. Learning lists of French words by heart. He has an exercise book under his pillow with the French words written out in Russian letters for him by someone. He, Ivan ended by dismissing all doubts. He could not think of Dmitri without repulsion. Only one thing was strange, however. Ilyusha persisted that Dmitri was not the murderer, and that, in all probability, Smerdyakov was. Ivan always felt that Ilyusha's opinion meant a great deal to him, and so he was astonished at it now. Another thing that was strange was that Ilyusha did not make any attempt to talk about Mitya with Ivan, that he never began on the subject and only answered his questions. This, too, struck Ivan particularly. But he was very much preoccupied at that time with something quite apart from that. On his return from Moscow, he abandoned himself hopelessly to his mad and consuming passion for Katerina Ivanovna. This is not the time to begin to speak of this new passion of Ivan's, which left its mark on all the rest of his life. This would furnish the subject for another novel, which I may perhaps never write. But I cannot omit to mention here that when Ivan, on leaving Katerina Ivanovna with Ilyusha, as I've related already, told him, "I am not keen on her," it was an absolute lie. He loved her madly, though at times he hated her so that he might have murdered her. Many causes helped to bring about this feeling. Shattered by what had happened with Mitya, she rushed on Ivan's return to meet him as her one salvation. She was hurt, insulted and humiliated in her feelings. And here the man had come back to her, who had loved her so ardently before. Oh, she knew that very well, and whose heart and intellect she considered so superior to her own. But the sternly virtuous girl did not abandon herself altogether to the man she loved, in spite of the Karamazov violence of his passions, the great fascination he had for her. She was continually tormented at the same time by remorse for having deserted Mitya, and in moments of discord and violent anger, and they were numerous, she told Ivan so plainly. This was what he had called to Ilyusha, lies upon lies. There was, of course, much that was false in it, and that injured Ivan more than anything. But of all this later, he did, in fact, for a time almost forget Smerdyakov's existence, and yet, a fortnight after his first visit to him, he began to be haunted by the same strange thoughts as before. It's enough to say that he was continually asking himself, why was it that on that last night in Fyodor Pavlovitch's house he had crept out onto the stairs like a thief and listened to hear what his father was doing below? Why had he recalled that afterwards with repulsion? Why next morning had he been suddenly so depressed on the journey? Why, as he reached Moscow, had he said to himself, "I'm a scoundrel"? And now he almost fancied that these tormenting thoughts would make him even forget Katerina Ivanovna. So completely did they take possession of him again. It was just after fancying this that he met Ilyusha in the street. He stopped him at once and put a question to him. "Do you remember when Dmitri burst in after dinner and beat father? And afterwards I told you in the yard that I reserved the right to desire. Tell me, Did you think then that I desired father's death or not? I did think so, answered Ilyusha. Softly, it was so, too. It was not a matter of guessing. But didn't you fancy then that what I wished was just that one reptile should devour another? That is, just that Dmitri should kill father, and as soon as possible, and that I myself was even prepared to help to bring that about. Ilyusha turned rather pale and looked silently into his brother's face. Speak, tried Ivan. I want above everything to know what you thought then. I want the truth, the truth. He drew a deep breath, looking angrily at Ilyusha before his answer came. Forgive me, I did think that, too, at the time, whispered Ilyusha, and he did not add one softening phrase. Thanks, snapped Ivan, and, leaving Ilyusha, he went quickly on his way. From that time Ilyusha noticed that Ivan began obviously to avoid him, and seemed even to have taken a dislike to him, so much so that Ilyusha gave up going to see him. Immediately after that meeting with him, Ivan had not gone home, but went straight to Smerdyakov again. Chapter 7. The second visit to Smerdyakov. By that time Smerdyakov had been discharged from the hospital. Ivan knew his new lodging, the dilapidated little wooden house, divided in two by a passage on one side, of which lived Maria Kondratyevna and her mother, and on the other, Smerdyakov. No one knew on what terms he lived with them, whether as a friend or as a lodger. It was supposed afterwards that he had come to stay with them as Maria Kondratyevna's betrothed, and was living there for a time without paying for board or lodging. Both mother and daughter had the greatest respect for him and looked upon him as greatly superior to themselves. Ivan knocked, and, on the door being opened, went straight into the passage. By Maria Kondratyevna's directions, he went straight to the better room on the left, occupied by Smerdyakov. There was a tiled stove in the room, and it was extremely hot. The walls were gay with blue paper, which was a good deal used, however, and in the cracks under it cockroaches swarmed in amazing numbers, so that there was a continual rustling from them. The furniture was very scanty, 2 benches against each wall, and 2 chairs by the table. The table of plain wood was covered with a cloth with pink patterns on it. There was a pot of geranium on each of 2 little windows. In the corner, there was a case of icons. On the table stood a little copper samovar with many dents in it, and a tray with 2 cups. But Smerdyakov had finished tea, and the samovar was out. He was sitting at the table on a bench. He was looking at an exercise book and slowly writing with a pen. There was a bottle of ink by him and a flat iron candlestick, but with a composite candle. Ivan saw at once from Smerdyakov's face that he had completely recovered from his illness. His face was fresher, fuller, his hair stood up jauntily in front, and was plastered down at the sides. He was sitting in a party-colored, wadded dressing gown, rather dirty and frayed. However, he had spectacles on his nose, which Ivan had never seen him wearing before. This trifling circumstance suddenly redoubled Ivan's anger. A creature like that and wearing spectacles. Smerdyakov slowly raised his head and looked intently at his visitor through his spectacles. Then he slowly took them off and rose from the bench, but by no means respectfully, almost lazily, doing the least possible required by common civility. All this struck Ivan instantly. He took it all in and noted it at once. Most of all the look in Smerdyakov's eyes, positively malicious, churlish and haughty. "What do you want to intrude for?" it seemed to say. "We settled everything then. Why have you come again?" Ivan could scarcely control himself. "It's hot here," he said, still standing, and unbuttoned his overcoat. "Take off your coat." Smerdyakov conceded. Ivan took off his coat and threw it on a bench with trembling hands. He took a chair, moved it quickly to the table and sat down. Smerdyakov managed to sit down on his bench before him. "To begin with, are we alone?" Ivan asked sternly and impulsively. "Can they overhear who's in there?" "No one can hear anything. You've seen for yourself. There's a passage. Listen. My good fellow, what was that you babbled as I was leaving the hospital? That if I said nothing about your faculty of shamming fits, you wouldn't tell the investigating lawyer all our conversation at the gate. What do you mean by Al? What could you mean by it? Were you threatening me? Have I entered into some sort of compact with you? Do you suppose I am afraid of you?" Ivan said this in a perfect fury, giving him to understand with obvious intention that he scorned any subterfuge or indirectness and meant to show his cards. Smerdyakov's eyes gleamed resentfully. His left eye winked, and he at once gave his answer with his habitual composure and deliberation. "You want to have everything above board. Very well, you shall have it." He seemed to say, "This is what I meant then, and this is why I said that you, knowing beforehand of this murder of your own parent, left him to his fate, and that people mightn't after that conclude any evil about your feelings, and perhaps of something else, too. That's what I promised not to tell the authorities." Though Smerdyakov spoke without haste, and obviously controlling himself, yet there was something in his voice, determined and emphatic, resentful and insolently defiant. He stared impudently at Ivan. A mist passed before Ivan's eyes. For the first moment, "How? What? Are you out of your mind? I'm perfectly in possession of all my faculties. Do you suppose I knew of the murder?" Ivan cried at last, and he brought his fist violently on the table. "What do you mean by something else, too? Speak." Smerdyakov was silent, and still scanned Ivan with the same insolent stare. "Speak, you stinking rogue. What is that something else, too?" "The something else I meant was that you probably, too, were very desirous of your parents' death." Ivan jumped up and struck him with all his might on the shoulder, so that he fell back against the wall. In an instant his face was bathed in tears. saying, "It's a shame, sir, to strike a sick man." He dried his eyes with a very dirty blue check handkerchief and sank into quiet weeping. A minute passed. "That's enough. Leave off," said peremptorily, sitting down again. "Don't put me out of all patience." Smerdyakov took the rag from his eyes. Every line of his puckered face reflected the insult he had just received. "So you thought then, you scoundrel, that together with Mitri, I meant to kill my father?" "I didn't know what thoughts were in your mind then," said Smerdyakov resentfully, "and so I stopped you then, at the gate to sound you that point." "To sound what?" "Why, that very circumstance, whether you wanted your father to be murdered or not." What infuriated Ivan more than anything was the aggressive, insolent tone to which Smerdyakov persistently adhered. "It was you murdered him," he cried suddenly. Smerdyakov smiled contemptuously. "You know of yourself, for a fact, that it wasn't he. I murdered him, and I should have thought that there was no need for a sensible man to speak of again. But why? Why had you such a suspicion about me at the time?" "You know already. It was simply from fear, for I was in such a position, shaking with fear, that I suspected every one. I resolved to sound you, too, for I thought if you wanted the same as your brother, then the business was as good as settled, and I should be crushed like a fly, too. Look here, you didn't say that a fortnight ago?" "I meant the same when I talked to you in the hospital. Only I thought you'd understand without wasting words, and that being such a sensible man you wouldn't care to talk of it openly." "What next? Come, answer. I insist, what was it? What could I have done to put such a degrading suspicion into your mean soul?" "As for the murder, you couldn't have done that, and didn't want to. But as for wanting someone else, do it. That was just what you did want. And how coolly he speaks. But why should I have wanted it? What grounds had I for wanting it?" "What grounds had you? What about the inheritance?" said Smerdyakov sarcastically, and, as it were, vindictively. "Why, after your parents' death, there was at least 40,000 to come to each of you, and very likely more. But if Fyodor Pavlovitch got married, then that lady, Agrafena Alexandrovna, she would have had all his capital made over to her directly after the wedding, for she's plenty of sense, so that your parent would not have left you 2 rubles between the 3 of you. And were they far from a wedding, either? Not a hair's breadth. That lady had only to lift her little finger, and he would have run after her to church, with his tongue out." Ivan restrained himself with painful effort. "Very good," he commented at last. "You see, I haven't jumped up. I haven't knocked you down. I haven't killed you. Speak on. So, according to you, I had fixed on Dmitri to do it. I was reckoning on him." "How could you help reckoning on him? If he killed him, then he would lose all the rights of a nobleman his rank and property, and would go off to exile. So his share of the inheritance would come to you and your brother Alexei Fyodorovich in equal parts. So you'd each have not 40, but 60,000 each. There's not a dot did reckon on Dmitri Fyodorovich. What I put up with from you. Listen, scoundrel, if I had reckoned on any one then, it would have been on you, not on Dmitri. And I swear I did expect some weakness from you. At the time, I remember my impression. I thought, too, for a minute, at the time, that you were reckoning on me as well, said Smerdyakov, with a sarcastic grin. So that it was just by that more than anything you showed me what was in your mind. For if you had a foreboding about me, and yet went away, you as good as said to me, you can murder my parent. I won't hinder you. You scoundrel. So that's how you understood it. It was all that going to Tchermashanya. Why? You were meaning to go to Moscow and refused all your father's entreaties to go to Tchermashnya. And simply at a foolish word from me you consented at once. What reason had you to consent to Tchermashnya? Since you went to Tchermashnya with no reason, simply at my word, it shows that you must have expected something from me. No, I swear I didn't, shouted Ivan, grinding his teeth. You did, Then you ought, as your father's son, to have had me taken to the lock-up and thrashed at once for my words then. Or, at least, to have given me a punch in the face on the spot. But you are not a bit angry, if you please, and at once, in a friendly way, acted on my foolish word and went away, which was utterly absurd. For you ought to have stayed to save your parents' life. How could I help drawing my conclusions? Ivan sat scowling, both his fists convulsively pressed on his knees. Yes, I am sorry I didn't punch you in the face, he said with a bitter smile. I couldn't have taken you to the lock-up just then. Who would have believed me, and what charge could I bring against you? But the punch in the face. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't think of it. Though blows are forbidden, I should have pounded your ugly face to a jelly. Smerdyakov looked at him almost relish with he said him of life, and the sentences in which had argued with him a provision had taunted Grigory and arted taunted complacent. In the ordinary occasions of sententially. In the ordinary occasions of life, blows on the face are forbidden nowadays by law, and people have given them up. But in exceptional occasions of life people still fly to blows, not only among us but all over the world, be it even the fullest republic of France, just as in the time of Adam and Eve, and they never will leave off. But you, even in an exceptional case, did not dare. What are you learning French words for? Ivan nodded towards the exercise book 5 lying on the table. Why shouldn't I learn? As to improve them, so as to improve my education. Supposing that I may myself chance to go some day to those happy parts of Europe. Listen, monster. Ivan's eyes flashed and he trembled all over. I am not afraid of your accusations. You can say what you like about me, and if I don't beat you to death, it's simply because I suspect you of that crime, and I'll drag you to justice. I'll unmask you. To my thinking, you'd better keep quiet, for what can you accuse me of, considering my absolute innocence? And who would believe you? Only if you begin, I shall tell everything, too, for I must defend myself. Do you think I am afraid of you now? If the court doesn't believe all I've said to you just now, the public will, and you will be ashamed. That's as much as to say, it's always worthwhile speaking to a sensible man, snarled Ivan. You hit the mark, indeed, and you'd better be sensible. Ivan got up, shaking all over with indignation, put on his coat, and without replying further to Smerdyakov, without even looking at him, walked quickly out of the cottage. The cool evening air refreshed him. There was a bright moon in the sky. A nightmare of ideas and sensations filled his soul. Shall I go at once and give information against Smerdyakov? But what information can I give? He is not guilty anyway. On the contrary, he'll accuse me. And in fact, why did I set off for Charmashnia then? What for? Ivan asked himself. Yes, of course, I was expecting something, and he is right. And he remembered for the 100th time how, on the last night in his father's house, he had listened on the stairs. But he remembered it now with such anguish that he stood still on the spot as though he had been stabbed. Yes, I expected it then. That's true. I wanted the murder. I did want the murder. Did I want the murder? Did I want it? I must kill Smerdyakov. If I don't dare kill Smerdyakov now, life is not worth living. Ivan did not go home, but went straight to Katerina Ivanovna and alarmed her by his appearance. He was like a madman. He repeated all his conversation with Smerdyakov, every syllable of it. He couldn't be calm. However much she tried to soothe him, he kept walking about the room, speaking strangely, disconnectedly. At last he sat down, put his elbows on the table, leaned his head on his hands, and pronounced this strange sentence. If it's not Mitri, but Smerdyakov, who's the murderer, I share his guilt, for I put him up to it. Whether I did, I don't know yet. But if he is the murderer, and not Dmitri, then, of course, I am the murderer. 2. When Katerina Ivanovna heard that, she got up from her seat without a word, went to her writing table, opened a box standing on it, took out a sheet of paper and laid it before Ivan. This was the document of which Ivan spoke to Ilyusha later on as some conclusive proof that Dmitri had killed his father. It was the letter written by Mitya to Katerina Ivanovna when he was drunk on the very evening he met Ilyusha at the crossroads on way to the monastery. After the scene at Katerina Ivanovna's, when Grushenka had insulted her. Then, parting from Ilyusha, Mitya had rushed to Grushenka. I don't know whether he saw her, but in the evening he was at the metropolis, where he got thoroughly drunk. Then he asked for pen and paper and wrote a document of weighty consequences to himself. It was a wordy, disconnected, frantic letter, a drunken letter in fact. It was like the talk of a drunken man, who, on his return home, begins with extraordinary heat, telling his wife or one of his household how he has just been insulted, what a rascal had just insulted him, what a fine fellow he is on the other hand, and how he will pay that scoundrel out, and all that at great length, with great excitement and incoherence, with drunken tears and blows on the table. The letter was written on a dirty piece of ordinary paper, of the cheapest kind. It had been provided by the tavern, and there were figures scrawled on the back of it. There was evidently not space enough for his drunken verbosity and Mitya. Mitya not only filled the margins, but had written the last line right across the rest. The letter ran as follows: Fatal Katya, tomorrow I will get the money and repay your 3,000 and farewell, woman of great wrath. But farewell too. Let us make an end. Tomorrow I shall try and get it from everyone, and if I can't borrow it, I give you my word of honor I shall go to my father and break his skull and take the money from under the pillow. If only Ivan has gone. If I have to go to Siberia for it, I'll give you back your 3,000. And farewell. I bow down to the ground before you, for I've been a scoundrel to you. Forgive me? No, better not forgive me. You'll be happier, and so shall I. Better Siberia than your love. For I love another woman, and you got to know her too well today. So how can you forgive? I will murder the man who's robbed me. I'll leave you all and go to the east, so as to see no one again, not to hurt either, for you are not my only tormentress, she is too. Farewell. P.S. I write my curse, but I adore you. I hear it in my heart. One string is left and it vibrates. Better tear my heart in two. I shall kill myself, but first of all that cur, I shall tear 3,000 from him and fling it to you. Though I've been a scoundrel to you, I am not a thief. You can expect 3,000. The cur keeps it under his mattress in pink ribbon. I am not a thief, but I'll murder my thief. Katya, don't look disdainful. Mitri is not a thief, but a murderer. He has murdered his father and ruined himself to hold his ground rather than endure your pride. And he doesn't love you, P.P.S. I kiss your feet, farewell, P.P.S. Katya, pray to God that someone'll give me the money. Then I shall not be steeped in gore, and if no one does, I shall. Your slave and enemy, D. Karamazov. When Ivan read this document, he was convinced. So then it was his brother, not Smerdyakov, and if not Smerdyakov, then not he, Ivan. This letter at once assumed in his eyes the aspect of a logical proof. There could be no longer the slightest doubt of Mitya's guilt. The suspicion never occurred to Ivan, by the way, that Mitya might have committed the murder in conjunction with Smerdyakov, and, indeed, such a theory did not fit in with the facts. Ivan was completely reassured. The next morning he only thought of Smerdyakov and his jabes with contempt. A few days later he positively wondered how he could have been so horribly distressed at his suspicions. He resolved to dismiss him with contempt and forget him. So passed a month. He made no further inquiry about Smerdyakov, but twice he happened to hear that he was very ill and out of his mind. He'll end in madness, the young Dr. Varvinsky observed about him, and Ivan remembered this. During the last week of that month, Ivan himself began to feel very ill. He went to consult the Moscow doctor, who had been sent for by Katerina Ivanovna just before the trial, and just at that time his relations with Katerina Ivanovna became acutely strained. They were like two enemies in love with one another. Katerina Ivanovna's returns to Mitya, that is, her brief but violent revulsions of feeling in his favor, drove Ivan to perfect frenzy. Strange to say, until that last scene described above, when Ilyusha came from Mitya to Katerina Ivanovna, Ivan had never once, during that month, heard her express a doubt of Mitya's guilt, in spite of those returns that were so hateful to him. It is remarkable, too, that while he felt that he hated Mitya more and more every day, he realized that it was not on account of Katya's returns that he hated him, but just because he was the murderer of his father. He was conscious of this and fully recognized it to himself. Nevertheless, he went to see Mitya 10 days before the trial and proposed him a plan of escape. A plan he had obviously thought over a long time. He was partly impelled to do this by a sore place still left in his heart from a phrase of Smerdyakov's, that it was to his advantage that his brother should be convicted, as that would increase his inheritance and Ilyusha's from 40 to 60,000 rubles. He determined to sacrifice 30,000 on arranging Mitya's escape. On his return from seeing him, he was very mournful and dispirited. He suddenly began to feel that he was anxious for Mitya's escape, not only to heal that sore place by sacrificing 30,000, but for another reason. Is it because I am as much a murderer at heart? He asked himself. Something very deep down seemed burning and rankling in his soul. His pride above all suffered cruelly all that month. But of that later, when, after his conversation with Ilyusha, Ivan suddenly decided with his hand on the bell of his lodging to go to Smerdyakov. He obeyed a sudden and peculiar impulse of indignation. He suddenly remembered how Katerina Ivanovna had only just cried out of in Ilyusha's presence, "It was you persuaded me of his, that is, Mitya's guilt." Ivan was thunderstruck when he recalled it. He had never once tried to persuade that Mitya was the murderer. On the contrary, he had suspected himself in her presence that time when he came back from Smerdyakov. It was she who had produced that document and proved his brother's guilt. And now she suddenly exclaimed, "I've been at Smerdyakov's myself." When had she been there? Ivan had known nothing of it. So she was not at all so sure of Mitya's guilt. And what could Smerdyakov have told her? What had he said to her? His heart burned with violent anger. He could not understand how he could, half an hour before, have let those words pass and not have cried out at the moment. He let go of the bell and rushed off to Smerdyakov. I shall kill him, perhaps this time, he thought on the way. Chapter 8. The third and last interview with Smerdyakov. When he was half-way there, the keen dry wind that had been blowing early that morning rose again, and a fine dry snow began falling thickly. It did not lie on the ground, but was whirled about by the wind, and soon there was a regular snowstorm. There were scarcely any lamp posts in the part of town where Smerdyakov lived. Ivan strode alone in the darkness, unconscious of the storm, instinctively picking out his way. His head ached, and there was a painful throbbing in his temples. He felt that his hands were twitching convulsively. Not far from Marya Kondratyevna's cottage, Ivan suddenly came upon a solitary drunken little peasant. He was wearing a coarse and patched coat, and was walking in zigzags, grumbling and swearing to himself. Then suddenly he would begin singing in a husky, drunken voice, "Vaikach gone to Petersburg. I want to wait till he comes back." But he broke off every time at the second line and began swearing again. Then he would begin the same song again. Ivan felt an intense hatred for him before he had thought about him at all. Suddenly he realized his presence and felt an irresistible impulse to knock him down. At that moment they met, and the peasant with a violent lurch fell full-footed against Ivan, who pushed him back furiously. The peasant went flying backwards and fell like a log on the frozen ground. He uttered one plaintive "Old," then was silent. Ivan stepped up to him. He was lying on his back, without movement or consciousness. "He will be frozen," thought Ivan, and he went on his way to Smerdyakov's. In the passage, Marya Kondratyevna, who ran out to open the door with a candle in her hand, whispered that Smerdyakov was very ill. "It's not that he's laid up, but he seems not himself, and he even told us to take the tea away. He wouldn't have any." "Why, does he make a row?" asked Ivan coarsely. "Oh dear, no, quite the contrary. He's very quiet. Only please don't talk to him too long," Marya Kondratyevna begged him. Ivan opened the door and stepped into the room. It was overheated as before, but there were changes in the room. One of the benches at the side had been removed, and in its place had been put a large old mahogany leather sofa, on which a bed had been made up, with fairly clean white pillows. Smerdyakov was sitting on the sofa, wearing the same dressing gown. The table had been brought out in front of the sofa so that there was hardly room to move. On the table lay a thick book in yellow cover, but Smerdyakov was not reading it. He seemed to be sitting doing nothing. He met Ivan with a slow, silent gaze, and was apparently not at all surprised at his coming. There was a great change in his face. He was much thinner and sallower. His eyes were sunken, and there were blue marks under them. "Why, you really are ill." Ivan stopped short. I won't keep you long. I want to even take off my coat. Where can one sit down? He went to the other end of the table, moved up a chair and sat down on it. Why do look at me without speaking? I've only come with one question, and I swear I won't go without an answer. Has the young lady, Katerina Ivanovna, been with you? Smerdyakov still remained silent, looking quietly at Ivan as before. Suddenly, with a motion of his hand, he turned his face away. "What's the matter with you?" cried Ivan. "Nothing, nothing." "What do you mean by nothing?" "Yes, she has. It's no matter to you. Let me alone." "No, I want to let you alone. Tell me, when was she here?" "Why, I'd quite forgotten about her," said Smerdyakov with a scornful smile, and turning his face to Ivan again, he stared at him with a look of frenzied hatred, the same look that he had fixed on him their last interview a month before. "You seem very ill yourself. Your face is sunken. You don't look like yourself," he said to Ivan. "Never mind my health. Tell me what I ask you. But why are your eyes so yellow? The whites are quite yellow. Are you so worried?" He smiled contemptuously and suddenly laughed outright. "Listen, I've told you I won't go away without an answer," Ivan cried, intensely irritated. "Why do you keep pestering me? Why do you torment me?" said Smerdyakov, with a look of suffering. "Damn it, I've nothing to do with you. Just answer my question and I'll go away." "I've no answer to give you," said Smerdyakov, looking down again. "You may be sure I'll make you answer. Why are you so uneasy?" Smerdyakov stared at him, not simply with contempt, but almost with repulsion. "This because the trial begins tomorrow. Nothing will happen to you. Can't you believe that at last? Go home, go to bed, and sleep in peace. Don't be afraid of anything." "I don't understand you. What have I to be afraid of tomorrow?" Ivan articulated in astonishment, and suddenly a chill breath of fear did in fact pass over his soul. Smerdyakov measured him with his eyes. "You don't understand," he drawled reproachfully. "'Tis a strange thing a sensible man should care to play such a farce." Ivan looked at him speechless. The startling, incredibly supercilious tone of this man who had once been his valet was extraordinary in itself. He had not taken such a tone even at their last interview. "I tell you, you've nothing to be afraid of. I won't say anything about you. There's no proof against you. I say, how your hands are trembling. Why are your fingers moving like that? Go home. You did not murder him." Ivan started. He remembered Ilyusha. "I know it was not I," he faltered. "Do you?" Smerdyakov caught him up again. Ivan jumped up and seized him by "Tell me everything. The chaudhry thing. You viper, tell me everything." Smerdyakov was not in the least scared. He only riveted his eyes on Ivan with insane hatred. "Well, it was you who murdered him, if that's it," he whispered furiously. Ivan sank back on his chair as though pondering something. He laughed malignantly. "You mean my going away? What you talked about last time? You stood before me last time and understood it all, and you understand it now. All I understand is that you are mad. Aren't you tired of it? Here we are face to face. What's the use of going on keeping up our farce to each other? Are you still trying to throw it all on me, to my face? You murdered him. You are the real murderer. I was only your instrument, your faithful servant, and it was following your words I did." "Did it? Why? Did you murder him?" Ivan turned cold. Something seemed to give way in his brain, and he shuddered all over with a cold shiver. Then Smerdyakov himself looked at him wonderingly. Probably the genuineness of Ivan's horror struck him. "You don't mean to say you really did not know?" he faltered mistrustfully, looking with a forced smile into his eyes. Ivan still gazed at him and seemed unable to speak. "Vanka's gone to Petersburg. I want to wait till he comes back," suddenly echoed in his head. "Do you know, I am afraid that you are a dream, a phantom sitting before me," he muttered. "There's no phantom here, but only yours two and one other. No doubt he is here between yous." "Pooh! Who is he? Who is here? What third person?" Ivan cried in alarm, looking about him, his eyes hastily searching in every corner. "That third is God himself. Providence. He is the third beside yours now. Only don't look for him. You won't find him. It's Ilyusha that you killed him." Ivan cried madly. "You are mad, or teasing me again?" Smerdyakov, as before, watched him curiously, with no sign of fear. He could still scarcely get over his incredulity. He still fancied that Ivan knew everything and was trying to throw it all on him to his face. "Wait a minute," he said at last, in a weak voice, and suddenly bringing up his left leg from under the table, he began turning up his trouser leg. He was wearing long white stockings and slippers. Slowly he took off his garter and fumbled to the bottom of his stocking. Ivan gazed at him and suddenly shuddered in a paroxysm of terror. "He's mad," he cried, and rapidly jumping up, he drew back, so that he knocked his back against the wall and stood up against it, stiff and straight. He looked with insane terror at Smerdyakov, who, entirely unaffected by his terror, continued fumbling in his stocking, as though he were making an effort to get hold of something with his fingers and pull it out. At last he got hold of it and began pulling it out. Ivan saw that it was a piece of paper, or perhaps a roll of papers. Smerdyakov pulled it out and laid it on the table. "Here," he said quietly. "What is it?" asked Ivan, trembling. "Kindly look at it," Smerdyakov answered, still in the same low tone. Ivan stepped up to the table, took up the roll of paper, and began unfolding it. But suddenly he drew back his fingers, as though from contact with a loathsome reptile. "Your hands keep twitching," observed Smerdyakov, and he deliberately unfolded the bundle himself. Under the wrapper were 3 packets of 100-ruble notes. They are all here, all the 3,000 rubles. You need not count them. Take them, Smerdyakov suggested to Ivan. Nodding at the notes, Ivan sank back in his chair. He was as white as a handkerchief. You frightened me with your stocking, he said, with a strange grin. Can you really not have known till now? Smerdyakov asked once more. No, I did not know. I kept thinking of Mitya. Brother! Ack! He suddenly clutched his head in both hands. Listen. Did you kill him alone, with my brother's help or without? It was only with you, with your help, I killed him. And Dmitri Fyodorovitch is quite innocent. All right. Talk about me later. Why do I keep on trembling? I can't speak properly. You were bold enough then. You said everything was lawful. And how frightened you are now. Smerdyakov muttered in surprise. Won't you have some lemonade? I'll ask for some at once. It's very refreshing. Only I must hide this first. And again he motioned at the notes. He was just going to get up and call the door to Maria Kondratyevna to make some lemonade and bring it them. But, looking for something to cover up the notes, that she might not see them, he first took out his handkerchief, and as it turned out to be very dirty, took up the big yellow book that Ivan had noticed at first lying on the table, and put it over the notes. The book was the sayings of the Holy Father Isaac, the Syrian. Ivan read it mechanically. I won't have any lemonade, he said. Talk of me later. Sit down and tell me how you did it. Tell me all about it. You'd better take off your greatcoat, or you'll be too hot, Ivan. As though he'd only just thought of it, took off his coat, and, without getting up from his chair, threw it on the bench. Speak, please, speak. He seemed calmer. He waited, feeling sure that Smerdyakov would tell about it. How it was done, sighed Smerdyakov. It was done in a most natural way, following your very words. Off, my words later. Ivan broke in again, apparently with complete self-possession, firmly uttering his words, and not shouting as before. Only tell me in detail how you did it, ever as it happened. Don't forget anything. The details, above everything, the details. I beg you. You'd gone away. Then I fell into the cellar, in a fit or in a sham one. A sham one, naturally. I shammed it all. I went quietly down the steps to the very bottom and lay down quietly, and as I lay down I gave a scream, and struggled, till they carried me out. Stay. And were you shamming all along, afterwards, and in the hospital? No, not at all. Next day, in the morning, before they took me to the hospital, I had a real attack, and a more violent one than I've had for years. For 2 days I was quite unconscious. All right. Go on. But they laid me on the bed. I knew I'd be the other side of the partition, for whenever I was ill, Marfa Ignatieva used to put me there, near them. She's always been very kind to me, from my birth up. At night I moaned, but quietly. I kept expecting Dmitri Fyodorovich to come, expecting him to come to you, not to me. I expected him to come into the house, for I'd no doubt that he'd come that night. For being without me and getting no news, he'd be sure to come and climb over the fence, as he used to, and do something. And if he hadn't come, then nothing would have happened. I should never have brought myself to it without him. All right, all right. Speak more intelligibly. Don't hurry. Above all, don't leave anything out. I expected him to kill Fyodor Pavlovich. I thought that was certain, for I had prepared him for it. During the last few days, he knew about the knocks. That was the chief thing. With his suspiciousness and the fury which had been growing in him all those days, he was bound to get into the house by means of those taps. That was inevitable, so I was expecting him. Stay, Ivan interrupted. If he had killed him, he would have taken the money and carried it away. You must have considered that. What would you have got by it afterwards? I don't see. But he would never have found the money. That was only what I told him. That the money was under the mattress. But that wasn't true. It had been lying in a box. And afterwards I suggested to Fyodor Pavlovich, as I was the only person he trusted, to hide the envelope with the notes in the corner behind the icons. For no one would have guessed that place, especially if they came in a hurry. So that's where envelope lay, in the corner behind the icons. It would have been absurd to keep it under the mattress. The box, anyway, could be locked, but all believe it was under the mattress. A stupid thing to believe. So, if Dmitri Fyodorovich had committed the murder, finding nothing, he would either have run away in a hurry, afraid of every sound, as always happens with murderers, or he would have been arrested. So I could always have covered up the icons and have taken away the money next morning, or even that night, and it would have all been put down to Dmitri Fyodorovich. I could reckon upon that. But what if he did not kill him, but only knocked him down? If he did not kill him, of course, I would not have ventured to take the money, and nothing would have happened. But I calculated that he would beat him senseless, and I should have time to take it then. And then I'd make out to Fyodor Pavlovich that it was no one but Dmitri Fyodorovich who had taken the money after beating him. Stop. I am getting mixed. Then it was Dmitri after all who killed him. You only took the money. No, he didn't kill him. Well, I might as well have told you now that he was the murderer. But I don't want to lead to you now, because if you really haven't understood till now, as I see for myself, and are not pretending so as to throw your guilt on me to my very face, you are still responsible for it all, since you knew of the murder and charged me to do it, and went away knowing all about it. And so I want to prove to your face this evening that you are the only real murderer in the whole affair, And I am not the real murderer, though I did kill him. You are the rightful murderer. Why? Why? Oh, I'm a murderer, Ivan cried, unable to restrain himself at last, and forgetting that he had put off discussing himself till the end of the conversation. You still mean that, Charmashnya? Stay, tell me, why did you want my consent? If you really took to Charmashnya for consent, how will you explain that now? Assured of your consent, I should have known that you wouldn't have made an outcry over those 3,000 being lost, even if I'd been suspected instead of Dmitri Fyodorovich, or as his accomplice. On the contrary, you would have protected me from others, and when you got your inheritance you would have rewarded me when you were able all the rest of your life, for you'd have received your inheritance through me, seeing that if he had married Agrafena Alexandrovna, you wouldn't have had a farthing. Ha! Then you intended to worry me all my life afterwards, snarled Ivan. And what if I hadn't gone away then, but had informed against you? What could you have informed? That I persuaded you to go to Charmashnya. That's all nonsense. Besides, after our conversation you would either have gone away or have stayed. If you had stayed, nothing would have happened. I should have known that you didn't want it done, and should have attempted nothing. As you went away, it meant you assured me that you wouldn't dare to inform against me at the trial, and that you'd overlook my having the 3,000, and, indeed, you couldn't have prosecuted me afterwards, because then I should have told it all in the court. That is, not that I had stolen the money or killed him. I shouldn't have said that. But that you put me up, the theft and the murder, though I didn't consent to it. That's why I needed your consent, so that you couldn't have cornered me afterwards. For what proof could you have had? I could always have cornered you, revealing your eagerness for your father's death, and I tell you the public would have believed it all, and you would have been ashamed for the rest of your life. Was I then so eager? Was I? Ivan snarled again. To be sure you were, and by your consent you silently sanctioned my doing it. Smerdyakov looked resolutely at Ivan. He was very weak and spoke slowly and warily, but some hidden inner force urged him on. He evidently had some design. Ivan felt that. Go on, he said. Tell me what happened that night. What more is there to tell? I lay there, and I thought I heard the master shout, and before that Grigory Vassilievich had suddenly got up and came out, and he suddenly gave a scream, and then all was silence and darkness. I lay there waiting, my heart beating. I couldn't bear it. I got up at last, went out. I saw the window open on the left into the garden, and I stepped to the left to listen whether he was sitting there alive, and I heard the master moving about, sighing. So I knew he was alive. I thought. I went to the window and shouted to the master, "It's I." And he shouted to me, He's been. He's run away. He meant Dmitri Fyodorovich had been. He's killed Grigory. VIII, I whispered. Thea in the corner. He pointed. He was whispering too. Wait a bit, I said. I went to the corner of the garden to look, and there I came upon Grigory Vassilovich lying by the wall, covered with blood, senseless. So it's true that Dmitri Fyodorovich has been here, was the thought that came into my head, and I determined on the spot to make an end of it. As Grigory Vassilievich, even if he were alive, would see nothing of it, as he lay there senseless. The only risk was that Marfa Ignatyevna might wake up. I felt that at the moment, but the longing to get it done came over me, till I could scarcely breathe. I went back to the window, to the master, and said, "She's here. She's come. Agrafena Alexandrovna has come. Wants to be let in." And he started like a baby. "Where is she?" He fairly gasped, but couldn't he believe? "She's standing there," said I. "Open." He looked out of the window at me, half believing and half distrustful, but afraid to open. Why, he is afraid of me now, I thought, and it was funny. I bethought me to knock on the window frame those taps we'd agreed upon as a signal that Grushenka had come. In his presence, before his eyes. He seem to believe my word, but as soon as he heard the taps, he ran at once to open the door. He opened it. I would have gone in, but he stood in the way to prevent me passing. "Where is she? Where is she?" He looked at me, all of a tremble. Well, thought I, if he's so frightened of me as all that, it is a bad look out. And my legs went weak with fright that he would let me in or would call out, or Marfa Ignatyevna would run up, or something else might happen. I don't remember now, but I must have stood pale, facing him. I whispered to him, "Why, she's there under the window." "How is it you don't see her?" I said. "Bring her then, bring her." "She's afraid," said I. "She was frightened at the noise. She's hidden in the bushes. Go and call to her yourself from the study." He ran to the window, put the candle in the window. "Grushenka," he cried, "Grushenka, are you here?" Though he cried that, he didn't want to lean out of the window. He did want to move away from me, for he was panic-stricken. He was so frightened he didn't dare to turn his back on me. "Why, here she is," said I. I went up to the window and leaned right out of it. "Here she is. She's in the bush, laughing at you. Don't you see her?" He suddenly believed it. He was all of a shake. He was awfully crazy about her. And he leaned right out of the window. I snatched up that iron paper weight from his table. Do you remember? Weighing about 3 pounds. I swung it and hit him on the top of the skull with the corner of it. He didn't even cry out. He only sank down suddenly, and I hit him again and a third time. And the third time I knew I'd broken his skull. He suddenly rolled on his back, face upwards, covered with blood. I looked round. There was no blood on me. Not a spot. I wiped the paper weight, put it back, went up to the icons, took the money out of the envelope and flung the envelope on the floor and the pink ribbon beside it. I went out into the garden all of a tremble, straight to the apple tree, with a hollow in it, you know. That hollow, I demarked it long before, and put a rag and a piece of paper ready in it. I wrapped all the notes in the rag and stuffed it deep down in the hole. And there it stayed for over a fortnight. I took it out later, when I came out of the hospital. I went back to my bed, lay down and thought, if Grigory Vasilievich has been killed outright, it be a bad job for me. But if he is not killed and recovers, it will be first rate. For then he'll bear witness that Dmitri Fyodorovich has been here, and so he must have killed him and taken the money. Then I began groaning with suspense and impatience, so as to wake Marfa Ignatievna as soon as possible. At last she got up and she rushed to me, but when she saw Grigory Vasilievich was not there, she ran out, and I heard her scream in the garden, and that set it all going and set my mind at rest. He stopped, even had listened all the time in dead silence without stirring or taking his eyes off him. As he told his story, Smerdyakov glanced at him from time to time, but for the most part kept his eyes averted. When he had finished, he was evidently agitated and was breathing hard. The perspiration stood out on his face, but it was impossible to tell whether it was remorse he was feeling or what. "Stay," cried Ivan, pondering. "What about the door? If he only opened the door to you, how could Grigory have seen it open before? For Grigory saw it before you went." It was remarkable that Ivan spoke quite amicably, in a different tone, not angry as before. So if any one had opened the door at moment and peeped in at them, he would certainly have concluded that they were talking peaceably about some ordinary, though interesting, subject. As for that door and Grigory Vasilievich's having seen it open, that's only his fancy, said Smerdyakov with a wry smile. He is not a man, I assure you, but an obstinate mule. He didn't see it, but fancied he had seen it, and there's no shaking him. It's just our luck he took that notion into his head, for they can't fail to convict Dmitri Fyodorovich after that. Listen, said Ivan, beginning to seem bewildered again, and making an effort to grasp something. Listen, there are a lot of questions I want to ask you, but I forget them. I keep forgetting and getting mixed up. Yes, tell me this at least. Why did you open envelope and leave it there on the floor? Why didn't you simply carry off the envelope? When you were telling me, I thought you spoke about it as though it were the right thing to do. But why? I can't understand. I did that for a good reason. For if a man had known all about it, as I did for instance, if he'd seen those notes before, and perhaps had put them in that envelope himself, and had seen the envelope sealed up and addressed with his own eyes, if such a man had done the murder, what should have made him tear open the envelope afterwards, especially in such desperate haste? since he'd know for certain the notes must be in the envelope. No, if the robber had been someone like me, he'd simply have put the envelope straight in his pocket and got away with it as fast as he could. But it'd be quite different with Dmitri Fyodorovich. He only knew about the envelope by hearsay. He had never seen it, and if he'd found it, for instance, under the mattress, he'd have torn it open as quickly as possible to make sure the notes were in it. And he'd have thrown the envelope down without having time to think that it would be evidence against him, because he was not an habitual thief and had never directly stolen anything before, for he is a gentleman born, and if he did bring himself to steal, it would not be regular stealing, but simply taking what was his own, for he'd told the whole town he meant to before, and had even bragged aloud before everyone that he'd go and take his property from Fyodor Pavlovich. I didn't say that openly to the prosecutor when I was being examined, but quite the contrary. I brought him to it by a hint, as though I didn't see it myself, and as though he'd thought of it himself, and I hadn't prompted him. So that Mr. Prosecutor's mouth positively watered at my suggestion. But can you possibly have thought of all that on the spot? Cried Ivan, overcome with astonishment. He looked at Smerdyakov again with alarm.
Mercy on us!
Could anyone think of it all in such a desperate hurry? It was all thought out beforehand. Well, it was the devil helped you. Ivan cried again. No, you are not a fool. You are far cleverer than I thought. He got up, obviously intending to walk across the room. He was in terrible distress, but as the table blocked his way, and there was hardly room to pass between the table and the wall, he only turned round where he stood and sat down again. Perhaps the impossibility of moving irritated him, as he suddenly cried out almost as furiously as before, "Go! Listen, you miserable, contemptible creature. Don't you understand that if I haven't killed you, it's simply because I am keeping you to answer to morrow at the trial? God sees." Ivan raised his hand. Perhaps I too was guilty. Perhaps I really had a secret desire for my father's death, but I swear I was not as guilty as you think, and perhaps I didn't urge you on at all. No, I didn't urge you on. But no matter, I will give evidence against myself tomorrow at the trial. I'm determined to. I shall tell everything. But we'll make our appearance together, and whatever you may say against me at the trial, whatever evidence you give, I'll face it. I am not afraid of you. I'll confirm it all myself. But you must confess too. You will go together. That's how it shall be. Ivan said this solemnly and resolutely, and from his flashing eyes alone it could be seen that it would be so. You are ill, I see. You are quite ill. Your eyes are yellow, Smerdyakov commented, without the least irony, with apparent sympathy, in fact. We'll go together, Ivan repeated. And if you want to go, no matter. I'll go alone? Smerdyakov paused, as though pondering. "There'll be nothing of the sort, and you won't go," he concluded at last positively. "You don't understand me," Ivan exclaimed reproachfully. "You'll be too much ashamed if you confess it all. And what's more, it will be no use at all, for I shall say straight out that I never said anything of the sort to you, and that you are either ill, and it looks like it, too, or that you're so sorry for your brother that you are sacrificing yourself to save him, and have invented it all against me, for you've always thought no more of me than if I'd been a fly. And who will believe you? And what single proof have you got? Listen, you showed me those notes just now to convince me." Smerdyakov lifted the book off the notes and laid it on one side. "Take that money away," Yukov sighed. Of course, I shall take it. But why do you give it to me? If you committed the murder for the sake of it." Ivan looked at him with great surprise. "I don't want it," Smerdyakov articulated in a shaking voice, with a gesture of refusal. "I did have an idea of beginning a new life with that money in Moscow, or, better still, abroad. I did dream of it, chiefly because all things are lawful. That was quite right, what you taught me, for you talked a lot to me about that. For if there's no everlasting God, there's no such thing as virtue, and there's no need of it. You were right there. So that's how I looked at it." "Did you come to that of yourself?" asked Ivan, with a wry smile. "With your good uns? And now, I suppose, you believe in God, since you are giving back the money?" "No, I don't believe," whispered Smerdyakov. "Then why are you giving it back?" "Leave off. That's enough." Smerdyakov waved his hand again. "You used to say yourself that everything was lawful. So now why are you so upset, too? You even want to go and give evidence against yourself. Only there'll be nothing of the sort. You want to go give evidence," Smerdyakov decided with conviction. "You'll see," said Ivan. "It isn't possible. You are very clever. You are fond of money, I know that. You like to be respected too, for you're very proud. You are far too fond of female charms, too, and you mind most of all about living in undisturbed comfort, without having to depend on anyone. That's what you care most about. You want to spoil your life forever by taking such a disgrace on yourself. You are like Fyodor Pavlovitch. You are more like him than any of his children. You've the same soul as he had." "You are not a fool," said Ivan, seeming struck. The blood rushed to his face. "You are serious now," he observed, looking suddenly at Smerdyakov with a different expression. "It was your pride. You think I was a fool. Take the money." Ivan took the 3 rolls of notes and put them in his pocket without wrapping in anything. "I shall show them at tomorrow," he said. "Nobody will the Kolya will believe you. As you've plenty of money of your own, you may simply have taken it out of your cash box and brought it to the court. Ivan rose from his seat. "I repeat," he said, "the only reason I haven't killed you is that I need you for tomorrow. Remember that. Don't forget it." "Well, kill me now," Smerdyakov said, all at once looking strangely at Ivan. "You won't dare do that even," he added with a bitter smile. "You won't dare to do anything. You, who used to be so bold." "Till tomorrow?" cried Ivan, and moved to go out. "Stay a moment. Show me those notes again." Ivan took out the notes and showed them to him. Smerdyakov looked at them for 10 seconds. "Well, you can go," he said, with a wave of his hand. "Ivan Fyodorovitch," he called after him again, "what do you want?" Ivan turned without stopping. "Goodbye. Till tomorrow." Ivan cried again, and he walked out of the cottage. The snowstorm was still raging. He walked the first few steps boldly, but suddenly began staggering. "It's something physical," he thought with a grin. Something like joy was springing up in his heart. He was conscious of unbounded resolution. He would make an end of the wavering that had so tortured him of late. His determination was taken, and now it will not be changed, he thought with relief. At that moment he stumbled against something and almost fell down. Stopping short, he made out at his feet the peasant he had knocked down, still lying senseless and motionless. The snow had almost covered his face. Ivan seized him and lifted him in his arms. Seeing a light in the little house to the right, he went up, knocked at the shutters, and asked the man to whom the house belonged to help him carry the peasant to the police station, promising him 3 rubles. The man got ready and came out. I want to describe in detail how Ivan succeeded in his object, bringing the peasant to the police station and arranging for a doctor to see him at once, providing with a liberal hand for the expenses. I will only say that this business took a whole hour, but Ivan was well content with it. His mind wandered and worked incessantly. If I had not taken my decision so firmly for tomorrow, he reflected with satisfaction, I should not have stayed a whole hour to look after the peasant, but should have passed by, without caring about his being frozen. I am quite capable of watching myself. By the way, he thought at the same instant, with still greater satisfaction, although they have decided that I am going out of my mind. Just as he reached his own house, he stopped short, asking himself suddenly, hadn't he better go at once to the prosecutor and tell him everything? He decided the question by turning back to the house. Everything together tomorrow, he whispered to himself. Strange to say, almost all his gladness and self-satisfaction passed in one instant. As he entered his own room, he felt something like a touch of ice on his heart, like a recollection, or, more exactly, a reminder of something agonizing and revolting that was in that room now, at that moment, and had been there before. He sank wearily on his sofa. The old woman brought him a samovar. He made tea, but did not touch it. He sat on the sofa and felt giddy. He felt that he was ill and helpless. He was beginning to drop asleep, but got up uneasily and walked across the room to shake off his drowsiness. At moments he fancied he was delirious, but it was not illness that he thought of most. Sitting down again, he began looking round as though searching for something. This happened several times. At last his eyes were fastened intently on one point. Ivan smiled, but an angry flush suffused his face. He sat a long time in his place, his head propped on both arms, though he looked sideways at the same point, at the sofa that stood against the opposite wall. There was evidently something, some object, that irritated him there, worried him and tormented him. Chapter the Devil. Ivan's Nightmare. I am not a doctor, but yet I feel that the moment has come when I must inevitably give the reader some account of the nature of Ivan's illness. Anticipating events, I can say at least one thing. He was at that moment on the very eve of an attack of brain fever. Though his health had long been affected, it had offered a stubborn resistance to the fever, which the end gained complete mastery over it. Though I know nothing of medicine, I venture to hazard the suggestion that he really had perhaps, by a terrible effort of will, succeeded in delaying the attack for a time, hoping, of course, to check it completely. He knew that he was unwell, but he loathed the thought of being ill at that fatal time, at the approaching crisis in his life, when he needed to have all his wits about him, to say what he had to say boldly and resolutely, and to justify himself to himself. He had, however, consulted the new doctor, who had been brought from Moscow by a fantastic notion of Katerina Ivanovna's to which I have referred already. After listening to him and examining him, the doctor came to the conclusion that he was actually suffering from some disorder of the brain, and was not at all surprised by an admission which Ivan had reluctantly made him. Hallucinations are likely in your condition, the doctor opined, though it would be better to verify them. You must take steps at once, without a moment's delay, or things will go badly with you. But Ivan did not follow this judicious advice, and did not take to his bed to be nursed. I am walking about, so I am strong enough. If I drop, it'll be different then. Anyone may nurse me who likes, he decided, dismissing the subject. And so he was sitting almost conscious himself of his delirium and, as I have said already, looking persistently at some object on the sofa against the opposite wall. Someone appeared to be sitting there, though goodness knows how he'd had come in, for he had not been in the room when Ivan came into it on his return from Smerdyakov. This was a person, or, more accurately speaking, a Russian gentleman of a particular kind, no longer young, a qui facet la cinquantaine, as the French say, with rather long, still thick, dark hair, slightly streaked with grey, and a small pointed beard. He was wearing a brownish reefer jacket, rather shabby, evidently made by a good tailor though, and of a fashion at least 3 years old. that had been discarded by smart and well-to-do people for the last 2 years. His linen and his long scarf, like necktie, were all such as are worn by people who aim at being stylish. But on closer inspection his linen was not over clean, and his white scarf was very threadbare. The visitor's check trousers were of excellent cut, but were too light in color and too tight for the present fashion. His soft fluffy white hat was out of keeping with the season. In brief, there was every appearance of gentility on straitened means. It looked as though the gentleman belonged to that class of idle landowners who used to flourish in the times of serfdom. He had unmistakably been, at some time, in good and fashionable society, had once had good connections, had possibly preserved them indeed, but, after a gay youth, becoming gradually impoverished on the abolition of serfdom, he had sunk into the position of a poor relation of the best class, wandering from one good old friend to another, and received by them for his companionable and accommodating disposition, and as being, after all, a gentleman who could be asked to sit down with anyone, though, of course, not in a place of honor. Such gentlemen of accommodating temper and dependent position, who can tell a story, take a hand at cards, and who have a distinct aversion for any duties that may be forced upon them, are usually solitary creatures, either bachelors or widowers. Sometimes they have children, but if so, the children are always being brought up at a distance, at some aunts, to whom these gentlemen never allude in good society. Seeming ashamed of the relationship, they gradually lose sight of their children altogether, though at intervals they receive a birthday or Christmas letter from them, and sometimes even answer it. The countenance of the unexpected visitor was not so much good-natured as accommodating and ready to assume any amiable expression as occasion might arise. He had no watch, but he had a tortoise shell lorgnet on a black ribbon. On the middle finger of his right hand was a massive gold ring with a cheap opal stone in it. Ivan was angrily silent and would not begin the conversation. The visitor waited and sat exactly like a poor relation who had come down from his room to keep his host company at tea, and was discreetly silent, seeing that his host was frowning and preoccupied. But he was ready for any affable conversation as soon as his host should begin it. All at once his face expressed a sudden solicitude. "I say," he began to Ivan, "excuse me, I only mention it to remind you. You went to Smerdyakov's to find out about Katerina Ivanovna, but you came away without finding out anything about her. You probably forgot." "Ah, yes," broke from Ivan, and his face grew gloomy with uneasiness. "Yes, I'd forgotten. But it doesn't matter now, never mind till tomorrow," he muttered to himself. You," he added, addressing his visitor, "I should have remembered that myself in a minute, for that was just what was tormenting me. Why do you interfere, as if I should believe that you prompted me, and that I didn't remember it of myself? Don't believe it then. said the gentleman, smiling amicably. "What's the good of believing against your will? Besides, proofs are no help to believing, especially material proofs." Thomas believed, not because he saw Christ risen, but because he wanted to believe. Before he saw. Look at the spiritualists, for instance. I am very fond of them. Only fancy. They imagine that they are serving the cause of religion, because the devil show them their horns from the other world. That, they say, is a material proof, so to speak, of the existence of another world. The other world and material proofs. What next? And if you come to that, those proving there's a devil prove that there's a God. I want to join an idealist society. I'll lead the opposition in it. I'll say I am a realist, but not a materialist. Listen. Ivan suddenly got up from the table. I seem to be delirious. I am delirious. In fact, talk any nonsense you like. I don't care. You won't drive me to fury, as you did last time. But I feel somehow ashamed. I want to walk about the room. I sometimes don't see you, and don't even hear your voice, as I did last time. But I always guess what you are prating, for it's I myself speaking, not you. Only I don't know whether I was dreaming last time or whether I really saw you. I'll wet a towel and put it on my head, and perhaps you'll vanish into air. Ivan went into the corner, took a towel, and did as he said, and with a wet towel on his head, began walking and down the room. I am so glad you treat me so familiarly. The visitor began. Fool, laughed Ivan. Do you suppose I should stand on ceremony with you? I am in good spirits now, though I've a pain in my forehead and in the top of my head. Only please don't talk philosophy, as you did last time. If you can take yourself off, talk of something amusing. Talk gossip. You are a poor relation. You ought to talk gossip. What a night to have. But I am not afraid of you. I'll get the better of you. I won't be taken to a madhouse. Si est charmant, poor relation. Yes, I am in my natural shape. For what am I on earth but a poor relation? By the way, I am listening to you and am rather surprised to find you are actually beginning to take me for something real, not simply your fancy, as you persisted in declaring last time. Never for 1 minute have I taken you for reality. Ivan cried with a sort of fury. You are a lie. You are my illness. You are a phantom. It's only that I don't know how to destroy you, and I see I must suffer our time. You are my hallucination. You are the incarnation of myself, but only of one side of me, of my thoughts and feelings, but only the nastiest and stupidest of them. From that point of view you might be of interest to me, if only I had time to waste on you. Excuse me, I'll catch you. When you flew out Ilyusha under the lamp-post this evening and shouted to him, you learnt it from him. How do you know that a have visits me? You were thinking of me then. So for one brief moment you did believe that I really exist. The gentleman laughed blandly. Yes, That was a moment of weakness. But I couldn't believe you. I don't know whether I was asleep or awake last time. Perhaps I was only dreaming then. Then didn't he see you really at all? And why were you so surly with Ilyusha just now? He is a dear. I've treated him badly over Father Zosima. Don't talk of Ilyusha. How dare you, you flunky? Ivan laughed again. You scold me, but you laugh. That's a good sign. But you are ever so much more polite than you were last time, and I know why. That great resolution of yours. Don't speak of my resolution, cried Ivan savagely. I understand. C est noble, C est charmant. You are going to defend your brother and to sacrifice yourself. Assess chevaleresque. Hold your tongue, I'll kick you. Shan't be altogether sorry, for then my object will be attained. If you kick me, you must believe in my reality, for people don't kick ghosts. Joking apart, it doesn't matter to me. Scold if you like. Though it's better to be a trifle more polite even to me. Ye fool flunky. What words? Scolding you. I scold myself? Ivan laughed again. You are myself, only with a different face. You just say what I am thinking, and are incapable of saying anything new. If I am like you in my way of thinking, it's all to my credit, the gentleman declared, with delicacy and dignity. You choose out only my worst thoughts, and what's more, the stupid ones. You are stupid and vulgar. You are awfully stupid. No, I can't put up with you. What am I to do? What am I to do? Ivan said through his clenched teeth. My dear friend, above all things I want to behave like a gentleman and to be recognized as such. The visitor began in an excess of deprecating and simple-hearted pride, typical of a poor relation. I am poor, but I won't say very honest, but it's an axiom generally accepted in society that I am a fallen angel. I certainly can't conceive how I can ever have been an angel. If I ever was, it must have been so long ago that there's no harm in forgetting it. Now I only prize the reputation of being a gentlemanly person and live as I can, trying to make myself agreeable. I love men genuinely. I've been greatly calumniated. Here when I stay with you from time to time, my life gains a kind of reality, and that's what I like most of all. You see, like you, I suffer from the fantastic, and so I love the realism of earth here. With you, everything is circumscribed. Here all is formulated and geometrical, while we have nothing but indeterminate equations. I wander about here dreaming. I like dreaming. Besides, on earth I become superstitious. Please don't laugh. That's just what I like, to become superstitious. I adopt all your habits here. I've grown fond of going to the public baths. Would you believe it? And I go and steam myself with merchants and priests. What I dream of is becoming incarnate once for all and irrevocably, in the form of some merchant's wife weighing 18 stone, and of believing all she believes. My ideal is to go to church and offer a candle in simple, hearted faith. Upon my word it is. Then there would be an end to my sufferings. I like being doctored too. In the spring there was an outbreak of smallpox and I went and was vaccinated in a foundling hospital. If only you knew how I enjoyed myself that day. I subscribed 10 rubles in the cause of the Slavs. But you are not listening. Do you know? You are not at all well this evening. I know you went yesterday to that doctor. Well, what about your health? What did the doctor say? Fool. Ivan snapped out, But you are clever. Anyway, you are scolding again. I didn't ask out of sympathy. You needn't answer. Now rheumatism has come in again. Fool, repeated Ivan. You keep saying the same thing. But I had such an attack of rheumatism last year that I remember it to this day. The devil have rheumatism. Why not? If I sometimes put on fleshly form, I put on fleshly form and I take the consequences. Saturn summit nil humanum, Emilinum putu. What Saturn's a sum et nihil humanum? That's not bad for the devil. I am glad I've pleased you at last. But you didn't get that from me. Ivan stopped suddenly, seeming struck. That never entered my head. That's strange. C.S. Dunaveu. Anast C. Pass. This time I'll act honestly and explain to you. Listen, in dreams and especially in nightmares, from indigestion or anything, a man sees sometimes such artistic visions, such complex and real actuality, such events, even a whole world of events, woven into such a plot, with such unexpected details from the most exalted matters to the last button on a cuff, as I swear Leo Tolstoy has never invented. Yet such dreams are sometimes seen not by writers, but by the most ordinary people, officials, journalists, priests. The subject is a complete enigma. A statesman confessed to me, indeed, that all his best ideas came to him when he was asleep. Well, that's how it is now. Though I am your hallucination, yet just as in a nightmare, I say original things which had not entered your head before. So I don't repeat your ideas. Yet I am only your nightmare, nothing more. You are lying. Your aim is to convince me you exist apart and are not my nightmare. And now you are asserting you are a dream. My dear fellow, I've adopted a special method today. I'll explain it to you afterwards. Stay, where did I break off? Oh, yes, I caught cold then. Only not here but yonder. What? Where is yonder? Tell me, will you be here long? Can't you go away? Ivan exclaimed almost in despair. He ceased walking to and fro, sat down on the sofa, leaned his elbows on the table again, and held his head tight in both hands. He pulled the wet towel off and flung it away in vexation. It was evidently of no use. Your nerves are out of order, observed the gentleman, with a carelessly easy, though perfectly polite air. You are angry with me even for being able to catch cold, though it happened in a most natural way. I was hurrying then to a diplomatic soy at the house of a lady of high rank in Petersburg, who was aiming at influence in the ministry. Well, an evening suit, white tie, gloves. Though I was God knows where and had to fly through space to reach your Earth. Of course, it took only an instant, but you know our ray of light from the sun takes full 8 minutes, and fancy in an evening suit and open waistcoat. Spirits don't freeze, but when once in fleshly form, well, in brief, I didn't think and set off. And you know, in those ethereal spaces, in the water that is I've above the firmament, there's such a frost. At least one can't call it frost. You can fancy 150 degrees below zero. You know the game the village girls play. They invite the unwary to lick an axe in 30 degrees of frost. The tongue instantly freezes to it, and the dupe tears the skin off, so it bleeds. But that's only in 30 degrees. In 150 degrees, I imagine, it would be enough to put your finger on the axe, and it would be the end of. If only there could be an axe there. Can there be an axe there? Ivan interrupted, carelessly and disdainfully. He was exerting himself to the utmost not to believe in delusion and not to sink into complete insanity. An axe? The guest interrupted in surprise.
Yes.
What would become of an axe there? Ivan cried suddenly, with a sort of savage and insistent obstinacy. What would become of an ass in space? If it were to fall to any distance, it would begin, I think, flying round the earth without knowing why, like a satellite. The astronomers would calculate the rising and the setting of the axe. A Gatsuk would put it in his calendar. That's all. You are stupid, awfully stupid, said Ivan peevishly. Fib more cleverly, or I won't listen. You wanted to get the better of me by realism, to convince me that you exist. But I don't want to believe you exist. I want believed. But I am not fibbing. It's all the truth. The truth is unhappily hardly ever amusing. I see you persist in expecting something big of me, and perhaps something fine. That's a great pity, for I only give what I can. Don't talk philosophy, you ass. Philosophy, indeed, when all my right side is numb, and I am moaning and groaning. I've tried all the medical faculty. They can diagnose beautifully. They have the whole of your disease at their fingertips. But they've no idea how to cure you. There was an enthusiastic little student here. You may die, said he, but you'll know perfectly what disease you are dying of. And then what a way they have sending people to specialists. We only diagnose, they say, but go to such and such a specialist. He'll cure you. The old doctor who used to cure all sorts of disease has completely disappeared, I assure you. Now they are only specialists, and they all advertise in the newspapers. If anything is wrong with your nose, they send you to Paris. There, they say, is a European specialist who cures noses. If you go to Paris, he'll look at your nose. I can only cure your right nostril, he'll tell you, for I don't cure the left nostril. That's not my speciality, but go to Vienna. There's a specialist who will cure your left nostril. What are you to do? I fell back on popular remedies. A German doctor advised me to rub myself with honey and salt in the bath house. Solely to get an extra bath I went, smeared myself all over, and it did me no good at all. In despair I wrote to Count Mattei in Milan. He sent me a book and some drops, bless him, and only fancy Hoff's malt extract cured me. I bought it by accident, drank a bottle and a half of it, and I was ready to dance. It took it away completely. I made up my mind to write to the papers to thank him. I was prompted by a feeling of gratitude, and only fancy. It led to no end of a bother. Not a single paper would take my letter. It would be very reactionary, they said. No one will believe it. Laudable and exist point. You'd better remain anonymous. They advised me. What use is a letter of thanks if it's anonymous? I laughed with the men at the newspaper office. It's reactionary to believe in God in our days, I said. But I am the devil, so I may be believed in. We quite understand that, they said. Woe doesn't believe in the devil, yet it won't he do. It might injure our reputation, as a joke, if you like. But I thought as a joke it wouldn't be very witty, so it wasn't printed. And do you know, I have felt sore about it to this day. My best feelings, gratitude, for instance, are literally denied me simply from my social position. Philosophical reflections again. Ivan snarled malignantly. God preserve me from it, but one can't help complaining sometimes. I am a slandered man. You upbraid me every moment with being stupid. One can see you are young. My dear fellow, intelligence isn't the only thing. I have naturally a kind and merry heart. I also write vaudevilles of all sorts. You seem to take me for Hlastokov grown old, but my fate is a far more serious one. Before time was, by some decree, which I could never make out, I was predestined to Denny, and yet I am genuinely good-hearted, not at all inclined to negation. No, you must go and Denny. Without denial there's no criticism. And what would a journal be without a column of criticism? It would be nothing but one hosanna. But nothing but hosanna is not an hosanna. Without or for life, the hosanna must be tried in the crucible of doubt, and so on, in the same style. But I don't meddle in that. I didn't create it. I am not answerable for it. Well, they've chosen their scapegoat. They've made me write the column of criticism, and so life was made possible. We understand that comedy. I, for instance, simply ask for annihilation. No life, I am told, for there'd be nothing without you. If everything in the universe was sensible, nothing would happen. There would be no events without you, and there must be events. So against the grain I serve to produce events and do what's irrational because I am commanded to. For all their indisputable intelligence, men take this farce as something serious, and that is their tragedy. They suffer, of course, but then they live a real life, not a fantastic one, for suffering is life. Without suffering, what would be the pleasure of it? It would be transformed into an endless church service. It would be holy, but tedious. But what about me? I suffer, but still I don't alive. I am X in an indeterminate equation. I am a sort of phantom in life who has lost all beginning and end, and who has even forgotten his own name. You are laughing. No, you are not laughing. You are angry again. You are forever angry. All you care about is intelligence. But I repeat again that I would give away all this superstellar life, all the ranks and honors, simply to be transformed into the soul of a merchant's wife weighing 18 stone and set candles at God's shrine. Then even you don't believe in God, said Ivan, with a smile of hatred. What can I say? That is, if you are in earnest, is there a God or not? Ivan cried with the same savage intensity. Ah, then you are in earnest, my dear fellow. Upon my word, I don't now. There, I've said it now. You don't know, but you see God. No, you are not someone apart. You are myself. You are I and nothing more. You are rubbish. You are my fancy. Well, if you like, I have the same philosophy as you. That would be true. Ah, je pense donc je suis. I know that for a fact. All the rest, all these worlds, God and even Satan, all that is not proved, to my mind. Does all that exist of itself, or is it only an emanation of myself? A logical development of my ego, which alone has existed forever. But I make haste to stop, for I believe you will be jumping up to beat me directly. You better tell me some anecdote, said Ivan miserably. There is an anecdote precisely on our subject, or rather a legend, not an anecdote. You reproach me with unbelief, you say, yet you don't believe. But, my dear fellow, I am not the only one like that. We are all in a muddle over there, now and all through your science. Once there used to be atoms, 5 senses, 4 elements, and then everything hung together somehow. There were atoms in the ancient world even. But since we've learned that you've discovered the chemical molecule and protoplasm, and the devil knows what, we had to lower our crest. There's a regular muddle and, above all, superstition, scandal. There's as much scandal among use as among you, you know, a little more in fact, and spying, indeed. For we have our secret police department, where private information is received. Well, this wild legend belongs to our Middle Ages, not yours, but ours, and no one believes it even among yous, except the old ladies of 18 stone, not your old ladies I mean, but ours. We've everything you have. I am revealing one of our secrets out of friendship for you, though it's forbidden. This legend is about paradise. There was, they say, here on earth a thinker and philosopher. He rejected everything, laws, conscience, and above all, the future life. He died. He expected to go straight to darkness and death, and he found a future life before him. He was astounded and indignant. This is against my principles, he said, and he was punished for that. That is, you must excuse me. I am just repeating what I heard myself. It's only a legend. He was sentenced to walk 1,000,000,000 kilometers in the dark. We've adopted the metric system, you know, and when he has finished that quadrillion, the gates of heaven would be opened to him, and he'll be forgiven. And what tortures have you the other world besides the quadrillion kilometers? Asked Ivan, with a strange eagerness. What tortures? Don't ask. In old days we had all sorts, but now they have taken chiefly to moral punishments, the stings of conscience, and all that nonsense. We got that, too, from you, from the softening of your manners. And who's the better for it? Only those who have got no conscience. For how can they be tortured by conscience when they have none? But decent people who have conscience and a sense of honor suffer for it. Reforms? When the ground has not been prepared for them, especially if they are institutions copied from abroad, do nothing but mischief. The ancient fire was better. Well, this man, who was condemned to the quadrillion kilometers, stood still, looked round, and lay down across the road. I want to go. I refuse on principle. Take the soul of an enlightened Russian atheist and mix it with the soul of the prophet Jonah, who sulked for 3 days and nights in the belly of the whale, and you get the character of that thinker who lay across the road. What did he lay on there? Well, I suppose there was something to lay on. You are not laughing. Bravo! Tried Ivan, still with the same strange eagerness. Now he was listening with an unexpected curiosity. Well, is he lying there now? That's the point, that he isn't. He lay there almost 1,000 years, and then he got up, went on. What an ass! Cried Ivan, laughing nervously and still seeming to be pondering something intently. Does it make any difference whether he lays there forever or walks the quadrillion kilometers? It would take 1 billion years to walk it. Much more than that. I haven't got a pencil and paper, or I could work it out. But he got there long ago, and that's where the story begins. What? He got there. But how did he get the 1 billion years to do it? Why, you keep thinking of our present Earth. But our present Earth may have been repeated 1 billion times. Why, it's become extinct, been frozen, cracked, broken to bits, disintegrated into its elements. Again the water above the firmament. Then again a comet, again a sun. Again from the sun it becomes Earth. And the same sequence may have been repeated endlessly, and exactly the same to every detail, most unseemly and insufferably tedious. Well, what happened when he arrived? Why, the moment the gates of paradise were open, and he walked in, before he had been there 2 seconds, by his watch, though to my thinking his watch must have long dissolved into its elements on the way. He cried out that those 2 seconds were worth walking, not a quadrillion kilometers, but a quadrillion of quadrillions, raised to the quadrillionth power. In fact, he sang Hosanna, and overdid it so that some persons there of lofty ideas wouldn't shake hands with him at first. He'd become too rapidly reactionary, they said. The Russian temperament. I repeat, it's a legend. I give it for what it's worth. So that's the sort of ideas we have on such subjects even now. I've caught you, Ivan cried, with an almost childish delight, as though he had succeeded in remembering something at last. That anecdote about the quadrillion years I made up myself. I was 17 then. I was at the high school. I made up that anecdote and told it to a schoolfellow called Krassotkin. It was at Moscow. The anecdote is so characteristic that I couldn't have taken it from anywhere. I thought I'd forgotten it, but I've unconsciously recalled it. I recalled it myself. It was not you telling it. Thousands of things are unconsciously remembered like that, even when people are being taken to execution. It's come back to me in a dream. You are that dream. You are a dream, not a living creature. From the vehemence with which you deny my existence, laughed the gentleman, I am convinced that you believe in me. Not in the slightest. I haven't 100th part of a grain of faith in you. But you have the 1,000th of a grain. Homeopathic doses perhaps are the strongest. Confess that you have faith, even the 10,000th of a grain. But not for 1 minute, cried Ivan furiously. But I should like to believe in you, he added strangely. Aha, there's an admission. But I am good-natured. I'll come to your assistance again. Listen, it was I caught you, not you me. I told you your anecdote you'd forgotten on purpose, so as to destroy your faith in me completely. You are lying. The object of your visit is to convince me of your existence. Just so. But hesitation, suspense, conflict between belief and disbelief is sometimes such torture to a conscientious man, such as you are, that it's better to hang oneself at once. Knowing that you are inclined to believe in me, I administered some disbelief by telling you that anecdote. I laid you to belief and disbelief by turns, and I have my motive in it. It's the new method. As soon as you disbelieve in me completely, you'll begin assuring me to my face that I am not a dream but a reality. I know you. Then I shall have attained my object, which is an honorable one. I shall sow in you only a tiny grain of faith, and it will grow into an oak tree. And such an oak tree that, sitting on it, you will long to enter the ranks of the hermits in the wilderness and the saintly women, for that is what you are secretly longing for. You'll dine on locusts. You'll wander into the wilderness to save your soul. Then it's for the salvation of my soul you are working. Is it you, scoundrel? One must do a good work sometimes. How ill-humored you are. Fool, did you ever tempt those holy men who ate locusts and prayed 17 years in the wilderness, till they were overgrown with moss? My dear fellow, I've done nothing else. One forgets the whole world and all the worlds, and sticks to one such saint, because he is a very precious diamond. One such soul, you know, is sometimes worth a whole constellation. We have our system of reckoning, you know. The conquest is priceless, and some of them, on my word, are not inferior to you in culture, though you won't believe it. They can contemplate such depths of belief and disbelief at the same moment that sometimes it really seems that they are within a hair breadth of being turned, Kolbanov says, as the actor goaded down, upside down. Well, did you get your nose pulled, my dear fellow? Observed the visitor sententiously. It's better to get off with your nose pulled than without a nose at all. As an afflicted marquis observed not long ago, he must have been treated by a specialist in confession to his spiritual father, a Jesuit. I was present. It was simply charming. Give me back my nose, he said, and he beat his priest. My son, said the priest evasively, all things are accomplished in accordance with the inscrutable decrees of Providence, and what seems a misfortune sometimes leads to extraordinary, though unapparent, benefits. If stern destiny has deprived you of your nose, it's to your advantage that no one can ever pull you by your nose. A holy father, that's no comfort, cried the despairing marquis. I'd be delighted to have my nose pulled every day of my life, if it were only in its proper place. My son, sighs the priest, you can't expect every blessing at once. This is murmuring against Providence, who even in this has not forgotten you. For if you repine as you repined just now, declaring you be glad to have your nose pulled full the rest of your life, your desire has already been fulfilled indirectly. For when you lost your nose, you were led by the nose. Fool, how stupid, cried Ivan. My dear friend, I only wanted to amuse you, but I swear that's the genuine Jesuit casuistry, and I swear that it all happened word for word, as I've told you. It happened lately and gave me a great deal of trouble. The unhappy young man shot himself that very night when he got home. I was by his side till the very last moment. Those Jesuit confessionals are really my most delightful diversion at melancholy moments. Here's another incident that happened only the other day. A little blonde Norman girl of 20, a buxom, unsophisticated beauty that would make your mouth water, comes to an old priest. She bends down and whispers her sin into the grating. Why, my daughter, have you fallen again already? Cries the priest. Oh, Santa Maria, what do I hear? Not the same man this time. How long is this going on? Aren't you ashamed? Ah, Mon Pierre Rehel answers, the sinner with tears of penitence. Zai lai fait tant de plaisir, a ti moi si peu de fancy, such an answer. I drew back. It was the cry of nature, better than innocence itself, if you like. I absolved her sin on the spot, and was turning to go, but I was forced to turn back. I heard the priest at the grating making an appointment with her for the evening, though he was an old man, hard as flint. He fell in an instant. It was nature, the truth of nature at its rights. What? You are turning up your nose again. Angry again. I don't know how to please you. Leave me alone. You are beating on brain like a haunting nightmare. Ivan moaned miserably, helpless before his apparition. I am bored with you, agonizingly and insufferably. I would give anything to be able to shake you off. I repeat, moderate your expectations. Don't demand of me everything great and noble, and you will see how well we shall get on," said the gentleman impressively. "You are really angry with me for not having appeared to you in a red glow, with thunder and lightning, with scorched wings, but have shown myself in such a modest form. You are wounded, in the first place, in your aesthetic feelings, and, secondly, in your pride. How could such a vulgar devil visit such a great man as you? Yes, there is that romantic strain in you that was so derided by Byelinsky. I can't help it, young man. As I got ready to come to you, I did think, as a joke, of appearing in the figure of a retired general who had served in the Caucasus, with a star of the Lion and the sun on my coat. But I was positively afraid of doing it, for you'd have thrashed me for daring to pin the lion and the sun on my coat instead of, at least, the polar star or the Sirius, and you keep on saying I am stupid, but, mercy on us, I make no claim to be equal to you in intelligence." Mephistopheles declared to Faust that he desired evil, but did only good. Well, he can say what he likes. It's quite the opposite with me. I am perhaps the one man in all creation who loves the truth and genuinely desires good. I was there when the Word, who died on the cross, rose up into heaven bearing on his bosom the soul of the penitent thief. I heard the glad shrieks of the cherubim singing, shouting Hosanna, and the thunderous rapture of the seraphim, which shook heaven and all creation. And I swear to you by all that's sacred, I long to join the Troy and shout Hosanna with them all. The word had almost escaped me, had almost broken from my lips. You know how susceptible and aesthetically impressionable I am. But common sense, a most unhappy trait in my character, kept me in due bounds, and I let the moment pass. For what would have happened? I reflected. What would have happened after my Hosanna? Everything on earth would have been extinguished at once, and no events could have occurred. And so, solely from a sense of duty and my social position, I was forced to suppress the good moment and to stick to my nasty task. Somebody takes all the credit of what's good for himself, and nothing but nastiness is left for me. But I don't envy the honor of a life of idle imposture. I am not ambitious. Why am I, of all creatures in the world, doomed to be cursed by all decent people, and even to be kicked? For if I put on mortal form, I am bound to take such consequences sometimes. I now, of course, there's a secret in it, but they won't tell me the secret for anything, for then perhaps, seeing the meaning of it, I might bawl Hosanna, and the indispensable minus would disappear at once, and good sense would reign supreme throughout the whole world. And that, of course, would mean the end of everything, even of magazines and newspapers, for who would take them in? I know that at the end of all things I shall be reconciled. I, too, shall walk my quadrillion and learn the secret. But till that happens I am sulking and fulfill my destiny, though it's against the grain. That is, to ruin thousands for the sake of saving one. How many souls have had to be ruined, and how many honorable reputations destroyed for the sake of that one righteous man, Job, over whom they made such a fool of me in old days. Yes, till the secret is revealed. There are two sorts of truths for me. One, their truth yonder, which I know nothing about so far, and the other my own, and there's no knowing which will turn out the better. Are you asleep? Might well be, Ivan groaned angrily. All my stupid ideas, outgrown, thrashed out long ago, and flung aside like a dead carcass, you present to me as something new. There, no pleasing you, and I thought I should fascinate you by my literary style. That Hosanna in the skies really wasn't bad, was it? And then that ironical to hein e? No, I was never such a flunky. How then could my soul beget a flunky like you? My dear fellow, I know a most charming and attractive young Russian gentleman, a young thinker and a great lover of literature and art, the author of a promising poem entitled The Grand Inquisitor. I was only thinking of him. I forbid you to speak of the Grand Inquisitor, cried Ivan. And the geological cataclysm. Do you remember? That was a poem. Now, hold your tongue, or I'll kill you. You'll kill me. No, excuse me, I will speak. I came to treat myself to that pleasure. Oh, I love the dreams of my ardent young friends, quivering with eagerness for life. They are new men, you decided last spring. One you were meaning to come here. They propose to destroy everything and begin with cannibalism. Stupid fellows. They didn't ask my advice. I maintain that nothing need be destroyed, that we only need to destroy the idea of God in man. That's how we have to set to work. It's that we must begin with. Oh, blind race of men who have no understanding. As soon as men have all of them denied God, and I believe that period, analogous with geological periods, will come to pass. The old conception of the universe fall of itself without cannibalism, and, what's more, the old morality and everything will begin anew. Men will unite to take from life all it can give, but only for joy and happiness in the present world. Man will be lifted up with a spirit of divine titanic pride, and the man God will appear, from hour to hour extending his conquest of infinitely by his will and his science. Man will feel such lofty joy from hour to hour in doing it, that it will make up for all his old dreams of joys of heaven. Every one will know that he is mortal and will accept death proudly and serenely like a god. His pride will teach him that it's useless for him to repine at life's being a moment, and he will love his brother without need of reward. Love will be sufficient only for a moment of life, but the very consciousness of its momentariness will intensify its fire, which now is dissipated in dreams of eternal love beyond the grave, and so on in the same style. Charming. Ivan sat with his eyes on the floor and his hands pressed to his ears, but he began trembling all over. The voice continued. The question now is, my young thinker reflected, is it possible that such a period will ever come? If it does, everything is determined and humanity is settled forever. But as, owing to man's inveterate stupidity, this cannot come about for at least 1,000 years, everyone who recognizes the truth even now may legitimately order his life as he pleases, on the new principles. In that sense, all things are lawful for him. What's more, even if this period never comes to pass, since there is anyway no God and no immortality, the new man may well become the man-God, even if he is the only one in the whole world, and promoted to his new position. He may lightheartedly overstep all the barriers of the old morality of the old slave man, if necessary. There is no law for God. Where God stands, the place is holy. Where I stand will be at once the foremost place. All things are lawful, and that's the end of it. That's all very charming. But if you want to swindle, why do you want a moral sanction for doing it? But that's our modern Russian all over. He can't bring himself to swindle without a moral sanction. He is so in love with truth. The visitor talked, obviously carried away by his own eloquence, speaking louder and louder, and looking ironically at his host. But he did not succeed in finishing. Ivan suddenly snatched a glass from the table and flung it at the orator. I? Mais sie ist B. Tienfin, cried the latter, jumping up from the fire and shaking the drops of tea off himself. He remembers Luther's inkstand. He takes me for a dream and throws glasses at a dream. It's like a woman. I suspected you were only pretending to stop up your ears. A loud, persistent knocking was suddenly heard at the window. Ivan jumped up from the sofa. Do you hear? You'd better open, cried the visitor. It's your brother Ilyusha with the most interesting and surprising news, I'll be bound. Be silent, deceiver. I knew it was Ilyusha. I felt he was coming, and of course, he has not come for nothing. Of course he brings news. Ivan exclaimed frantically. Open, open to him. There's a snowstorm, and he is your brother. Monsieur Sate, il attempts quel fate, si istu ni pas meta uncien dihorsa. The knocking continued. Ivan wanted to rush to the window, but something seemed to fetter his arms and legs. He strained every effort to break his chains, but in vain. The knocking at the window grew louder and louder. At last the chains were broken, and Ivan leapt up from the sofa. He looked round him wildly. Both candles had almost burnt out. The glass he had just thrown at his visitor stood before him on the table, and there was no one on the sofa opposite. The knocking on the window frame went on persistently, but it was by no means so loud as it had seemed in his dream. On the contrary, it was quite subdued. It was not a dream. No, I swear it was not a dream. It all happened just now, cried Ivan. He rushed to the window and opened the movable pane. Ilyusha, I told you not to come, he cried fiercely to his brother. In 2 words, what do you want? In 2 words, do you hear? An hour ago Smerdyakov hanged himself. Alyosha answered from the yard. "Come round to the steps. I'll open at once," said Ivan, going to open the door to Alyosha. Chapter 10. It was he who said that. Alyosha coming in told Ivan that a little over an hour ago, Maria Kondratyevna had run to his rooms and informed Smerdyakov had taken his own life. I went in to clear away the samovar and he was hanging on a nail in the wall. On Alyosha's inquiring whether she had informed the police, she answered that she had told no one. "But I flew straight to you. I've run all the way." She seemed perfectly crazy, Alyosha reported, and was shaking like a leaf. When Alyosha ran with her to the cottage, he found Smerdyakov still hanging. On the table lay a note here. "I destroy my life of my own will and desire, so as to throw no blame on anyone." Alyosha left the note on the table and went straight to the police captain and told him all about it. "And from him I've come straight to you," said Alyosha in conclusion, looking intently into Ivan's face. He had not taken his eyes off him while he told his story, as though struck by something in his expression. "Brother," he cried suddenly, "you must be terribly ill. You look and don't seem to understand what I tell you." "It's a good thing you came," said Ivan, as though brooding, and not hearing Alyosha's exclamation. "I knew he had hanged himself." "From whom? I don't know." "Did I know?" "Yes, he told me so just now." Ivan stood in the middle of the room and still spoke in the same brooding tone, looking at the ground. "Who is he?" asked Ilyusha, involuntarily looking round. He slipped away. Ivan raised his head and smiled softly. "He was afraid of you, of a dove like you. You are a pure cherub. Dmitri calls you a cherub, the thunderous rapture of the seraphim." "What are seraphim?" "Perhaps a Vol constellation. But perhaps that constellation is only a chemical molecule. There's a constellation of the lion and the sun. Don't you know it?" "Brother, sit down," said Alyosha in alarm. "For goodness' sake, sit down on the sofa. You are delirious. Put your head on the pillow. That's right. Would you like a wet towel on your head? Perhaps it will do you good." "Give me the towel. It's here on the chair. I just threw it down there. It's not here. Don't worry yourself. I know where it is." "Here," said Alyosha, finding a clean towel, folded and unused, by Ivan's dressing table in the other corner of the room. Ivan looked strangely at the towel. Recollection seemed to come back to him for an instant. "Stay." He got up from the sofa. "An hour ago I took that new towel from there and wetted it. I wrapped it round my head and threw it down here." "How is it it's dry?" "There was no other." "You put that towel on your head?" asked Alyosha. "Yes." "And walked up and down the room an hour ago. Why have the candles burnt down so? What's the time?" "Nearly 12. No, Ivan cried suddenly. It was not a dream. He was here. He was sitting here, on that sofa. When you knocked at the window, I threw a glass at him. This one. Wait a minute. I was asleep last time, but this dream was not a dream. It has happened before. I have dreams now. Yet they are not dreams, but reality. I walk about, talk and say. Though I am asleep, but he was sitting here, on that sofa there. He is frightfully stupid, Ilyusha, frightfully stupid. Ivan laughed suddenly and began pacing about the room. Who is stupid? Of whom are you talking, brother? Ilyusha asked anxiously again. The devil, he's taken to visiting me. He's been here twice, almost 3 times. He taunted me with being angry at being a simple devil, and not Satan, with scorched wings, in thunder and lightning. But he is not Satan, that's a lie. He is an impostor. He is simply a devil, a paltry, trivial devil. He goes to the baths. If you undressed him, you'd be sure to find he had a tail, long and smooth like a Danish dog's, a yard long, dun color. Ilyusha, you are cold. You've been in the snow. Would you like some tea? What? Is it cold? Shall I tell her to bring some? Ici est, konipas meta unchin dihors. Ilyusha ran to the washing stand, wetted the towel, persuaded Ivan to sit down again, and put the wet towel round his head. He sat down beside him. What were you telling me just now about Lays? Ivan began again, and he was becoming very talkative. I like lies. I said something nasty about her. It was a lie. I like her. I am afraid for Katya tomorrow. I am more afraid of her than of anything. On account of the future, she will cast me off tomorrow and trample me underfoot. She thinks that I am ruining Mitya from jealousy on her account. Yes, she thinks that. But it's not so. Tomorrow the cross, but not the gallows. No, I shan't hang myself. Do you now? I can never commit suicide. Ilyusha, is it because I am base? I am not a coward. Is it from love of life? How did I know that Smerdyakov had hanged himself? Yes, it had told me so. And you are quite convinced that there has been someone here? Asked Ilyusha. Wes. On that sofa in the corner. You would have driven him away. You did drive him away. He disappeared when you arrived. I love your face, Ilyusha. Did you know that I loved your face? And here's myself, Ilyusha. All that's base in me. All that's mean and contemptible. Yes, I am romantic. He guessed it. Though it's a libel. He is frightfully stupid, but it's to his advantage. He has cunning, animal cunning. He knew how to infuriate me. He kept taunting me with believing in him, and that was how he made me listen to him. He fooled me like a boy. He told me a great deal that was true about myself, though I should never have owned it to myself. Do you now, Ilyusha? Ivan added in an intensely earnest and confidential tone. I should be awfully glad to think that it was a Hake and not I. He has worn you out, said Ilyusha, looking compassionately at his brother. He's been teasing me. And you know he does it so cleverly, so cleverly. Conscience. What is conscience? I make it up for myself. Why am I tormented by it? From habit, from the universal habit of mankind, for the 7,000 years. So let us give it up, and we shall be gods. It was he said that. It was he said that. And not you, not you. Ilyusha could not help crying, looking frankly at his brother. Never mind him. Anyway, have done with him and forget him, and let him take with him all that you curse now, and never come back. Yes, but he is spite at me. He was impudent, Ilyusha, Ivan said, with a shudder of offense. But he was unfair to me about lots of things. He told lies about me to my face. Oh, you are going to perform an act of heroic virtue, to confess you murdered your father, that the valet murdered him at your instigation. Brother? Ilyusha interposed. Restrain yourself. It was not you murdered him. It's not true. That's what he says. And he knows it. You are going to perform an act of heroic virtue, and you don't believe in virtue. That's what tortures you and makes you angry. That's why you are so vindictive. He said that to me about me, and he knows what he says. It's you say that, not he, exclaimed Ilyusha mournfully. You say it because you are ill and delirious, tormenting yourself. No, he knows what he says. You are going from pride, he says. You will stand up and say it was I killed him. And why do you writhe with horror? You are lying. I despise your opinion. I despise your horror. He said that about me. And do you know you are longing for their praise? He is a criminal, a murderer. But what a generous soul. He wanted to save his brother, and he confessed. That's a lie, Ilyusha. Ivan cried suddenly, with flashing eyes. I don't want the low rabble to praise me. I swear I don't. That's a lie. That's why I threw the glass at him, and it broke against his ugly face. Brother, calm yourself. Stop. Ilyusha entreated him. Yes, he knows how to torment one. He's cruel. Ivan went on, unheeding. I had an inkling from the first what he came for. Granting that you go through pride, still you had a hope that Smerdyakov might be convicted and sent to Siberia, and Mitya would be acquitted, while you would only be punished with moral condemnation. Do you hear? He laughed then. And some people will praise you. But now Smerdyakov's dead. He has hanged himself, and who else believe you alone? But yet you are going. You are going. You'll go all the same. You've decided to go. What are you going for now? That's awful. Ilyusha, I can't endure such questions. Who dare ask me such questions? Brother, interposed Ilyusha. His heart sank with terror, but he still seemed to hope to bring Ivan to reason. How could he have told you of Smerdyakov's death before I came, when no one knew of it? There was no time for anyone to know of it. He told me, said Ivan firmly, refusing to admit a doubt. It was all he did talk about, if you come to that. And it would be all right if you believed in virtue, he said. No matter if they disbelieve you. You are going for the sake of principle. But you are a little pig like Fyodor Pavlovitch, And what do you want with virtue? Why do you want to go meddling if your sacrifice is of no use to anyone? Because you don't know yourself why you go. Oh, you do give a great deal to know yourself why you go? And can you have made up your mind? You've not made up your mind. You'll sit all night deliberating whether to go or not. But you will go. You'll go. You know that whichever you decide, the decision does not depend on you. You'll go because you want to dare not to go. Why want you dare? You must guess that for yourself. That's a riddle for you. He got up and went away. You came and he went. He called me a coward, Ilyusha. Halamotil nigmi is that I am a coward. It is not for such eagles to soar above the earth. It was he added that. He and Smerdyakov said the same. He must be killed. Katya despises me. I've seen that for a month past. Even lies will begin to despise me. You are going in order to be praised. That's a brutal lay. And you despise me too, Ilyusha. Now I am going to hate you again. And I hate the monster too. I hate the monster. I don't want to save the monster. Let him rot in Siberia. He's begun singing a hymn. Oh, tomorrow I'll go, stand before them and spit in their faces. He jumped up in a frenzy, flung off the towel, and fell to pacing up and down the room again. Ilyusha recalled what he had just said. I seem to be sleeping awake. I walk, I speak, I see, but I am asleep. It seemed to be just like that now. Ilyusha did not leave him. The thought passed through his mind to run for a doctor, but he was afraid to leave his brother alone. There was no one to whom he could leave him. By degrees, even lost consciousness completely at last. He still went on talking incessantly, but quite incoherently, and even articulated his words with difficulty. Suddenly he staggered violently, but Ilyusha was in time to support him. Ivan let him lead him to his bed. Ilyusha undressed him somehow and put him to bed. He sat watching over him for another 2 hours. The sick man slept soundly, without stirring, breathing softly and evenly. Ilyusha took a pillow and lay down on the sofa, without undressing. As he fell asleep, he prayed for Mitya and Ivan. He began to understand Ivan's illness, the anguish of a proud determination, an earnest conscience, God in whom he disbelieved, and his truth were gaining mastery over his heart, which still refused to submit. Wes, the thought floated through Ilyusha's head as it lay on the pillow. Wes, if Smerdyakov is dead, no one will believe Ivan's evidence, but he will go and give it. Ilyusha smiled softly. God will conquer, he thought. He will either rise up in the light of truth, or he'll perish in hate, revenging on himself and on everyone his having served the cause he does not believe in. Ilyusha added bitterly, and again he prayed for Ivan. Buktane, a judicial error.